You even try to do anything rash, and I will crush your neck.
What's up, boys? What's up, boys? First day back. Just gonna farm it and chill.
Pushing pieces of the building behind in the air and sending them crashing down. You were the one that created the Dalki in the first place and started this whole war. Even then, after getting rid of your mess, you managed to wriggle your way back in somehow. You then changed everyone's memories, taking my place. But I still chose not to get in your way, to not get involved, but you just had to. You had to make everyone around you suffer, including my friends and me, just to get what you want. What do you even want? Why are you even doing this when your time ended a long time ago? Quinn started to pour his key energy directly into Jim, and in doing so, he wanted to suppress all of the energy that was inside his body. When he did that, there was an energy he could sense, one that he had become quite familiar with. With his other hand, Quinn ripped off the sleeve of his coat, and he could see that there his bare skin filled with crystals. Not just any crystals, but they were all nest crystals. From his senses, he could tell that there was even more in Jim's body. What have you even done to yourself? Why are you going so far? Quinn asked. He could tell that Jim was trying to speak, so he loosened his grip a little to hear his words. At one point, this was the man who worked by Vincent's side, and the two of them shared part of the same blood. He also wanted to know the truth, because he needed it to make sense. Why Aaron? Why Leo and all the others had to die? Because I'm trying to take it all back, Jim answered. I'm sure you've seen it, a power that is beyond our understanding. Give these crystals. There are entities out there that have the supreme power to change anything. Being as strong as you are, I'm sure you might even have met them. For us, there is one thing that we vampires can never escape, even if one is immortal, and that is time. Vampires could live a long time, so Quinn wondered if he meant that vampires couldn't escape death. But that wasn't true, because Jim and even the originals were able to live forever, so he couldn't have meant that. For us beings, there is something that never changes no matter how powerful we are. The fact that time passes and moves in a straight line. But I've seen it. I've experienced a glimpse of it with my powers. Time can move freely. It's just, for us, time moves straight. For a second, Quinn started to think about what Jim was saying. These supreme beings, was he referring to the Celestials? Or he might even be referring to the Ancient Ones? It was true that they had some control over time. Even Quinn did when he was a Celestial. The space where the Celestials went to was said to be created by one of the Ancient Ones, and there, time moved several times slower. There was even Mundus, who could stop time and even speed up time in a certain area. What Jim was saying didn't sound too crazy. There was also the second original's power to reverse time to a degree on an object or person. If powers like so really did exist, then were the Ancient Ones able to do what Jim was stating? Did one of them have the power to turn everything back? Did it mean he could see the faces of the others again? They do nothing because they don't care about us, but I will find one way to make them care. And two, I'll tell them to revert everything back to that day, the day when I made the Dalki. Is that why Jim has no problems doing the things he does? Sacrificing the lives of the vampires, killing the innocents, all because he thinks he can turn it all back? Quinn gripped Jim's throat tighter once more. You are not different from them, Quinn shouted. You are seeing these lives as nothing. The pain and experiences they are going through are real. All of the suffering you are putting them through is just as real. Even if you turn things back, the suffering they have experienced is still there. And what if you're wrong? What if you can't change anything after doing all this? You took a chance and ruined so many lives just so you could have a chance at repeating your life, fixing a mistake that you made. Even if you could change it, it doesn't change what has already happened, and you and I will always remember. I can't let this continue. I can't let this madness be the cause of the suffering of so many people. Goodbye, Jim. The blood sword, pointed at his back, went right through his chest, piercing through to the other side, covered in even more blood.
Let's go turn that one on.
The battlefield in front of the tower was still an intense one. Gio was still looking after the Emerald. He would use his strong legs and jump from one side of the battlefield to the other, and using the momentum, he skidded across the floor while throwing his arm out, hitting the vampires right in the face. His strong hits could take out most of the vampires in one blow. Thank you, sir, the Amra thanked him. Geo looked the Amra up and down. Parts of his flesh had completely been cut off. He wasn't in a good state. You should fall back. Let the beast do most of the work. I know you want to help your people, but you have already done a lot, Geo answered. It's in the same for you, sir. As long as you're out here, I will continue to fight as well. It was an expected response from the stubborn Amra. Fine, but then let's focus on helping our Amra friends, and then we will rest together. Thanks to the demon tier shadow beasts, Geo himself no longer had to deal with the troublesome vampires, and the originals were fighting against each other. This gave him the perfect chance to save as many of the Amra race as he possibly could.
That Amra race.
He was incredibly tired. He had been fighting a lot, and had been in tough fight after fight. His arms were no longer even glowing with celestial energy. Scouting the battlefield, Geo started.
Oh.
So when he saw the large owl-like beast land directly in front of him, dust was blown from all sides before its feet hit the floor. On top of the beast's neck, though, there were 3 people. Jumping down was Dover, as well as the 2 vampires that had helped the Hammer for a while now, Julie and Roman. These boys, they bring a message for us, Dover stated. It's not exactly from us, Roman replied. The beast, it's telling us that everyone should head back into the tower as soon as possible. The beasts will continue to fight and cover us while everyone is standing inside. Geo thought it was a strange request for them to make. The fight wasn't over. Sure, the tides were turning, but the vampires were getting used to fighting beasts and were utilizing their teamwork as well. You have to remember that an order from the beasts means that it was most likely one that came from Quinn, Joe mentioned. If he wants us to go to the tower, I would say that it's because he believes that it's the safest place for us, Dober commented. The tower was safe because it practically was a space that existed not on this planet. At the same time, the tower was protected from external attacks to a degree, but even if it was destroyed and they were all inside, it meant they would all be safe, and it was why the other Hammer were currently inside of it as well. If he wants us to head back in the tower, it must mean Quinn is either afraid that we will lose the war, or that everyone is going to get swept up in something big. Nodding, Geo agreed, and they all split up to give the order to the rest of the Hammer that were still fighting, telling them all to head to the tower. They tried their best not to shout it, as they didn't want the other side to get what was happening. Bit by bit, the Admiral were heading into the tower, and it was no time to be a brave soldier, as Geo stated even he would be going into the tower cell. Hurry up, get in there fast, and head to the 25th floor. That's where the rest of the Admiral are staying. The Admiral that were still in somewhat good condition stayed outside while leading the others to the tower. The reason why it was so important for them to stay on each floor for them to get to was in case the tower was destroyed. If the tower was destroyed, then so would its mechanism, and if that happened, the Amber would be on different planets and spread out in different areas. Luckily, most of the Amber had made it into the tower, and only now were the vampires noticing the lack of aliens, as they were too busy fighting against the beasts. At that moment, a large beam of energy could be felt. Everyone had stopped fighting. Looking up at the sky, they could see a pulse of energy pushing all of the clouds out of the north. Following right after, a sharp red laser was shot out and hit the ground. Right where the red laser had hit, a giant explosion occurred. Looked to just be a pure form of energy, like a nuclear blast. The wind had hit them all first. Now the energy blast was following. Get in the tower now! Geo shouted to them all. He could see Amra that were far off in the distance. Jumping from where he was, he reached out and grabbed 2 of them and quickly jumped out. Even the vampire leaders were stunned and unsure about what to do as they saw this big, large amount of energy coming towards them. The blood sword had cleanly stabbed right through Jim's heart. It was covered with real blood and not just blood aura. The light from Jim's eyes had gone. His head flopped downward, and there was no sign of a heartbeat. I won't make the same mistake that I made last time, Quinn said. I know you still have clones of yourself out there. I know what you're like now. You probably have backup upon backup of yourself spread out.
Victory is mine!
Maybe even on planets that I don't even know about. But I'm going to make sure to head to every single facility you have made and destroy everything. You made sure that everyone forgot about me. Well, I'm going to erase every single trace of you ever existing in this universe. Any mention of your name in books, places that you had been, or things you took part in, I'm going to get rid of it all, so you can never come back again, and I'm going to start with you. Quinn, that's what he said, and even though he knew the Jim in front of him was dead, he wanted to get rid of every part of his body. He's here. Quinn looked up, but sensed the energy coming towards him. He had no choice but to let go of Jim's body as he jumped back and crossed his arms. When he did, the shadow naturally came around his front. A huge explosion followed, shaking the entire ground, disintegrating part of it as well as all of the buildings around them. In the end, Quinn went into his shadow space, and a short while later, he came back out. He could see the person he had been worrying about this whole time. He stood there, looking part Dalky and part human, more human than the last time he had seen him, covered in his red dragon scale-like armor. I knew we would meet each other again, Ray said with a smile, and it looks like you got an upgrade since the last time I saw you. I could say the same to you. Sarah and Bliss both had sweat beads running down the sides of their face when they saw the person who had arrived. Both of them knew Ray from the past and present. Who do you think is going to win? Sarah asked. You know how powerful Ray is, Bliss replied, but he gave up nearly all of his strength and power a long time ago for the sake of everyone else. So you're telling me this is a weaker version of Ray? If that's the case, I'm not buying it, Sarah replied. You might be right, Bliss replied. Right now he is using the body of a demon tier beast, although more accurately, of a god slayer level beast. Ray's soul was already powerful, and added to that body, he became incredibly strong. But then he had to come across the door of infinite celestial, Bliss explained. He took its power and added it to his own. With it, he probably has the same amount of energy as he did in the past. The problem was, the body he was in, it wasn't as strong as his old body, which was why Ray was going around searching for nest crystals to improve his own body. He was getting even stronger, closer to what he once was, and finally, he managed to get the dragon armor from Empire that was made from his own body. With the armor, it empowers his current body up to the point it was like his dragon one. If you were to ask me, out of Quinn or Ray of the past, 9 times out of 10, I would have told you Ray would win. Although this isn't the old Ray, he's pretty close to what he was in the past. Sarah was silent for a moment as he picked up on something Bliss said. 9 times out of 10, huh? I guess that means Quinn still has a shot. It was the grand conquest of the Marpo cruise with the leaders, Jack and Quinn. So far, they had been taking turns as to which one was the main attacker when it came to attacking different races. They never had much trouble doing things this way. There were times when the opponent was a little tough, but they always had forces that were bigger and stronger than the other. Yet, for the first time, both were having major trouble. Jack had yet to receive any updates from Jim about what was happening, and even if a request for help was sent out, there was no way for him to really help the other in the first place. That was because Jack had a lot of trouble himself. Once had destroyed many parts of the Marco cruise, the strong Dalky were struggling against their opponent, and in the end, he had to use his trump card, H, and the 6-spiked Dalky. But he had confidence in them that they would be able to get the job done, even in high equipment. The Dalky known as H and the 2 6-spiked Dalky had landed in the market square. The fighting had virtually stopped all around. Those that were fighting 5 spikes just moments ago were still close by, the edge of the market. Nearly all of them knew of the being called H. Russ and Layla had seen the visualization of the battle against Syl. Logan, Vicky, and Jake had heard and seen him a few times here and there, so they had plenty of information on it. As for the Blades, Shiro, and the others, they were there during the battle as well. Seeing H standing there caused all of them to freeze. It had already taken a lot out of them all. Nearly all of them had pushed themselves to the limit just to defeat the 5 spikes as well as mine, and now they had H. However, what were they to do? If they tried to run away, there was nowhere to go, and surely he could catch them all, other than Stark, who wasn't there. Would they try to talk and beg for their life? That would be foolish. This was war, and they had already killed one. All of this meant they only had one choice. They had to fight, knowing full well that there was a high chance of dying. No, that they would die. Which was why Wince had made the first move. She had ultimately released it before everyone else, and if she could get a hit in to damage H in any way possible, then maybe it would give them a chance to survive. Or maybe at least the others could have a chance. However, the results were devastating. The trident used in the attack had been grabbed and was hurled right back to Wince, creating a large hole in her stomach.
Hello there.
Cyril, her dear sister by her side,
That's
could see
fine.
no
That one's
light
off
in her
by
eyes.
itself.
That can't work. You can't be dead, Cyril cried. Don't worry, you can join her, H said. One moment he was in the center of the marketplace, the next as if he had touched her, and he was right next to Cyril, with his hand raised above her head. Only H's hand didn't look regular.
Garukan favors me.
His entire hand looked like a giant sword, and that was because he was using the transformation ability. The transformed hand, although looking like a sword, had the dowky outer skin and hard scales. Swinging it down, Cyril could see the attack. With her half-vampire self, she tried to move out of the way, using the blood water to push her, the power of her own leg, but it was far too slow. The bladed dowky hand went right through the center of her body, and the two halves split apart. Right in front of their eyes, they'd all witnessed it. Another one of the pillars of the group had been eliminated in front of their eyes, and with such ease as well. We can't beat him, Shiro said. He's stronger than last time, Gordon added, speaking in the mind. He has more spikes than before. He has 10 spikes on his back. From the tail running up, there were spikes all along. Then on H's shoulder, 2 spikes could be seen sticking out, even larger than that of the ones running on his back. Never had they ever witnessed a 10-spiked Dowky before. When they met on the ship, they hadn't seen his back apart from when he was chasing Stark, and he had done so too fast in the first place. Now they could count the number of spikes easily. The problem was, not only was going up against a 10-spike be difficult in the first place for all of them, or near enough impossible. This was not an ordinary 10-spike. This was fused with parts of the Blade family, and had remnants of Hilston's DNA. One of the fiercest and coolest blades to ever live. Then, he also had multiple abilities running through his body. All of these things were stacking up, even if they hadn't gone against Pine and the 5
I
spikes
must
from
travel
before.
light.
They felt like they would have stood no chance. We were idiots. Shiro clenched his fist. To think that we could rescue Syl from them. We trained so hard, thinking that all that hard work would have enabled us to do something, but we would have never been able to rescue Syl. What are you talking about? Shouted in Shiro's head. We did rescue Syl, and we were all
Garukan
there,
favors
so the
me.
hard work was not in vain. Does any of that really matter? Raiden said. At the end of the day, no matter what we write about, we need to fight
Speak.
this monster and somehow live.
Yes.
In other areas of the marketplace, there were those that were contemplating what to do. We have to get out of here. If they found out we helped Logan, we could be done for as well, the humans shouted, already running away. I think that's our cue to get out of here as well, Vicky said, putting Logan on
On
her
with the
shoulder.
work.
What are you doing? Logan said. Didn't you want to take revenge? That person is made up of your family. When we found out, you said you would do everything in your power to take him out. They were already dead, Vicky replied. But you, Logan, you are still alive. Right now I care about those that are still alive a lot more than the dead. I already nearly lost you. I'm not going to lose you. Then what about Jake? Logan replied. He is still down there, and it looks like he's ready to fight. Meanwhile, there was one more group of people arguing with each other. We have to go, Russ stated. We can't face that person. I was in charge of protecting you and your family, so I'm telling you now we have to leave. If we leave now, then that means everyone on this planet dies. Everything will have been lost, Layla argued. Going to beat a guy like that in the first place, Russ shouted back. You beat Pine, didn't you? You were strong enough to beat him, so you can do the same again. Russ replied. He used up nearly all. Let's just get out of here. Minnie, you want to protect your mom and uncle, right? Then shadow us away, or shadow us to quit or something. In the middle of their argument, H had returned to the center of the marketplace. He placed both of his hands together, and his fingertips started to cover in frost. In the center of his hand, a large ice ball was being made. Let's get rid of everyone at once, H declared. Even the 2 6 spikes next to H didn't like the sound of that. No one was quite sure what H would do, as the misty energy gathered in his hands. But soon, there was a chill in the air that could be felt by all. Some thought about going in and stopping H. It was clear he was charging up a big attack, yet no one moved. They were worn out from fighting already. They did.
Not yet.
Wouldn't it just be speeding up their death? My sword! Stop it with my sword! Blake said as he got up and picked it up off the ground. Had thrown it to her after he was done with it. Although he did want to keep it to himself, he didn't like the feeling he had before.
Garukan
It almost felt
favors
like he
me.
wasn't the one in control. As Layla went to walk forward, Russ quickly turned around and kicked her in the stomach,
How can I help?
sending her right back down to the floor. What do you think you're doing? Russ asked. You can hardly move. Going inside would be suicidal. Layla was holding her stomach. In some ways, Russ was right, because she couldn't even see his kick. So even with the sword, how would she even touch a 10-spiked algae? How are you even able to hit me? Layla asked. Because of the thing your husband left inside my head. It's to protect you no matter what, and the best thing to do is not get involved at all, Russ claimed. The large ice ball had finished being made from H's hand. It was the size of H's own chest, and when letting it go, the ice ball hit one of the 6 spiked algae by his side. Its whole body froze up in an instant. From head to toe, there was now a statue of a 6-spiked algae. The other one, seeing this, tried to run away, but the ice ball made by H after hitting one 6-spike went straight to its closest target, the other 6-spiked algae. It jumped, but wasn't quick enough as the ball touched its back. It froze in place partly in the air and then fell to the ground, smashing into tiny pieces. It was clear that the algae was dead. If that ice ball completely froze the strong 6-spike like that, if it hits any of us, we're done for, Shiro said. Everyone, run away! Shiro quickly switched to Raiden, the most athletic out of the lot. In doing so, he ran past the other blades and quickly scaled the building with his bare hands. When he turned around, he could see that the large ice ball had gone towards the other blades. The ice ball was riveted in movement, hitting one person
Ooh, I hear a deal.
and freezing them all on the spot.
Ooh.
Some tried to attack the
Rare
ice ball with their
treasure.
powers, using flames, water, and other abilities to push it away, but they were unable to do anything as it hit them one by one. We have to help them, Gordon claimed. We can't just stay up here and watch them all die. We don't have the power to help them, Raiden claimed. On top of that, H was moving as well. He wasn't very fast. He had a large smile on his face as he entered the field with frozen blades. He was walking slowly to each person and slapping them with his large hands. Each time he did, the ice sculptures would break into multiple pieces. For Shiro, watching from above, he had bit his lips so hard, blood was trickling down his face. I really can't do anything but just stay up here while watching him kill everyone we know. Everything we have built up one by one. Shiro fell to his knees, clenching both hands. Every single one of the blades that had helped out in the fight, that was there for the war and had survived the original attack by Jack. Frozen. Shiro was now the only survivor from the blade group. The ice ball, having traveled through all of the blades, was now heading right for Jake Reed. If it's ice, then the best thing to
Didn't
do
break a
would be to
sweat.
melt it. Jake is here for his own ball of power. Using his powers of fire and earth together, he could create hot molten lava. At the right time, he thrust his 2 hands forward, and the lava spewed out toward the ice ball. It continued to hit it, producing masses of steam in the air, and it looked like the ice ball was getting smaller as well, but it wasn't enough for the ice ball to completely disappear. It's fine. I have plenty of things I can still do, Jake thought. He was ready to go to the next part of his plan, but the fact that the ice ball had been affected caused H to look his way. He had caught the attention of H. There were still around 10 more frozen blades for him to go through. To get rid of that one first, H thought. There was another person that noticed this, the look in H's eyes, which was why, right from behind Jake, a person appeared. They grabbed his waist, and the 2 of them disappeared again. The man was stopped, and Jake was nowhere to be seen. Mom, what did you do that for? Jake asked. Having gathered back a he had teleported him back to where Logan and she were. They had moved from the rooftop to inside one of the buildings, still watching the scene from afar. You stood out too much, he stated. I know you're strong. I know you want to help, but the second that thing laid eyes on you, I saw your life vanish before my eyes. I saw everything go just like that. He was finding it hard to keep up tears, and Jake, noticing this, didn't want to shout. Mom, but if I I don't stop him, if no one stops him, then who cares? I was the one that came out the least in, and with the most energy. The other aliens aren't strong enough, and everyone else is too tired. Looking out the window, the ice ball had caught their eye. Although smaller than it was before, one could tell it still had devastating power. It was heading right for the house where Layla, Russ, and Minnie currently were. It could block them with the gun, Russ said as a shadow confronted them, but disappeared in an instant. Parts of Shadow were just seen flickering, nothing else. Russ had really used up bullets and C-cells. This is why we should have hopped when we had the chance, Russ complained, and that's when Minnie went ahead and stood in front of both of them. Minnie, what are you doing? Just hide in your shadow space. Get out of here, Layla shouted. Russ thought for a second. Maybe Minnie could use her shadow to block the attack, but if the attack was too strong, it wouldn't work out, and that was just stopping them from one attack, not getting rid of the problem. H. Don't worry, Mom, Minnie said as she reached out her hand, and the ring with the green gem on it started to glow. I will protect us. I will get rid of the bad man. And suddenly, the whole ice ball just disappeared, just like that. It had been removed. Everyone was stunned and didn't know what happened, including Layla. This was because when Minnie had fought against Mundus in the past, using the power of the God Slayer ring, both she and Russ were frozen in time. They had no idea the extent of what Minnie could do, and neither did H. This time, I'm going to use the ring right.
Not yet.
One moment, the large ice ball was hurtling toward them. It was impossible to stop, as many different types of attacks and movements were used against him. Even one of the strongest humans in existence, Jay Green, had used a lava attack, and the ice ball still remained. Yet somehow, Minnie was able to get rid of the attack. What was strange for those looking at the situation, though, was that there was no trace of the attack at all. The ice ball hadn't cracked to the ground. They didn't see it flash against any type of energy. Instead, it completely disappeared. Minnie, what did she do? Layla was slippery on her hand. She hadn't seen it before. It was an item that had been kept in her shadow space. It was very important to her, since it was given to her by her father, and it was why she would only bring it out in a situation like this. It turns out that there are far more difficult ones than I originally thought. It doesn't matter. There are many things I can do, H said, as his hand started to spiral with lightning. The attack went straight out from his hand, and the blue lightning bolt was going to hit the small little vampire. With showing no fear, she lifted her hand up again, and with the ring lighting up, the attack completely disappeared. The same thing happened, and there was no trace of the attack at all. Now, Minnie herself had transformed, and she was in her celestial form. Using her large claws, she was charging up a large celestial blood claw attack came out. Like a normal blood swipe, only with more condensed energy, and it had the power of celestial energy as well. Seeing this, H was not afraid. As a 10-spiked Dalki, he had incredible physical capabilities, including that of speed. So much so, before coming down, he had decided to not take a speed-based ability. Looking at the attack, he was ready to move out of the way and attack Minnie directly. That was until the attack was suddenly right in front of him. The red aura hit his face and scratched against his hard outer body. Small ripples of red power exploded as the attack managed to hit. However, the attack had barely managed to singe H, and instead, he just had a look of annoyance on his face. Fine, let's see how your strange power exactly works. H stomped on the ground, and the whole floor was instantly covered in ice. Russ picked up Layla and rushed to the upper floors. The ice hit the building and was slowly climbing up, but it soon stopped, as H had done what he needed to do. Minnie, avoiding the attack, had jumped up in the air. She couldn't stay in the air forever and would eventually have to land back down in the attack. As for H, unlike Jane, he was unable to use two abilities at the same time. As he stopped putting power into the ice, he started to put power into his lightning strike again, and threw out, this time, 2 lightning bolts toward her. Minnie quickly moved her hand with the ring, one lightning bolt disappearing and then the other. When she landed back down on the ice, she was completely fine, as her feet were covered in shadow, stopping the attack from affecting her. This little one is full of tricks, H said to himself. For now, neither H nor Minnie were going full out against each other. After the first few sets of attacks not working, it was almost as if the two of them were testing each other out. It was incredibly intense for everyone watching, as they were waiting for the next one to make their move. So far, though, against all odds of everything they had seen, Minnie was holding her ground. I haven't completely figured it out yet, but I'm getting close, H thought. She didn't bother to do whatever she had been doing so far against the ice attack. There had to be a reason. Maybe she was unable to block the ice attack. Then, making my attack disappeared, she was only able to make one attack disappear at a time. Does this have something to do with her attacks as well? In the middle of his thoughts, Minnie had stored up power in both of her claws again, and threw her attacks out. Just like last time, though, they had just left her fingertips, and as they did, they were suddenly right in front of H's face. This time, he was ready, and emitting a large amount of energy from his body, a slightly yellow aura came out and dispelled the red energy. I can't believe it. That 10 spike even knows key. What are we meant to do? Lakeland said. She didn't like the fact her daughter was out there fighting, but she was the only one who was able to go against him so far, and she knew it was because of the Godslayer item that had been gifted to her. It happened again, H thought. The attack didn't suddenly get faster. It was almost as if the attack teleported. Wait, there's no need for me to figure out how she's doing her attacks. What I need to figure out is a way to counter them. If her far attacks can suddenly get close, then this might as well be a close quarters fight. H stomped his foot on the ground again, and a spike of ice rose up from the icy floor right below Minnie. She moved quickly, with the tip of the spike scratching her red celestial skin. It wasn't strong enough
I can't do that yet.
and part of it frosted for a bit, before the power eventually evaporated. Spikes of ice started to come up, chasing Minnie all over the place. But if there was one thing she was confident in, it was her speed. She continued to run across the ice, zigzagging from one side to the other to dodge the spikes. Then, jumping up, she lifted both feet and pushed off the ice pillar, headed straight toward H. And just like with the attacks, one moment she had pushed off the ice, and the next, she was directly in front of H. With a bloody and celestial powered strike, she swiped right at H, making a fist as hard as she could. Her claws were unable to pierce against the hard scaled skin of H, but it caused his head to move slightly. In retaliation, with his fast reflexes, H swung his arm out,
Thank you.
which transformed once again into that of a blade, ready to slice Minnie in half. But the attack had hit nothing but air. From the movement of H's hand, the sheer power emitted from the strike was large and powerful, cutting right through the ice, going through the building.
I'm carrying enough already.
And continuing on, cutting everything that got in its path. Minnie had regained distance between the two again, and was standing right next to the large strike in the ice. Her heart was beating fast, because she knew if she had been hit by that, she would have been killed in an instant.
Yes.
I managed to get a hit, but if I get hit once, I die. This thought was running through her head, and she was starting to feel immense pressure. I want to run away. I want to call Dad for help. I want Mommy to fight instead. Oh, this is really scary. But I promised Dad that I can do this. I can do this, Minnie said, looking back at the large strike mark that went on further than she could see through the city. When Quinn had originally made the Godslayer ring, he believed it was one of the most powerful items in existence, because it essentially allowed the user the ability of space. This wasn't even an ability that was known, or that anyone had, at least that he knew of. Right now, with the power of space, what Minnie had been doing during the fight was space deletion. With the power of the ring, she could delete an area of space. This was how she was able to get rid of the ice ball, as well as the lightning attacks toward her. It was a great defensive move, and could stop practically any attack, being even more effective than the shadow. On top of
Until
that,
next
there
time.
were other applications for using space deletion, and Minnie had utilized them in the fight as well. One of them was with her attacks. When attacking, she could delete the space between her and her opponent, causing her attack to jump, which was why H felt like her attack was teleporting. The deletion of space could only be used on the space itself, as well as forms of energy, and not on life forms, which was why she wasn't able to just delete H out of existence, but there was something she could do. When moving, she could also delete the space in front of her, and in doing so, just like her attacks, she herself would also jump. Allowing her to somewhat teleport was how she was able to pull off the attack and avoid the strike back. There was one issue. She was deleting space and not actually teleporting. There was quite a difference between the two. If Minnie was standing directly in front of H, then she couldn't suddenly appear behind her. This was because she could only delete the space between her and H, whereas if one had a teleporting ability, they could go anywhere they wished. Nobody had more application than that, but with this one simple skill, she was causing trouble for H. Once again, Minnie ran forward from her position. She could see the lightning gathering around H's body. Frustration. It looked like he was going to do a large area attack that shocked everywhere. This type of attack will still hit me because I can only delete things in front of my right hand, Minnie thought. The lightning went out from H's body in all directions. No matter what was in the square, they were going to get hit. The lightning had touched the very edge, and those that were too close watching had been zapped, losing their life in an instant. The lightning had struck with such a large amount of force that it almost looked like they had been cremated. There was nothing left but ash. The attack had lit up the whole area for a few seconds. No one could move. Otherwise, they would have been dead. Eventually,
Hey, what's up, buddy? I've been sick. Not feeling good. Little flu bug. I tried playing, but I was not doing well. How about you? How are you doing? I'm still pretty tired, but we'll see how it goes. There's flu bug going around, I think.
Sidelines. At the moment, sure, she's fast enough to avoid the attacks from H, but it's not like he's slow. If it was anyone else out there, it would have been even seconds. She's hitting H multiple times, but her attacks are doing next to nothing. Her attacks can do no harm, and at some point or another, her power is going to run out. And when it does, it's not going to be a pretty sight. Logan was also observing everything that was going on. They were watching Minnie bounced in action. It was a game of cat and mouse, and with each attack of agents, everyone had to be careful.
What are you playing these days? Franchise?
Die forgotten.
The area the two of them were fighting was growing and growing, as the debris on the edge of the market square was getting pushed back from the wind of H's attacks. This continued for a while, and there was eventually not a single building left standing in the area. The city was nothing but large piles and mounds of rubble. The onlookers had to be clever in their use of the rubble to protect themselves from the attacks ahead. What are you doing? Ruff dismissed angrily. She's just doing the same thing again and again, expecting the same result. Many thought this was a desperate struggle, but to one person, it didn't look like that. Little girl, I think you should give her more credit, Logan said. She has a bigger plan than he has realized. Moving again, Minnie could see the shoulder, the same place she had been attacking this entire time. Her clawed hand went out, and when it touched the skin of H, this time, it pierced the damaged scales and went in, creating a small cut across H's shoulder for the first time. Blood. This is the result of your hard work, H laughed. This is not. I know, Minnie said, deleting the space and teleporting right to the same cut again. Rather than using her red claw mark, this time she placed her ring on it instead. This will do something. Minnie could not only delete space, but also create space as well. And if there was a small cut in H's arm, it meant there was a small space between the skin, where space could be created. As the space in between got bigger, so did the cut on H's arm. The space that was created was so sudden and powerful, H's arm had been ripped off from his body and was now lying there on the floor. Everyone watching, who had seen the little vampire's efforts, had their mouths left hanging open. A being that couldn't even be scratched had just lost an arm, green blood pouring out from the wound. This is just the start, Minnie said, huffing and panting. H was silent for a moment. He didn't say anything. but the bleeding on his arm suddenly stopped. Then, the flesh around the wound started to bulge until an arm sprouted right out from the wound. It was another Dalki arm and looked as good as new. When you look at that, even the small scar you put there is healed. H laughed. The power of regeneration is a healthy one. Seeing all your efforts go down the drain, what will you do next? And let me tell you, you're right. This is just a cut off short. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. It wasn't a normal bolt of lightning, as it was as thick as a house. It spiraled down, landing right where H was. The flash was so large and bright, many had to turn to look away. When the lightning finally faded, they could see a frail man standing on top of H. I'll get rid of you this time, Sybil said. The figure had crashed down in the center of the market square, or at least what was originally the market square. It was already unrecognizable compared to the way it was before. Then, when the lightning bolt had come crashing down as if someone had angered the gods from up above, the ground in the whole area lifted up for a moment as sparks were sent out of all of the cracks. Unlike the sparks of lightning that had come out from H, though, these sparks just had a tickling sensation when they touched the onlookers who were looking in the area. Still, many of them had been knocked off their feet from the lightning strike. When they eventually came around to look in the center of the market square, they could see a man standing there, blonde with long hair that almost looked as if it was falling out in certain areas. Did that strike come from him? But how is that possible, and who is he? Not many of the onlookers, even on Jack's side, actually knew about Syl. He was, after all, someone who had left the planet a long time ago, but it wasn't just them that were unable to recognize Syl, because it was hard for the others as well. He was a mere shadow of his former self. His wrists were so thin, his clothes were baggy on him, and they almost looked heavy on him, as if he was struggling to stand. His cheeks were sunken into his face. They had seen the state of Syl before, but seeing him awake for some reason felt worse. This was the person that we had been waiting for and relying on this whole time, Shiro said. His eyes were watering up and running down his face. I feel so ashamed. Someone like this right now should be resting. He should be in a hospital, but he has come. He answered our call because he wished to protect us. Underneath his feet, Syl could feel someone moving. A large ice shard rose from below, but teleporting away, Syl was able to avoid the attack, and was now by Minnie's side. You have done very well fighting him so far, Syl said. I saw what you did from above. You can leave the rest to your uncle. Even though Syl said this with confidence, even Minnie wasn't so sure about his words, based on looking at him. In fact, Syl had taken the teleport ability because he knew that using super speed, with the way his body was now, would be a disaster. Crashing through the ice, H was seen in the air for a few moments before landing on the ground, and his eyes laid on Syl. I see. So you have decided to go against me once again, H stated. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? You were lucky to have you put on the line. You won't be so lucky again. I'm sure Jack won't care what I do to you this time. Syl started to gather lightning in his hands. It was in some type of strange ring that went over his forearm, going all the way up to his shoulder, and he got in a fighting stance of all things. I will use all of my power this time. I can tell. I can see that all of those that I protected, in the end, still ended up perishing. The right thing to do back then was just to get rid of you no matter what, and then none of this would have happened. Up above, there was a ship that was already riding away from the planet, and on the ship was none other than Stark. Good luck, my friend. I hope you can do your very best to beat him, but just in case there is something that I need to do as well, Stark said. The ship in question was heading back to the large Marpo cruise, where Jack was currently present. After finding Syl, the two of them wasted no time traveling by ship to join the others. There was a part of Syl that wished to use his powers to teleport to the planet. It would have been quicker than traveling by ship, yet he had chosen not to. This was because to travel from one planet to the other, since it was a great distance, would use quite a bit of his MC cells, and based on the flight with H last time, he felt like he would need all of the MC cells he could get, especially since his body wasn't in the best condition. He could gather ki, but not as much as before, and his body still felt sluggish, but he needed to act. He had a feeling that H would be there, and he was right. During the journey with Stark, Syl and him had talked, and he had explained all of his worries. This brought back a memory for the Pensby Star about what he had overheard the others talking about. I'm sure that Syl will be able to overcome the monster known as H. I could tell he is a powerful one, Stark thought. But this war is more than just one overcoming their worries or seeking vengeance. It is one that we have to win at all costs. Which is why, if I can get to Jack and get him to take H's powers away, we can win this fight. There was a lot of attention on the fight below, and a lot of damage had been done to the Marco crews from the androids. So much so that Stark had next to no trouble at all getting onto the ship. There we go. He soon found a large hole in one of the sides and put on a space helmet. He loaded his way to one of the doors, into the control panel. It looked like the emergency door had sealed the area to stop the pressure beams within the ship. There's nothing that I can't solve, Stark thought, as he pushed his legs in the air with such power, and the power of the beast's armor allowed him to propel himself forward, and he crashed right through the doors, creating a hole. Almost immediately after he had gone through to the other side, there was some kind of emergency patch from the ship. A small robots came along and sealed the hole that had just been made. After that, Stark was finally able to take the helmet off. With all the fighting below, there shouldn't be much on board that was able to deal with. But we'll check from the by his side. And what about him? Is he strong himself? Stark wondered. The ship was full. Stark had no clue where to go.
You guys can hear me, right? I know I'm just listening to audiobook, but where I'm at right now.
One swift movement to continue to run down the hallway and no Stark problem operating against the wall. Everyone knows Jack. Stark shouted and pushed forcefully against his throat, easing off the pressure. The aim could breathe slightly, and the fear in his eyes showed that he was going to answer. He's most likely in his own separate command room. He likes to watch the videos of what's going on below. As for who is, I'm not sure. Sometimes he's alone, sometimes he's not. You answer. I know the direction to go. If you do, I'll let you know, Stark stated. The man pointed and explained a little of what the room would look like. Please let me go. Stark, with a sharpened hand, thrust it forward right through the human's head, killing him in one go. I'm sorry, maybe death is nothing possible. If I were to let you live and you inform someone, there's a chance that I would get caught. And everything would be over. I had no idea what the situation. Stark said. He was ready to hit
Didn't
Jack.
break a
There
sweat.
was only so much time until we would find who that body. Still stood opposite H, a good distance away, with the lightning wings around his arms. He was getting ready and waited for H to get restless.
Garukan favors me.
I'll pay you right back for what you did to me and personally. H didn't run forward. Instead, he jumped from his position and was high up in the air, exactly like that of the hammer when moving positions. Seeing this, Syl aimed both of his arms right at H. Syl's arms started to light up with lightning powers, and lightning was passing through the rings until reaching his fingertips. Then, a surge of power exploded from his hands, and two of the rings, one from each hand, left. It moved as fast as a regular lightning bolt and smashed into H's stomach right in the center. As it hit, the lightning exploded from his body in all directions in the air, creating even a ring of lightning behind H. The down his body had shouldered something that had happened with the attacks with me. It was a mistake staying in the air like that, Syl thought, as he continued to fire out the remaining rings of lightning. Each one hit H cleanly, and each one responded with a large bang every time. As the rings hit him, and the damage built up, blood could be seen spilling slightly from the corner of the Dalby's mouth, but a smile still remained. You should at least be able to do this much. Powering through, H's arms had transformed into that of a hammer. He swung it down, ready to smash on top of Syl's head. Syl had appeared right behind H, teleporting away. Instead of rings of lightning, he rings of flames as well. Just like before, when using the power of lightning, the same happened with flame rings. Fire powered through Syl's arms, and they lit up orange in color. Then the fire started to travel through the rings in the arms, and like a powered gun against them, the flames shot out at devastating glow, like uncoming battle, hitting him towards the ground. H didn't fall to the floor, though, despite the strong attacks hitting him. He even turned around and took a large circle of flame right on his chest. The flame ring burst around the area, so intense that everyone could feel the heat on their faces, even though they were so far away. Still, H wasn't able to take it, even though Syl was pouring a lot of power into these powerful abilities he had. He, perhaps, was using the strongest flames he could muster in the existence of ability users put together. But with strong tins might melt you out, and the power of ki running through his body, it still had done next to no damage. You are annoying. H's body lit up, and the whole area was covered in sparks. Syl attempted to use his teleport ability, but moving to another place was hopeless, as the range of the lightning strike was in the entire area. The second he had appeared from his teleportation, lightning went straight towards him, shocking his body. Syl screamed, his arms aimed towards the ground. A direct hit on his body with no protection was bad, and since he wasn't able to muster a lot of ki, it had hurt more than it usually would have, compared to before. You have no idea who you have decided to face, H shouted. The two spikes on his back, close to his shoulder blades, stuck out more, and broke inside. At the same time, it was almost as if the weight of H had increased, as the floor beneath him indented more. Both of his arms had transformed, turning into two deadly blades, and from a distance, he threw them through the air. In doing so, a large wave of energy, unlike any other, that would take up the city appeared. Incredible. dodge this without getting closer, Sil thought. Thinking about what the best thing to do was, he opened up his book and was ready to go through the abilities he had until he saw a little girl appear next to him. You can need a sword, Minnie said as she held out her hand. The green gem on the ring lit up, and a big part of the wave of energy had been removed right there and then. A clear path could be seen in front of Sil. I can be your shield, Minnie said. Sil had no idea what power this was, but it didn't matter. He had no time to care, as multiple clones of him had been made. In the area, there were 100 Sils, each of them with a demon weapon grabbed from the portal in their hand. Meanwhile, 4 of the Sils had rings of elements spinning around their arms. Fire, water, wind, and lightning. They were charging up in strength. That didn't work before, so why do you think it will work this time? H shouted, as he swung his arm out, and a large sword of energy came out. All of the people who saw the attack moved, as the last attack had already killed and destroyed whatever was in the area. The Sils that could see the attack lifted up their arms and weapons. Using all of their powers, they struck against the attack. Around 15 of the clones were eliminated, having taken out the attack. That's how much power is in his attack, Sil thought. If I can hit by that, then I will be done for. H leaped into the many different Sils, and with a swing of his leg, the energy was able to eliminate a good chunk of them again. The demon weapons were swung with power and clashed against H's skin, but some of the attacks even bounced off, as the power of his body was far too strong and devastating. During the fight with the multiple clones, the Sil with the strong elemental powers started to teleport around the area. Charging up their attack, they fired them right at H. Sensing the attack, H tried to fire its own powers against the attack, but when lightning clashed against Sils, there was a clear winner. Sil had more MC cells and was more powerful in terms of ability than H. The pulse of lightning broke through H's own lightning attack, but then, with the swing of his sword-like arm, it broke through the pulse. Sparks hit his body, but were unable to do any type of damage. The other attacks were still coming towards it. This isn't odd, H shouted, transforming both of his bladed hands back into his fists. Only, they looked larger than they did before, almost like 2 boulders. With a yell in the air, he slammed them against each other. The shockwaves coming from the down he smashed his 2 hands were sent out and collided with the elemental attacks. They disrupted them to the point where he no longer resisted. Teleporting through with a sword in his hand, Sil thrust a demon tear spear against H's skin. The weapon activated, but did nothing to pierce the tense fight down here. I don't know who your body is. There was a point in time when I thought I wanted your body. I feel like he was I would use your body, and on seeing it, it's not, H stated. H swung his arm, and before it was Sil, his body hardened. The attack with the spear had been done to reveal Sil, because many of the clones were already into the battle. Sil's body went flying, and blood fell from his mouth. Every time he coughed, blood continued to fall until Minnie eventually caught him. Uncle Sil, are you okay? Minnie asked. Sil's weak body and now his clothes were covered in blood. The one person who thought to change it all was losing the fight. If only I could touch him, maybe I could do something, Sil said. The sight of the green Sil made many of those who were there. Minnie, for one, hadn't touched him in her fight. It was because of him that she was able to move blood and hear everything she ever wanted. It was only her that she wanted it in the first place. Seeing Sil use and display his powers, for a moment she thought that he had a chance to turn the tide. Anyone who was an experienced fighter could see that one was far superior to the other. No ability in his book would be strong enough to deal with H, who had only had a trickle of blood appear from his mouth. The scary thing was, even if they could hurt H, he would only get stronger. And if they managed to do significant damage to him, then he could just use his regenerative powers to undo the damage that had been done. With that window, Sil used his whole weapon to bring out his book, and he started to heal his body. The internal damage that had been done started to heal at a fast rate, and he was able to get back on his feet fairly quickly. He could only bring his body back to the worst state it was in before, not back to his former, much stronger self. It wasn't the ability to reverse time after all, and what was due to months of them only giving him enough to survive, not something a regenerative ability could bring back. Is Uncle going to keep fighting? Minnie asked. She was concerned for Sil for seeing that blood. Even if he could regenerate himself, what there really moment wasn't just in mountain MC cells. The blood and the mix from somewhere. On top of it, her powers would eventually fade as well. She will have to continue helping Sil as much as possible. I will continue to fight as long as I can stand, Sil replied. I still have a number of things I can try. Opening up a storage portal, Sil pulled out a large hammer with a big head at the end. It had strange whirling patterns on it, as it looked like it would be big parts of a beast. It was clearly a beast weapon, and with the Sil had now, it would at least be of the demon tier.
Not yet.
I'll use my ability to enhance the weapon's strength to its full potential. Then, I'll push it with the strength ability, switching to the accelerate ability to move the weapon as fast as it can through the air. Although Sil was unable to combine abilities together, like Jake, or use 2 at a time, he could use them one after the other, and switching abilities like so, it would still have the effect of the one before. The hammer flew through the air, creating a large explosion of wind as it went out. It was faster than what H had expected. Moving his hands, he was able to catch it, but the force was still strong, moving past and hitting him deep in the stomach. H was being pushed back, while his feet lifted up part of the ground. Small amounts of blood came out of H's stomach, but eventually, he absorbed the great power which had been his strength. We're looking for that one, H said, as he lifted the hammer with one hand and rolled it back. It was only quickly again. The boat took one of Sil's and for it, reaching a portal and he opened, and went forward. It never came.
Die! Forgotten!
He used what I have to my advantage. I know the powers that he has, and he's physically far stronger than me, but he can't know all the powers I have. Just as he thought.
gonna get up and do my squat trunks.
White trunks. White trunks. Listen, it's an advanced form of tall grass stretchings. And I want you to get damaged, so make sure you do your tall grass stretchings before you do your squat trunks.
Okay.
Go, go, go. Good time, don't we?
On toes.
I just sleep, baby, babe. God, you were trying to have sex with me in your sleep. It was really off-putting. Kept climbing up top of me. I'm like, Lacey, whoa. Oh, well, foreplay would be nice. And then we go over and farted. It's like, okay, well, guess that's how it is.
Showed you.
Yeah. Hotbox me and everything. Oh. So, what do you want to do then? Yeah. Okay. The weather outside is frightful. It was sunny this morning and then it went away, so it's not to say it won't come back. I got laundry in the dryer. It looks like it might peak sun here in a little while. We'll see what happens. Next week's supposed to be fucking great. Maybe the beach next weekend. Yeah. So go get yourself some coffee, relax, take it easy, come downstairs in your bed, and hang out a little bit, clean up maybe. Go to the grocery store. As long as I'm willing to listen. Softest lips in the whole wide world.
Thing she ever wanted, even though she never knew that she wanted it in
Don't
the first
forget your
place.
tall grass stretchings.
Even though she never knew that
Don't forget your tall grass stretchings. I think you're an idiot. At least he was house in the morning. Oh, love you, babe.
Just about him copying my power. Rough explaining. Since they would eventually lose the power to use that and I'm not sure what excuse he would come up with, because if his life was so important, what other reason to control that? And lose my power.
Sam, thank you.
What do you mean? Look, I don't think your revenge makes sense in the first place, but you can always go against the way after you find me today. If you don't, then you would never be able to get revenge. Think of this way, thinking the logic was simple. Eating my revenge and never be able to get my revenge. I would be able to live with myself. What's your what? You see, if he copies my power, then it would be impossible for me to beat him. He would have not only the same power as me, but also a large number of other powers at his disposal. The one thing that I can plan. Anyone but the blades can do that. Taking a step back, Layla understood his stubbornness, but then concealed Russ could he believe in this fight?
There is
Because she
power
didn't believe
in
that
this
to be the case.
object.
What other way or
I
method
can feel
she
it.
used to let Syl and Russ touch? Marble Cruise was so large that it would be considered the size of a city. There were multiple rooms, facilities, and different areas filled with a number of different things. For a normal person or even using the onboard equipment to travel, it would take days to explore every single area. After forcing one of the humans to reveal the location of where Jack was, it didn't take long for Stark to find where he needed to be. There was a large, locked door with no sign for him to get in other than a hand scanner. This door can't be any thicker than the outside of the ship. If I run at full speed and harden my hands, I should be able to break through, Stark thought. He went down the hallway, giving himself some room to run up to it, so he could get to his full potential. Before setting off, he hesitated for a second. But Jack himself isn't that strong of a person. He has a strong ability that allowed him to reach a certain position. If that's true, would a looter like that village is over and no one by the side? Stark thought. This gets rid of the element of surprise, and that happens a lot of big weapons in time. Giving himself time to think, the nerves were getting to him a little bit. When thinking about the enemy, they were stronger than he had expected, and still, he had yet to fully go up against one. This whole time, he had mainly been moving away, only picking off those he was sure he could beat. If there was a high-level spike down the inside, he'd be able to beat it. Look at me, Stark laughed at himself. He was saying his nerves never had been before.
Sam, thank you.
Now he needed serving the battle. The images of the dead ones beyond the planet appeared in his head. So many of the forces sent had been killed. There were only few left. Out of all of them, why did he survive? If I turn me out, there is a chance that everything would have been feather. I don't even know if this will work. I don't even know if this will really even come. But right. With that thought in mind, Thor moved his legs. Power up, and set armor in the car. And on the to move faster than speeds he ever imagined. When he was at the perfect distance away from the door, he jumped up, spinning his body. This move was something similar to that of the Grey Lash family with their leading abilities. With both his arms stretched out and the pointed ends of the pencil heads at the tip, he crashed into the door, to lead hole right through it. Immediately, Stark stopped himself on the other side, skidding across the floor and creating a trail of smoke from the friction with his feet. He needed to quickly get his bearings in the area. Where is he? Where's Jack? Stark moved his head in all corners of the room. The room was more like that of a large office. There was a single large table inside, with a few tables on the side, filled with drinks and food. On one side of the room was a wall of screens, cameras that had zoomed in and were showing everything that had happened below. Stark was able to see it, the battle of Sil and H that was going on. Thankfully, it looked like the two were still fighting. It was a chance that Stark's actions could affect the outcome of the fight. What is going on? A voice shouted as he stood up from his seat and turned around. It was a human, whom Stark could only presume was Jack. He was in the right location, and the room was secure. On top of that, his worst fear was true. There was also a fine spike down in the There is something else that I can do. Stark turned around.
Darukhan favors me.
When he did, he jumped up, spinning his body and tearing through
I'm
the
carrying enough already.
Then waiting on the other side. The whole shenanigan of breathing it through. Fight. Believed it was better for him to just run away with Jack and try to force him to use his powers and raise the Dalki in the room. Stark was ready to run back in again. That was until the door was smashed right through, and the Dalki was seen breaking through the door. The Dalki shouted, looking for Stark.
Alright.
How hot these guys were. They just thought I'd break the door all along. Well, that should make things easier for him.
Can you hear me, franchise?
Yes.
And
What can I do for you?
He was in mid-turn, looking behind him, and the two of them were gone. Stark continued to run, going through the cruise ship without slowing down. He remembered seeing an area void of people. It was in the unused section of the ship. It was almost a desert-like area. Eventually, Stark had got there, and when he did, he let go and threw Jack across the floor. His body bounced a couple of times, but then
that's awesome.
he got up from the floor. What are you doing? Jack said, propping himself up. Do you have any idea who I am? Now that you have gone and done this, everyone on this ship is going to be after your life. You won't be alive much longer. Jack started to look at the alien in front of him. He recognized it as one of those involved in the attack, and he wondered how it even got on the ship, and to this situation where he was face to face with them. If you want to live, then you better do what I'm saying, Stark stated. You have the power to take the power away from the Dalki. I want you to use your power to take them all away.
thanks, man. Thanks, man. What are you up to these days? You playing the same shit?
Until next time.
Started to light up. They looked like ordinary clothes, getting close to the body, and not like beast armor at all. But judging from the power coming from the armor, it was beast armor, at a high tier level as well. Convincing Jack wasn't going to be as easy as Stark thought. Stark had been given some information about him. He had been informed by those such as Logan as well as Quinn and the others. However,
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, every once in a while. Which, yeah. Still gnarly. Like, so, I tried playing. I just didn't have the energy for it.
He thought it would only take a little to convince someone like him. I can see the look on your face, Jack said, all of his clothes lighting up. There were patterns on the whole entirety of his uniform, mostly lighting up in a white and green-like color. It wasn't any normal type of armor, that was for sure. You thought that if you were to get me alone, you would be able to finish me, you stupid purple alien? Jack laughed. Out of the armor, a strange energy had pulsed out, and now there was a see-through bubble that could be seen around Jack. When looking at the energy, the grains of the sand had been pushed out as well. What kind of armor is this? Stark moving forward. He didn't charge straight ahead, trying to attack the ball of energy, but stopped right in front of it. With his charge hand, he went to touch the edge of the strange bubble of energy. The ball flickered, and with his strength, he tried to push through, but force could be felt pushing back against it. Is that a defensive type of skill coming from the armor? Stark thought.
What are you playing, franchise?
Jackson, you thought you had everything. You have nothing, and you will soon realize that. All I need to do is buy time. I told you before, everyone on this ship will be after you. They will be here at any moment. For you, this is a race against time. Of all the things for especially innate armor to do, to create defensive barrier, it was expected of someone like that. Never fought directly himself, and instead, just to wait for him to buy time until someone else would come over and deal with the problem he had. Stark pulled his hand back, still staying in the position he was in. He didn't charge forward, because there was a chance that running into the shield of energy would hurt him, so he moved his fist as fast as he could. He used the power that was given to him by the armor and slammed right into the bubble of energy. The energy bubble rippled several times, and the energy was passing through the whole thing, shifting some of the fan as well. For a second, the face on Jack looked slightly nervous. He had never expected for an attack from one of the aliens to be that strong, but the energy ball still held up. Stark's hand was sore,
Still a little
like he was
new
chill.
PC, so
Yeah, right.
you'll hear me
It was
coughing shit up here and there.
Take you!
Stark shouted. It was in one's nature to try to understand the other, the reasons behind doing something like this. It felt like, if they actually knew the reason, they would be able to forgive them a little bit. Because in one's mind, they could imagine someone doing this for any reason, a small one, or anything like that. What you like to do? Or what you like to do? A person in your position, who has never reached the top, who would never know what it's like to be like me, to feel the way I feel. Even if I explained it to you, you would never understand.
Garukan favors me.
I'm here while you are there. I've gone through my whole life doing what I want. That's it. Why that happened to me is the things in my life. That's when I started to realize this life is for me. Whatever I do, things always work out for me. Yeah, I want that. Everything is about me. Words slowly like that. Didn't even make a lot of sense to start. This was just causing him to be even angry. What fucking reason was this? Consequences for that. Did Jack just feel like he was the chosen one? Someone claimed that he was so none of his actions had consequences? Just because he had never been punished before. He had been punished. He had that punishment. His life only got this one important to a person. Stark, filled with his rage, ran back through the sand, a great distance away. He sprinted across the sand as fast as he could. At the last moment, just like he had the times before, he jumped up, spinning his body with both of his arms pointed out. Hitting the bubble-like field, he spun on the outside like a drill. It spun, and the ripples on the bubble continued.
Hello.
He was being pushed back. Jack, inside the bubble, had fallen over as if he had been pushed, but the field of energy didn't break and was still there. Eventually,
Can I identify it?
spinning, and went to himself, fell to the floor on his hand. Was the same. His armed hands had been ruined by the shield due to the power of his attack. You fool! This is a demon to your armor set, Jack shouted. Did you think your attacks would ever be able to get through something like this?
Interesting.
No, you. Stark's hands were completely crushed. He got on the floor. His legs, and his hands caused a large amount of pain. I can't let this win. Stark ran back once again. His legs were intact and they were still strong. Each and every one of my body's broken. I will take you down and use my power, my ears, whatever I can force you to take their powers away. Stark yelled at the top of his lungs. Thank you, accelerate. Sid was back on his feet after using the regenerative powers, but at the same time, it didn't seem like H had been hurt at all. It seemed unlikely to all those around him Syl could turn the tides, but he wasn't going to give up. In Syl's mind, little by little, he was finding things that worked, just like the hammer he recently used. You have to open his mind a little when it came to fights. Once again, clones had been made for himself. He only made 5 in total. One of them had a shield in their hands, a large great sword, a hammer, a bow and arrow, and finally, Seth himself had a staff in his hand. These are different. H raised an eyebrow. The weapons that had been used by the clones so far had been strong. Even though they were able to pierce his skin, he could feel their power, which was why H could feel the energy coming off these weapons. They were slightly different. This staff is something that like you can walk because of the cheap, and this situation is pretty bad. In one hand, Syl held the staff with a strong glowing crystal at the top, and in the other, he had his soul weapon, the ability book. I'm sorry to ask you this favor, but if you could protect them to the best of your ability, that would be a big help. Still, looking at me, she not. If it was just protecting, then she would have enough power in her range for that. H, still a distance away, lifted his 2 hands. One of them transformed into a large hammer, while the other had turned into a sharp blade. Once the transformation was done, lightning would bring both of them with himself in H's arms. The first thing H did would lift his large hammer hand and slam it across the floor. Lightning was sent everywhere.
I must travel light.
Including Minnie, who's jumping. The problem was, they hadn't jumped high enough, and the lightning hit the ground was shooting up, almost chasing them. Seeing this, all of the clones used another ability they had, teleportation, and teleported themselves even higher up in the air. For Minnie, she had great strength in her legs and had already jumped high enough. And for the real Syl, with the book constantly held in his hand, he could easily change to the ability of flight and raise himself off the ground. Idiots, he shouted, swinging his bladed hand. The large energy left it. The attack was a single line aura, and somewhat looked like a blood swipe, but was 10 times bigger in size and had a lightning coat around the attack. The clones, 2 of the abilities they had was teleportation and strength, to make the attacks with the weapon stronger. And of course, one of the abilities that was claimed to be the strongest, the lightning ability. on all of the clones of Sil. This way, the lightning from the attack wouldn't outmatch them. Sil was confident that his ability powers were stronger than H's, but what about the raw energy of the attack? All of the clones were ready with their weapons, and all of them went to strike the same point of the attack, hoping to break through it. But there was a little vampire behind them, with her hand held out, who had other ideas. What Sil didn't realize was just how strong and helpful Minnie could be. Delete! Minnie thought in her head, and the attack had disappeared. It was at the perfect time, as everyone else had swung their weapons and fired the bow. All of the attacks went forward and were heading straight for H. Seeing this, his hammer had transformed into that of a large shield, and all of the attacks hit the shield straight on. It's the first time he's blocked that in this fight, rather than just using his body. Sil didn't have time to be amazed at what Minnie could do, and instead pointed his staff forward, firing out a lightning strike, hitting the shield arm. All of the attacks hitting one part of the shield, and managed to break the scale, and a clean wound had been made, as blood started to pour out. The attack had stopped there. All of those attacks, and you have to stick a scale on my body, H explained, putting his shield away and turning it back into a hammer. Everything has to start from somewhere, Sil said, teleporting to the other side. His staff lit up again, and underneath H's feet, he started to sink into a mud-like substance. After that, large ice pillars appeared from the ground. They had done so in such a way that they restricted H's movements. All of the ice pillars were dense and carefully sprouted from the ground, so he was unable to move and build up momentum, and his feet were now stuck in the ground as well. The demon tier staff that Sil was using went incredibly well with his powers, because it allowed him to use certain abilities at distance without having to use his own hands. For instance, the ice ability would have to be formed from one's hands, leaving a trail on the ground. It was the same with the earth's ability, which was why they stomped the floor. The staff, he was able to use all those abilities from a distance, as if he was right next to H. Now that he's trapped in place and Minnie's under dog, it's time for the others to attack. All of the clones teleported in and swung their weapons, fired, or launched their shields into different parts of H. With the added strength that the demon tier weapons, they were making large fragments of H's body in every hit. They attempted to go for his head, but H was able to transform part of his shoulder into a spike. They hit one of the clones with a shield and sent him flying up in the air. Minnie had grabbed him with her shadow, stopping before allowing him to teleport and getting back to the fight. They attacked and attacked and dropped the fight, and still used all the range power he could: lightning, wind, fire, all hitting H. More blood was being spilled from H because it was happening event. Moving his muscles, powering his body, he was breaking the ice, partially from underneath, lightning was coating the outer part of the skin. All the ice shattered at that moment. He swung his bladed hand immediately and sliced two of the clones in half, swinging the hammer hill. The single clone lifted up his shield, but the moment it made impact, the shield shattered. The clone was one. Finally, with a swing of his leg, a large amount of energy was left hitting the bow and arrow user, killing him in an instant and well. Now, once again, only Sil and Minnie were left. Thank you for allowing me to reach this much power. This was one of the major problems with fighting a Valky. The last stand attacking powers weren't enough to kill a Valky, and in the mean, they were now only at their strongest. H looked strong. He just had marks here and there all over his body. His power seemed to have increased by a large amount. That's it, I can't take it anymore, Layla shouted. If you aren't going to go out there and let Sil touch you, and you're just going to let us all die, including Minnie, then your life might as well be useful for something. I let out first. One pointed toward Russ, the other toward Sil. Russ almost laughed. One that was until he could feel the energy being drained out of his body and falling to one knee. Layla was using her soul weapon and giving Russ's key energy to Sil. Russ was already in a weakened state after using nearly all of his MC cells and transforming into whatever it was that was in the black sword. The body was in good condition since he hadn't taken the brunt of the attacks himself. It was more so his ability to work, which was why he was still able to stand and walk around. It was why he found it so strange when his body started to feel weak. It felt like something was reaching deep into his stomach, pulling it out of his insides, and as time went on, he was getting weaker and weaker until he eventually fell to one knee. Looking up, covered with sweat, he only assumed it was the doing of some hunt. Russ repeated, "What are you doing? Everything was just for you."
Victory is mine.
Russ was because she needed to focus on what she was doing herself. Using her soul weapon was a difficult task due to the way it worked. Technically, she was using her telekinesis ability, and with her soul weapon, she was also able to control what was inside one's body, and was key. Right now, she wasn't just taking ki from Russ and giving it to Sil, but trying to spread out her power far and wide, and getting the energy from everyone in the area. Russ doesn't even have a lot of ki energy in the first place, but if I use my powers, I can gather energy from everyone else. Since the others were further away, the effect of the drain was lessened on them, but they all could feel themselves weakening. Since they weren't taking part in the fight, they didn't see it as such a big deal. As for H himself, Layla was also taking power from him. However, he had a strong sense of ki, and it was powerful, alive. It was harder for one to take energy when the ki itself was attached to the person so strongly. It was easier when they were weakened. This is what made Layla realize the difference between the two. She could see it, and even though she was giving power to Sil, it was a huge concern. How much had Sil weakened from that time he spent on that ship? He has all this amazing power inside him, but it's almost like he can't utilize it because of his body. Thinking about this, it was worrying about what she was doing. Just in case, she decided to move some of the ki that were in the area and started to power her own body as well. Sil had lost all of his clones, and using his clones had picked up quite a bit of his MC cells, so instead he decided to try his best to focus on fighting with the staff, as well as using his powers. H was faster than he was before with his injuries, and was charging right after Sil. Each time Sil would set up a number of abilities to use against H and teleport out of the way. However, from those watching, they could see each time H was catching up as well. Using powers to try and trap Syl, even encasing areas with ice. Syl was getting away, but just barely, and the tension from watching the fight was making everyone's heart beat faster. I can feel my body. It's getting stronger. Is it from one of the others? Syl thought, as he rapidly teleported around the place. The use of H's powers was getting bigger and stronger. There wasn't even a chance for Syl to attack his opponents. If I continue like this, I should be able to produce stronger attacks. Although most abilities just relied on the use of MC cells for them to be powerful, this wasn't the case with all abilities. One could get a good boost with a strong body for some abilities. Especially at the advanced level, Syl had learned how to push powers through his body to get them power, like he had done with the lightning boost, but he couldn't use them to their full potential. With this in mind, and since he was unable to use the skills of the staff, Syl placed the staff away. He then quickly gathered strength and several lightning rings around his arm, powering the power through him. Teleporting right behind H, he threw out his fists, hitting him in the back. Anticipating this move, H had turned around as well, and his lightning hammer swung out, while Syl swung out his fist. Two aligned, and the lightning rings
Didn't break a sweat.
Together. Large pulses emitted in the entire area one after the other. Each time it was pushing the hammer back slightly, but in the end, the hammer's power won out with the immense strength that H had. The two spikes on his shoulders stayed steady, growing again, and a surge of power whacked Syl away. His arms had collapsed in on itself. All of the muscles were damaged, tendons ripped. At that point, many had captured Syl again, and decided for the two of them to go into the shadow space, disappearing from the battlefield. Uncle Syl, you need to heal yourself, Vinny said. While they were in the shadow space, he could use his powers without worrying, but they needed to be quick. Otherwise, he would leave those outside.
There is power.
H outside was looking for them, and searching for them. Yet Blue found the shadow first. You see what's happening now? If Syl can't fight, it will go after us. Do you even know who that is? What do you mean? Russ replied. We found out the information. That thing right there is not just any Downey, but a Downey that's made from the Blade family. Not just any of the Blades, but he also has the DNA of Hilton, the one who was behind the whole chain in the first place. If there is anyone that hates the Blades as much as you do, then that would be Syl. Syl would do anything to get rid of the past of the Blades. And now, there is nearly no one from the Blades left alive. Other group trying to chase their name. Russ, who liked to talk back a lot, and was now down on both these, didn't say
What can I
anything.
do for
There
you?
was no way for him to confirm this was true. And
I think I've ever seen that one.
Shadow. She continued to use his power to Syl, not all. She knew it was dangerous for his current body to take everything in. And that even with the boosted key, that Syl wouldn't be able to win. She was going with her own plan. Having gathered enough energy herself, she picked up the black sword and grabbed Russ by the scruff of the neck. If you really don't care about dying so much, then we should head out to the battlefield. Layla, grabbing Russ, ran out, with the black sword in her hand. She wasn't drawing power out of it, but just kept it in front of her. The energy from the battle and flashes were so intense that she might be blown back if she didn't have the sword. Now, two of them on the battlefield. Layla only had the last few words to say to Russ as she let go. Now you choose. You either die by the one you hate, or help Syl and live. You decide. The battlefield had so far remained empty. Those who had tried their best to stay somewhat close to the fight between two titans, whereas others had passed out simply for being too close to the energy given off from the abilities and the attacks. In particular, it was H's attacks that, even when missing, would send heavy vibrations through the air. When hitting the humans and those who were watching, it would just pass through their bodies, causing
Fully
them
boofed.
some larger attacks to the ground. It was all of these actions that made it so no one would dare go directly onto the battlefield unless they were willing to lose their life. That was when everyone could soon see two figures that had joined the battle. The two of them had become quite familiar to all of those watching, since they had seen them deal with the last threat. What are they doing out there? Are they trying to get themselves killed? Shiro shouted. Using his powers, Shiro had been moving further and further away until he had managed to see Vicky, Logan, and Jake all together.
Cool, that's weird.
Standing in pits of wiggly debris that had been made of some.
Big man on. It's not bad.
Where their entire bodies were behind the rock. Otherwise, they would get hurt. The two of them were able to deal with mine, so maybe they ever hurried us. Vicky stated. I'm sure you felt it. All this energy that was escaping from us. I doubt that. Jake added. For one, H is a lot stronger than Pine. Even without abilities, I think he could smash his head in. On top of that, Polo looks to be in good condition, but I can't say the same for Russ. At the end of the day, Russ was the one who managed to defeat Pine as well. And now Russ will be able to regain enough MC cells to do that sort of thing again. Which made them wonder, why would the two of them have in the first place then? Around itself, Russ had fallen over a few times. As he was hit by the shockwaves, he had no power to protect himself, and the key that had surrounded him was completely gone. The fight was still going on, as the two had ignored the other two who had joined. With her sword, Layla would hit and get rid of the bigger shockwaves from time to time, the ones she thought would never trust. What's wrong with you? First you radiate all my energy stuff,
Time, take you!
things like that. There was a lot of pain for Willie for us, but he couldn't gather any strength. However, in that little sprout of small anger, his feelings were so strong that he was imagining himself. But he couldn't do it because of his his energy levels, but he still knew that he could go in fine. Yet, there was no influence. Thoughts, no break leading towards his corral. Swallow, she gets the key in the bottom. Doing so, and she also knew what it put on me. Does this mean I'm free? I have working on the table anymore and can't out here. Then up to his feet, his thought made Russ an informal until he was hit by a thought. This one really breaks of lightning powers. It hit his whole body and his legs, knocking him down to the ground. Shit! He was screaming in his head. It didn't expect Russ to get the blood. Suddenly, she thought she had drained most of his energy, making it next to impossible for him to do things like that. What the fuck? He shouted. The boys were gone. As expected, it was only a matter of time before H noticed. Sil was battling at that stage, but was doing next to no damage to him. H
There
was
is
confident
power in
to let
this
his focus go
object.
elsewhere, and the
I
sight of
can
others
feel
was an
it.
eyesore in his view. H transformed his hand into what looked more like a spear and charged forward, pushing off the ground. This is it, huh? This is it. My hand I'll be like so that damn woman. Russ gritted his teeth. I promise fighting the second line. I will make sure to take you and everyone. Russ was ready to run forward into the attack. If he was going to die, he wanted it to seem like it was at least somewhat his decision. But a frail man appeared in front of him and placed his hands on the ground. Several large slabs of earth rose from the ground, appearing darker in color. They were condensed down with Sil's ability, forming even harder walls. However, the strong H broke through each and every one of them, piercing them with his spear and shattering them to pieces. As he went through each slab, Sil then used his ice powers to surround him, making the substance stronger. Finally, he turned around. Get here! He's too strong! I can't protect you!
I'm carrying enough already.
Sil shouted. The large blue slab had somewhat managed to stop H. His attack didn't cleanly go through, but all he had to do was move his hand back and chuck it through again to bring it. Stop. All this time, fighting to get rid of the weight.
Good evening.
It didn't make sense to us. How many blades had fallen due to his powers, due to his order? The two of them should be mortal enemies as they killed and fought each other. So then, why did it seem like Sil didn't have a clue who he was? Fuck, Russ said to himself. My real enemy. I guess all that all gone. No, still one. Sil struggled as he extended the slab of earth and ice and decided to create a dome around the
Time's
entirety
not
of
on
H's
our
body.
side.
Then, while inside, he would extend the earth to create sharp pillars. As somewhat expected, when the sharp spikes from the earth hit H, it did nothing but break against his skin. Stronger body, stronger ability. Maybe if Quinn was here, he would have been able to beat H, Sil thought. Thinking this, a hand could be felt, pressed right up against Sil's back. Listen well, I'm going to tell you how to use my power so you can beat that bastard. The decision had finally been made on Russ's end. He would allow Sil to use his power. Whether it was the right thing to do or not, well, only time would tell. And if they were all to die here, then he would never find it. There was one thing Russ was sure about, though. He had only done this because of Sil. When his life was saved, Russ felt like he could sense a bit of Sil's character, and during this fight, he could see the anger behind his actions and in his eyes. Sil was like Russ, wishing to defeat the great person in front of him. You need to buy time until I explain everything to you, Russ shouted. It wasn't as if H was just going to let him explain in the middle of the fight. And from the looks of things, H had transformed both of his hands into two giant hammers, both of them spiraling with lightning. Sil placed his hand on
Garukan
the ground
favors
and
me.
soon turned to mud. The mud was then shifting all over the place, pushing H back. With his strength, H jumped out of the mud with relative ease, but when fighting off the ground again, he noticed that the whole ground was the same. This is annoying, H shouted. Changing his arms back, H now froze the mud around him, making it solid so he could stand on it. But in the middle of doing that, a large amount of water landed right on top of him, pushing him away and mixing with the mud. As soon as the water touched his skin, it started to freeze as well. H was just trapping himself. With intense spikes and strength, though, a simple movement of the muscles would be enough to break the ice. It was more of an annoyance than anything. Sil was doing as Russ said. Instead of using his powers to try and
Yes.
hurt H, he was almost delaying his
What
death.
can I do
There was a
for you?
reason why he had decided to somewhat trust Russ, who was a stranger to him. For one, when Russ touched him, Sil could
Time
feel
is
his sea
not
cells
on our
changing,
side.
and in turn, he was able to acquire a new ability. This was a rarity. After so many years had passed, it was rare for Sil to ever come across a new ability, but it was here. On top of that, when Sil copied an ability directly from a person like this, he also was able to know the amount of MC cells a person would have. This wasn't just a high-level ability. This was beyond any ability he had felt before. Has this person increased their power? Maybe the same way I did? If that's the case, then this person is no ordinary person. The fight was being lost, and nothing had to change. There weren't any options, so we would just have to go ahead with this. Tell me, what's your power? How do I use it? Sil asked desperately. Russ was grinding his teeth before he opened his mouth. He had never quite explained his ability so clearly to someone before, but he had to now. My ability allows you to access the minds of those around you. C cells you have. You can summon those with the power, or change your own body based on those memories. The powers you use, they can only be used in a way
Can't get over that way.
if they remember wrongly. So in some way, you have to have seen or know what the powers do in order to use them properly. Also, this is the important part, you are drawing out the power of their memory. This means is that the power that is being drawn is only as strong as they think it is. In some cases, this is stronger than the actual power, while in other cases it's actually weaker, so it's a risky game. Based on what Russ was saying, even if Sil were to transform himself into H, that hence might not be. There was also a chance that H didn't know his full brain. Going head to head, suddenly pushed Geek into a corner he has never beaten before. He was at his strongest and would lose. There was another way. Using his MC cell to transform himself and summon others as well. The power sounded incredibly strong, as with strong powers. He imagined that he required a large amount of MC cells to do such things. He'd already been fighting H for a while. Although his MC cell pool was incredibly large, it wasn't anymore. If Sil had obtained the ability at the start of the fight, he would have been able to slip another niche for each defense, using his own powers to beat the enemy. But he couldn't think about what couldn't, and needed to think about how to solve the situation now. Erupting in the center of the area, a large flame appeared. It was gigantic in size and reached the clouds. The water in the area from Sil's abilities evaporated, while the ground H was standing on was starting to melt. The intense heat could be felt by the others. They were in pain just being in the area. The large fire soon condensed down, and was now just emanating from H's skin, still covering his entire body. The power of fire, that's his ability. Should have known he would have been someone. Although the lightning ability was considered one of the strongest elements, fire ability, in many cases, was considered the most dangerous due to its destructive nature. With such power, one could eliminate entire armies and cities. However, to be strong, one had to have a mix of powers to use, and too many elemental abilities weren't always the best bet, unless they were able to carry high number of abilities. That was why Sil thought the fire ability would be chosen, yet here it was. His MC cells, I've underestimated them myself. It can't be. The more he is damaged, the higher the power of the Dalki. Is that also increasing his MC count? Is he getting stronger the more hurt he gets this fight? Sil was unsure about his thoughts, but it reminded him that he was fighting against Age, not Wilson. Who knew? Was he full, or what the limit of the Dalki was? At the moment, H didn't look to be damaged at all, so there was a chance. That one was trying to do.
A rare treasure.
I think she's trying to do power or something. Your body wings now. It can't take that. So the best bet would be to just turn himself into that defense fight and take whatever power it is that he wants to give you and beat them. Something a bunch of others around him now. Although the Black Swordsman was strong, its power to negate abilities might work against Sil if the Swordsman's form wasn't strong enough to defeat the current H in front of them. Thank you, but I have another idea, Sil said, as he slapped Russ on the side of his arm. He was teleported back away from the fight. Teleporting himself, he soon moved Minnie out of the way and teleported to Layla, tapping her and moving her back as well. In everyone's mind here, there is someone that we all see as the strongest. Even now, I can tell you that you are all thinking about him, because it's the same for me. He is someone who has never failed us, and he won't fail us now. Shadows covered Sil's entire body, and when they spread out and disappeared, a completely different person stood in his place, with black from the air and red glowing eyes. The facial features weren't quite the same, and it was just something that Russ's ability couldn't completely do. The person that Sil had decided to transform into was Quinn. I know that for all of you who have been Quinn, without a doubt in your minds, you would expect him to beat H. So let's make that a reality. The faster one was, the more damage one could do. This was the philosophy and the way of fighting for the Fensui. Adding more weight to the attack with their sharpened hand claws would allow them to almost pierce anything. Yet Stark was unable to pierce Jack's special shield of energy. He even had his own set of even tier armor that supported him, making him faster than before, his body and strength stronger than before. He was still unable to break through the barrier. Stark's hands were bloody, they were in pain. Even when moving his legs, the small movement in the air caused shocks of pain through his body. His hands had indeed this state before, but it made sense. He used his whole body as a weapon in an attempt to crash through the barrier, and all of the damage had been reversed to him instead. And in his situation, wouldn't dare do what he was attempting to do next, after what happened. But it was the only thing Stark knew. Have to go after him. Accelerate back to the air. Skill had cooled down since he had last used it, so he could use it once again. Running through the sand, one moment Jack saw Stark, the next, he was out of sight. His bloody fist was raised and slammed right into the energy shield. It's like before, the shield crippled due to the attack, and it was rappelling much faster than before. Slapped. He had braced himself this time, fallen over, but he now had to look at Stark's head. It was unrecognizable. Blood even splattered on top of the energy shield, and it started to disperse into the air. I never expected to get out in the silver. I'll get you no matter what, Stark shouted. As they started teleported once again, Jack had lost sight of him. He could see a large impact coming from behind on the energy shield. He turned his head, but Stark wasn't there. And now ripples were coming from all over the place, all over the energy shield, with nothing but a blur that could be seen from time to time. On the energy shield, blood splatters all over. The entire thing was being covered in parts of blood here and there, as the entire barrier shook. Even being inside the energy ball, it felt like he could feel the energy slowly seeping in, hitting his body, causing a tingling sensation on the outer part of his clothing. What is this? Just out to see movement. Will the shield? Will it really level up?
Garukan favors me.
Victory
is mine.
Capabilities of the shield in his armor set. It was always a defensive measure to just buy time. Time until others started to arrive. It didn't take long for that. Breaking into the desert area from above was a Dalki that crashed into the sand. Meanwhile, a few humans had entered from the regular entrance and were running toward Jack. You might have thought you got me, but I knew all along that I would be safe. Look at this. It looks like we lose. Jack laughed. However, the smile on his face soon started to disappear because, completely ignoring his words, Stark continued to attack the shield. There was no sign of slowing down, and it seemed like he was completely ignoring those who had just arrived. The Dalki had arrived, and he was moving his eyes back and forth. It had stopped just short of the two, but it didn't include what to do. It then raised its fist and attempted to hit the blur it could see. A few stepped on straight ahead, and the Delphi hit the outside of the barrier,
What
causing a
foul
ripple of its own.
energy gives
What are you
life to
doing, you
you?
big stupid monster? Jack was unable to keep track of Stark. He was simply too fast. Soon, up to the two continued to use their powers in an attempt to catch him. Stark,
Go
he
now! Final flame.
their attacks, their movements, all of it was so slow to him. It was easily avoidable, and in truth, he perhaps could have spent some time dealing with them, but he was so focused on one thing, and one thing only, and that was getting Jack. Stark continued to go through the attack, attacking the shield of energy. Not sure if it was doing anything or not, but he didn't care. I lost all feeling through my legs, using the armor speed. It's even tougher on my body. If I fail, there's a good chance they will continue onward, and get all of speed. All those people that supported me. Stark counted the energy shield. The shield seemed to flicker. As he was doing, it was working. We got so close. Nitro accelerate has ended. Unlike Stark didn't have a system, so he didn't see any such messages, but he could feel that he lost the power from the armor. Screw it, Stark said to himself. Using his regular speed, could he avoid the attack still? It was quite possible. It was still a big worry in his mind. Would he be able to do enough damage to the shield? His whole
I
were
must
along the
travel
His
light.
moments were practically sticking out at the end of them. His body could handle the speed, but when attacking, strong shock waves would travel through his body, and now not just his hands were being affected, but everything. I know consider that the armor was really important. Stark thought, as he ran immediately from the others. He stood still, and for the first time, the humans and the Dalki were able to see who it was, and got to look at the one that was causing him so much trouble. Power like that was bound to run out at some point, Jack thought. There was sweat running down the side of his head. He wanted to say more. He wanted to relax his body, but in a way, he felt like he would just through, and for a moment he was afraid. Take him out, Jack. Everyone in the area went towards Stark. He was left looking at them, trying to come up with a solution. He said that I could lose my life. I never imagined that my life would be like this, Stark thought. Thanks to all of them, thanks to all their fears and support, I got to live a good life, and I got to be the fastest person in existence. What's the point of being fast if I can't use that speed in some way to help out everyone? Come on, Armor, you like me, right? Let me ask you one more time. You can help me out right here now. Force Nitro Accelerate has been activated. The armor started to glow faintly, and immediately, Stark could feel an energy being sucked out from him. It was a sensation he had never felt before. He was already feeling weak, but it was as if he could feel the life force coming out of him. Although Stark didn't have a system, he could almost feel something was wrong. Error. Celestial blood is not detected. Replacement blood is being used. Unknown effect will take place. During Richard Eno's life as one of the originals and ex-Vampire King, as well as the past 10th leader, the vampire had done a lot of research into a number of things. For Richard, he was fascinated by everything to do with how the world works, how everything worked, and just in case anything happened to him, he made sure that none of his research and information would be lost. In the end, it was all passed on to Logan, and he could do as he wished with that information. In the vast amount of knowledge, one of the things that were researched was beast armor. They held great power, made from the crystals in the beast's body, the source of everything. But there were similarities with the universe's powers, just like that with the armor and the active seals, and that was balanced. Richard actually knew more about the balance than most, and that was because of his ability. The equivalent exchange was all about balance, giving something and getting something in return. In the end, all great powers had a type of drawback. If they were incredibly strong, maybe there was a limited time of use. If it granted a person great power, then perhaps it would need a great body to use it as well. Sometimes, rather than a drawback of the skill itself, it may need a higher requirement for one to use the armor. However, there will also be cases where just due to the rarity of the crystals used, the balance would already be. The requirement for getting the armor in the first place was hard enough, which is why so many armors like that would exist. In this battle, Virgil, as strong as his energy shield was, allowed him to block the hyper speed attacks from Stark, it had to have some type of defense. Constant attacks would be everything, but there was no time for it to be used, or did it significantly drain energy from the user. In Stark's case, he was using the special active skill in his armor.
I just need to hit 29. I'm not going to hit that unless I hit big on this next one. Where is it? Probably up there.
But due to the energy draining effects, he was unable to move his legs. Going to die in mid-range, final move, please move. Maybe I need to time it right when the energy is flowing into me, rather than being taken out. The thing was, Stark wasn't able to control when the energy was coming in and out. There were times when he would feel enhanced or incredibly weak. I just have to move. Stark forced his body, no matter how weak he felt, taking a step in the sand. It was much slower than he was before using the active skill. The Dalki were fast, and so were the attacks, making Stark wonder if it was all a mistake, until a burst of energy went through the armor. He could feel it bursting through every fiber of his muscles, down to his toes. The bottom of the armor lit up with a red lingering glow, spiraling around both of the limbs to the outside, and before Stark knew it, he had burst through right to the other side. To his left and right, there were two large mounds of sand that weren't there before, and a few in front of him revealed the wall of the large Marco ocean. When he was in the center of the strange sand resort formed. Turning his head, he saw the world, he had a realization of what had just happened. Not only were they fast, but their brains could process information faster as well.
Not gonna make
it
it.
allowed him to still be able to fight, but traveling at incredibly fast speeds. When using the Nitro Accelerator, there were times when Stark found it a little bit difficult to see exactly what he was doing, but most of the time it was alright. Only this time, he had no clue. It was almost as if he had teleported to the other side. He might have even thought that was the case if it weren't for the large trail left behind, the mound of sand just next to him, but the sand had been split all across from where he was. There was a trail left behind from where he had run forward, and that wasn't the only part. The donkey and the humans that were ready to pounce on Stark, all of them had been blasted away through the large desert in completely different places. The donkey was the first to get up, the outside of the skin bleeding. It looked almost as if someone ripped off part of the scales on his body. It hurts, the donkey shouted.
Yes.
What was that? His legs, they were covered in a red mist, and when he accelerated forward, all that power just escaped and hit us all. Jack hadn't seen Stark. His eyes were unable to keep up. But he did see all of the others blasted away just from the force that Stark made for running.
Quality work.
Whatever it was that Stark had suddenly used, it was stronger and faster than the power of the armor from before. He creates an attack with that speed, and he hits me straight on. I don't think my energy shield is going to last. Jack around, looking at Stark. He looked like a man who only had a few seconds to live. His breathing was incredibly heavy, and he could barely keep his eyes open. One of them was flickering, while the other was half closed. You're going to do this, Jack. For the first time, he stuttered slightly, trying to get his words out. Is it really worth it? I can give you anything you want. I won't attack you, sweet. I'll leave you alone, or you can join us and we can work something out. Stark managed to pull a smile, hearing Jack practically begging. And what about the country that had already died? How do you know you will have kept your word? Stark replied. Honestly, Stark didn't even consider engaging in a conversation, and he was waiting for the armor to stop draining before immediately another surge. Why do you think people follow me? It's because they know I'm keep my word. If people follow you here, then they get front, then everything would eventually fall apart, so you can trust me. Stark lifted up his hands, unable to make a fist due to how damaged they were. Okay, there's only one thing that I want from you. The energy was rising through his body once more. The energy field. It instantly cracked into it, turning it to particles. Dark's arm was finally hanging on, and the attack entangled his arm so badly that part of it had gone flying off, ripped from his body, and landed far off in the sand. Take your arm over the valley. Its arm's going through your head. Stark shouted. All over his body. It was almost impossible to tell that the one they were looking at wasn't Quinn. Even the shadow that lingered around his back looked the same. However, from the front, facial features, a strong sticking nose, and the slightly sunken eyes made it clear that this was Syl. Of all people to choose from, in the memories of all those around, Syl had chosen to choose one of the people that he considered the strongest. One all of it, her son. Quinn's body. It was almost in the back when she looked at Syl. For a second, she thought, just like all the other times, Quinn interrupted to save her once again. This hadn't really happened, but in some way, felt like Quinn once again was the one that was coming to her in this time of need. If Syl decided to take on Quinn's body, then he can definitely take on the key into his body to the fullest. For the distance she was, she started to use the power of her soul again. For all those ones, including Age himself, he tried to put all of that power into Syl. This time, Syl was accepting it all. Syl stood there with Age opposite him, who was confused about the sudden change. What his power was, how could someone feel so different from himself? With a smile on his face, Syl was the first one to act. He ran across the ground, and blood gathered around his hand. The key in his body, and of those around, started to take shape as well. The two powers combined, they spun like a perfect riddle. Seeing this, Age decided to retaliate with the same. He transformed his hand into a pointed sword, and covered it with the power of flames, throwing it forward. The two large powers clashed. The blood river constantly spinning at Age's head. However, shadows started to escape from Syl's hand, and covered the flames. After covering the attack, Syl quickly moved with speed right into Age. He met him, and added his blood aura, creating another drill, and struck right from below, right in Age's face. It lifted Age up off his feet. Such power had never been felt from the blows from before. Blood could be felt filling his mouth, and from before, the scales from his transformed head started to bend slightly as well. While Age was flying through the air, Syl had gathered the blood aura into a large sword.
What is it?
He lifted it above his head, with his other hand, created a shadow on the ground. Why is he creating a shadow there? Age thought. Before he knew it, while being forced into the air from the attack, a shadow was being created above him. With no fruit, Age instantly appeared right through the second shadow that was made on the ground. That meant he was now right in front of Syl. With the blood sword now formed in his hand, Syl swung it down with great force. A wave of blood aura followed from both sides, as if one was splitting a Red Sea in half. It managed to hit right on the top of Age's head. As it did, Age immediately tried to use his ice powers to create a barrier between his skin and the attack, but the blood aura won out, and a large cut was made on top of Age's head. Screaming at the top of his lungs, his whole body covered in lightning, and soon his whole body had someone transformed into a bolt. It struck at everything in sight, but Syl was prepared for this as well. He'd already gotten the shadow to come back and cover his body. When the strikes had stopped, Syl took the shadow away and could see that Age had backed off. He was on the other side of the square where they were fighting. His hand was injured, blood dripping from his knuckles. The top of his head had a deep cut as well, and his mouth was filled with blood. His breathing was heavy, but it was mostly due to shock rather than being tired, and when Age realized this, he started to calm down a little. You are such boosted strength. Even you must know that if you can kill me with one blow, all of this is useless, Age stated. Age had decided to use the regeneration skill for the time being, because he wanted the special trait of the alchemy to activate. This had turned into a somewhat tough fight, but all he needed to do was get stronger from taking damage, and then passing Syl. It seems that Quinn has either gotten stronger than I thought, or everyone thinks quite true of it. Like, you know, I've always wanted to use his shadow, but I thought that I'd never get a chance to. Yet here, with this, I can also experience being a vampire. before H realized it, he was completely surrounded by blood swords. At the snap of his fingers, all of the blood swords went straight towards H. Seeing this, he swung his arm and a large burst of energy went out, colliding with the swords in the sky. They all disappeared as the large power clashed against the swords. However, the swords had reached his path. Like it thought, H bent his back slightly, and a fire started to emit from his spikes. It was a large flame like a rock-eating fire, blasting into the rocks as well. When the fire finally stopped, all of the blood swords had quickly disappeared. H stood there with a large smirk on his face. Seems that my theory could be right after all, that his abilities are getting stronger, along with his natural strength. This could be a tough one to fight. Still, don't just wait around. Do whatever you wanted. H charged forward, running his full fist out, and Sil did the same, gathering up his ki and the power of the blood orb. Fist collided with fist, shaking the entire planet as the two heavyweights hit.
There
They
is
continued to
power
hit each other,
in this
matching speed
object.
for speed.
I can
However,
feel it.
the L8 was actually stronger. Once in a while, each would use a bit more power. When this happened, Sil would use the shadow to slip out of the way. Then, when there was hope, he would use a blood attack to release off himself just before losing his skin, continuing to just match the hits for hits, until he eventually stopped, moving away. H could tell that something was up. Why would one suddenly stop hitting? I wanted to see how strong Quinn has become, and it seems that he is just as strong as the test fight, but I know the real Quinn would probably come up with a way to beat you, Sil stated. Beat me? You have beat me up. Let's graduate like the first character before. Jump into me like you need the power to overcome. But you can't laugh like this forever. Eventually your C cells will run. I will only get stronger, H explained. You know, I never planned to beat you in Quinn, Sil claimed. See, you know, the Blade's ability is strong, but there's been something that I can never do. I can never use more than one ability at once. However, this new power that I have obtained is truly amazing. I wish I can turn my heart into that of a Valky while keeping the rest of my body the same. Meaning, I could continue to use Quinn's powers, but did you know something? I can use the powers and draw near to those that the others have seen, and the others were able to see my own powers. The strength of Sil. So by using the power I just obtained, I can use part of my own power, and Quinn's as well. H wasn't quite following what Sil meant. That was until his body started to move. Just like before, when there were multiple Sils, there were now multiple Quinns as well, all spread out. On top of that, lightning rings were emitting from all of their arms as well. But with just a vast amount of MC cells that Sil contained, he was able to combine his own power and piece together. It was quite possible at that current moment in time.
I
that Sil
must
just unlocked
travel
the potential
right.
to be considered the strongest in the universe. There were around 50 different Quinns, more accurately, they were all Sil around Blix. All of them were connected to the first Sil that had transformed. They all had rings of lightning around their arms.
Yes.
They were locked before. Due to the key powering him and his new stronger body, Sil was able to input more power into his attack. There weren't as many clones as there were the first time when Sil was using his own power, but he had already been fighting for a while.
Time is
He had
not
a
on our
boost in
side.
C cells, thanks to us, but he still needed to fight and finish off H. So much. I won't be taken down by you again, H shouted at the top of his lungs. This was a strange comment to make because technically H hadn't lost its Sil or Quinn before, but due to the DNA being mixed in and how H was created, strange memories were being mixed in. A feeling was starting to enter H, one that he hadn't felt before. It was as if his body knew, he was afraid. He lifted up both of his arms, transforming them into hammers once more. They were encoded in the strong flames from before, rather than the light. The moment he lifted his hands, though, shadows had covered both of them, completely subduing the flames. Right now, under the power of 50 Quinns, and all of them are able to use their shadow and blood powers. On top of the shadows being created, large blood swords could be seen from above. They were gigantic in size. Space, from the Marco Cruise, these large swords could be seen. All of them moved, and all of them were heading straight for H. Fine, I'll be able to move you. Use my powers. H thought, sneezed in. Before he could take off, the clones of Sil fired out rings of lightning. They were more powerful than the initial attack from before, and came at them from all angles. As the rings of lightning hit
Victory
H's
is
body,
mine.
a pulse of lightning in a ring shape emitted throughout the whole area. This was going off again and again, as each ring of lightning hit H. He was unable to move no matter what he did, and each time the lightning struck him, blood splattered out from his mouth.
Garukan
This is impossible.
favors me.
How could I be able to do anything? I am able to spike them. The flames emitted like a rock once more. He lifted his legs, hoping to propel him forward and defending against the
What can I
attacks,
do
or
for
at least get rid of the lightning circles that were hitting. However, when the flames came out, instead of lightning strikes, large amounts of shadow created a wall, blocking out the flames. They were unable to harm anything, and now, more lightning strikes from the front were fired, hitting H directly. With the damage building up for the first time, H was able to take a step forward, but as he did, gigantic blood swords fell down from above. The first one hit H's arm, slicing through his thick skin, going a few inches deep. Before he knew it, the rest of the large blood swords had struck H all over his body. The blood swords, upon touching H's body, condensed into a raw form of blood power, smaller in size, but continuing to exert pressure. Each sword continued to strike at H. It's still
Until next
rising
time.
in me, but with all these attacks, eventually I'll be dead soon. With this in mind, H did something he perhaps never should have done, and started to use his regeneration ability. Pinned down on the ground by the condensed blood swords, he tried to lift himself up. That was a big mistake, Sil said, and all the Quinns charged in with large blood drills around their hands. The drills spiraled as they descended to strike H. He covered his head, hissing as he used both of his forearms to shield himself. He had managed to pull himself out of the blood swords just in time, but all the devastating strikes crashed into him. The wings of power were sent out far and wide, causing the planet itself to react to the attack. Storm brewed, clouds rained, thunder rumbled, and lava spewed from the cracks created by the fight. In an instant, it was as if the whole planet's scenery had changed, as the fourth of multiple blood drills hit H's body. As quickly as H was injured, he attempted to heal his body as much as he could. He worked very resilient, and being a tense fight meant he was even more so. However, he was barely hanging on as the damage continued to accumulate, and his healing abilities were unable to keep up. After the Sills had attacked with blood drills, they moved out of the way. Now, levitating in the air, there were several Sills with flame rays around their arms.
Really going on.
I need to make sure that you are never able to come back again. I need to ensure that every last bit of you is burnt up. The rings of fire came out from each Sill, and just like with the lightning, as they hit H's body, giant rings of flame aura spread out through the area. These pulses of power were all aimed below, further and further into the ground, hitting H relentlessly. The onlookers were unable to see anything, as flames erupted in one particular place, and the heat was too much for them to handle. Eventually, though, sweat could be seen running down from Sill's face. He was getting tired, but he continued to use his powers, and soon, one by one, the bones of Sill started to disappear. Sill stayed in the air, continuing to fire out his fire. You killed him! You killed everything that I tried to protect! Why did you have to? Why did you
greater than a god.
So shouted in the top of his
You
lungs.
there,
Then,
local.
he was the only Sill left. His hair started to revert back to its original state, and his body weakened, returning to its real self once again. Using both his powers in the way he was using them, even with his seemingly infinite MC cells, starting to drain, and eventually Sill landed on the ground, nothing. Barely able to stand. The whole planet looked nothing like it did before. The ground was scorched black, and so were all the rocks around it. The unusual environment created by fighting caused destruction here and there. Now, he was starting to settle down, and the fight appeared to be over. I can't believe it. Even after all that, Sill stated. His eyes amazed him, and as the others started to approach him, they could see why. They expected H to be nothing but a pile of ashes, yet his body was still there. It was hard to call it what. His skin had been torn open to shreds, with dry and burnt blood. The bones of the Dalki were on full display. It was clear from the state the Dalki was in, despite its powers and special traits, that there would be no coming back from this. It was astonishing to even see that there was a glimmer of light in H's eyes, his mouth barely intact. You won. H said, "Nothing to lose. Now it's not lost. So that means we both lose. 6 abilities. 6 abilities," H said. Looking at H on the ground, there was still life in his eyes, even in the state he was in.
We'll
The image
open
with the skin
that
and his
again.
huge sharp teeth, Sill could make out what he thought was a smile, soon turned into a chuckle. H stated, "This Dalki, everything about him reminds me of him, and that can't just be a coincidence," Sill thought. The vision we saw of all of the blades dying in the end, I was unable to stop it. There are still a lot of lives on this planet around us. Think if this was Hilston, what would he have on his sleeve? Thinking back to a long, long time ago, Sill remembered when Hilston had been defeated. At the time, Hilston had a final piece up his sleeve, a trick, and that was the second chance skill. Even if one was killed once, one would be given a second chance. I would have been able to prevent it, and regretting it, but once and for all. Is that it? Has it Dalki taken the second chance skill as well?
Garukan favors me.
Whenever I have something that I can use as well. The laughter from H was getting slower and slower. His grip on life was fading from him. Second chance skill wouldn't make any sense in this situation. I would be able to get to him before he even had a chance to regenerate. At the same time, Hilston wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. I don't know why I keep thinking of his Dalki as Hilston, but if it was him, and he didn't have a second chance skill, then what would he do? Sill thought back to the fight so far. The power of light, the power of ice, the power of fire, the ability to transform, and the ability to regenerate. With all these skills, that was 5 abilities altogether. Then, the last words from H entered Sill's mind. Is he thinking what I think he's thinking? There is one way I can confirm. The book. Sill said once more, and soon changed to its foresight ability. In an intense battle like the one he had, it was worse for him to use it, as he needed to see the future images and also react to them. The two of them were too strong and too fast, so much so that it would have only had a negative impact on the fight between the two. But Sill was able to see what was going to happen, and his worst fears had come true. We will both lose. That's it. It's the only ability I can think of. You bastard, Sill screamed. You already took out so many people. You won't even be alive anymore. So why would you even bother to take such a thing? H smiled once again. Wherever I go to, whatever. No, there were hundreds of abilities that Sill had copied during this time, and during that time, he had memorized all of them, learned how to use them best, and come up with new ways to use the abilities. But there was one ability that could never be tested. In powers he had seen before, it was even written in Hilston's journal. He would force some to learn it, so it could be used in cruel ways. It was the power of self-destruction. It was an ability that was incredibly strong, because it only had one condition for it to be reached. The user had to die. The ability works on the user's MC cells, just like anything else. In the usual case, one couldn't really use this ability, so the MC cells would still cause it to have a pretty devastating explosion. That's the case in a normal person, but in the case of H, he wasn't able to use much of his MC cells during the fight. I didn't give him a chance to. And if even now, as close to death as he is, the Dalki trait is working, it might have boosted his MC cells to the max. Just what type of explosion is going to happen? It seems you figured it out. H laughed. H could feel it. Maybe he had 3 more breaths in him before he would no longer remain alive, and then he could look in after the destruction of the station had caused. Sill thought. He was running at the sword and dropped onto the floor. He used his foresight ability once more, and he could see the results straight away. The explosion it would cause, it's too big. I'm not going to see something that far away.
Not a chance.
Never mind. Well, what if I was to try and heal him? If I heal his wounds, then the damage would be smaller. Maybe even stop the explosion. Still thought. Once again, looking into the future, that wouldn't work out. It won't delay the time before H's death. Still, use me! Lynn shouted. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she could see a large amount of smog
A rare
building up
treasure.
above Zill's head. It was heavy, and she only guessed that perhaps H had something up his sleeve. With her sword, there might be something she could do. She threw it up in the air straight at Zill. He glanced to his right while reaching out for the sword. The light in the eyes of H was disappearing. They were going away. Zill managed to catch the sword in his hand, and immediately he could feel his powers disappearing. At that moment, he believed he had made a mistake. Now he was unable to even use his powers to stop H. It was only the sword, but it was all too late. H had taken his last breath. Zill could no longer feel anyone coming from him. Everyone get down! Zill. He was with him left. He was all be dead anyway. Instead, though, he lifted the black sword and was aiming to stab into H. Stopped as he noticed something was happening. What's going on? Was it a grip? Oh, that's impossible. Saw with my own ability that H would blow up. Dropping the sword on the ground, Zill used his ability once more. There was no sign of H blowing up anymore. Just what had happened? Fearing the purpose now, most of his teeth had fallen out. Holding him by the scruff of his neck with his one good arm was none other than Stark. All of their powers had been taken away, so to spare him breeze. Jack's body was incredibly damaged. Several holes were in his body, as well as both bones. After breaking the shield, Stark had to do a little convincing, but in the end, he achieved what he had said.
Die forgotten!
I've done somehow anything awful, Stark thought. H had perished, and he was no more. And soon his body was turning into nothing but particles floating in the air. However, some of the particles on the ground had started to gather, and when most of the body disappeared, there was now a crystal in its place left behind. The crystal had some dark scales on the outer surface of it, like a type of skin, while the inside was raw with yellow energy bouncing around. It was now all that was left of H. It's over. It's really over, Still said, looking at the crystal, and he carefully watched as a dark hand picked the crystal up off the floor. Yes, it really is over, Mark said, with the Godslayer crystal in his hand. Stark's vision continued to go from that. The desert was all a blur, and it wasn't due to the heat either. He wasn't quite sure what the reason was. Maybe the armor, Stark thought. He needs blood loss from my armor. Stop bleeding, but I lost a lot of blood from the fight. He apparently didn't have a reason to keep the it's like, but unlike humans, we would use the area around the wound and seal off to stop them from bleeding to them. The problem was, while using the armor, strange evil was taking the life out of him. He could feel that his arm hadn't healed. His healing during his confrontation with Jack, and only now he had stopped drawing power from the armor, and his arm giving out. That's right, look at the right side. It means I'm this. So I should be able to move back now. Stark thought. He stopped a little bit, but he should catch himself. That the effect of the demon tier armor was the only thing that kept him standing, and the fact that there was still unfinished business. In the sand, lying in front of him, had a hole in his chin, a hole in his arms, holes in other places of his body. All of these had been made with Stark's arm. It was done so Jack wouldn't run away.
Not yet.
Also to convince him to take away the powers of others. While attacking, Stark did also notice something else. Crystal that was embedded in his body. It was next to his chest, glowing with power. I'm not so sure what that is. If I was to guess, it was one of those crystals I couldn't ask for. Crystal? It's not going to be though. Its power was already somewhat useful. Now realizing it, Jack was also powering his own armor with the power of the crystal. But with Stark using the celestial armor and his own strength, he managed to break through the barrier. Though nest crystals were somewhat considered an unlimited source of energy, even they needed time to recover their energy. Stark started to move toward Jack, and eventually lifted him again, pulling him up with his one good arm. The strength of the armor was still working, allowing him to do so with ease. I did what you asked. You said you would leave me alone, Jack shouted through a swollen mouth that was only getting bigger. I need to confirm you did as you said, and besides, if anyone else comes after me, I'm going to need a hostage, Stark replied. Stark made sure that Jack was unable to do anything, checking that the bones and the tendons in his arms and legs were slashed. He was unable to move, so they flicked him on his back. Two of Jack's arms fell against his neck, and with his one good hand, he held Jack's hands together close to his chest. After that, he ran through the sand before stopping. Stark paused, blood spilled out of his mouth, falling onto the floor. If you force yourself to move, you'll die, Jack said. If I stay put, then your people find me on. Stark replied. He continued to run, going back the way he came, but unlike before, he would have to take frequent breaks and rest for a bit. Each time Stark had to take a break, the intervals were getting shorter, while the breaks were getting longer. My eyesight is just getting blurrier. How much longer can they hold out? With one last thing, Stark eventually made it back to Jack's personal control room. There were people running all over the ship, and no one was at the start of the scene of the crime. Perhaps they thought that Stark would never return here with Jack, maybe thinking that they would do anything they could to get off the ship. After all, if they stayed on it, they would eventually be found and then killed. In the control room, the screens were looking at what was going on down below. Stark could hardly see what was on the screens, but Jack's reaction was enough for him to know what had happened. Where is H? He was down there. He was what? Jack screamed. The only usable part of his body was his mouth, it seemed like. Still right there. But H is nowhere to be seen. That's impossible.
I have no space for that.
What's that? Oh, over his adventures gamble.
clear that a huge fight had taken place.
I love those gambles.
What is it? Greetings.
I haven't gonna look at it yet.
As the Ethan guys are.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Stark then pulled back his one good hand, and putting his fingers together, he made the sharp point at him. You're going to kill me. You're going to go back when you were. You are no better than me. Me no better than you? Stark laughed. You just went on. Get on. But you do this all over again. You are someone who cannot live. You have taken their powers away, so there's a good chance you can only just give them their powers back. Lived his arms, but he was unable to. Nothing was working. No. No. You give them their powers back. You transfer powers through my mouth. You can make sure that I don't give my powers to anyone. You say you accuse me of the hostage. If you kill me, you won't be able to fake him. I'm sorry, Stark said. There's no way I can confirm what you said is true, and I didn't. I'm too tired to leave this for anyone. Stark didn't say anything else. He just threw his hand forward. It went right through Jack's head, between his two eyebrows. When pulling it out, there was a large hole in its place, and Jack's entire body was lifeless. He was dead, and there was no coming back from this one. Standing up, Stark waddled again. Now he was unable to see. His eyes were open, but he couldn't see at all. With his one good arm, he reached around into the adventure and built a chair. Making sure the chair was sturdy, he sat down, starting to close his eyes. I'm so tired. My legs. I don't think I can move them anymore. Everyone, I wish you luck. I need to go to sleep now. Stark's eyes closed, and his one arm fell, dangling by his side.
Go
The whole
on.
city, the entire planet that still
What
H
can I
fought
do
on, had
for
practically been destroyed. Whatever large structures there were, they had been reduced to nothing but rubble. It wouldn't be hard for one to believe that there was a civilization on the planet if they were to land on it now.
Alright, let's
Quite a
see
few
what
managed to survive,
is.
trapped under rubble, too far away from the fight. To see
Pretty shitty. Good spirit, low life, low rarity, low resistances. Reroll time? Reroll time. We'll spend one. Boom. They're all pluses. It's still not great. Not terrible.
spread to the other planets.
10 divine.
That had lost their lives, set to a far distant plan for their survival, always fighting to try to change the image they had of the past, and in the end, still losing their lives to the one that caused them great trouble. It was a sad fact that Syl had yet to come to terms with fully. He had done a lot to try to protect them and still failed. He was starting to understand how Queen felt. At the very least, he wished to pray for them and give them a proper burial. Nearly all of their bodies in the area had already been burnt. Still, there was a moment of relief for Syl that everything was over, but that was all it was, a simple moment, as his eyes laid on the large figure in front of him. A species that he had never even seen before stood in the center, confident, holding the crystal that had come out from Aisha's body. Syl, Layla called him. Don't do anything rash. She was now next to him, along with Minnie. The two of them had run out when wishing to give the sword to Syl. With how close she was, Syl had noticed that Layla broke out in a sweat. She was shaking. Minnie had reacted as well, covering her body in a shadow, baring her fangs toward this person. It was natural for Layla's body to react in such a way because she remembered everything about this person and their great power. I guess there are too many around us who are looking, London said. Soon the air outside of the area they were in was still. There was almost no sound being made. Syl could tell something was different, but he didn't quite know what. I congratulate you because thanks to you, you have managed to turn the tide of the war, London said, sounding quite excited. But we should know that the battle isn't over yet. There's still more to be done. Nevertheless, you have already done so much. I've been watching you very, very carefully. Syl was still trying to figure out if this person was an enemy or not, and whether he needed to use his powers, or even if he could, since his MC cells had nearly depleted to the bottom of the barrel. Don't worry, I promised a certain someone that I wouldn't meddle in earthling affairs, as long as everything works out in the end. Besides, the quickest way to end this war is still through you. It's just, I can't let there be any more troublesome ones coming from your planet, so I will be the one to take this. Miles shook the crystal in his hand. Syl wanted to keep the crystal in case he or someone else wanted to use it. Since he had seen Layla's reaction, he thought it was best to just let this person do what they wanted. Syl himself realized that they had made a good point. He still had the free changeability. Even if the heads at the top and the power components were eliminated, everyone wouldn't still know better. In a way, if Syl had died in the battle, then everyone else would have suffered greatly in figuring out what to do. I have warning for you, London said, looking at Syl. In the future, it's best that you stop your exploration. I don't know why you are doing such a thing, but you never know what can come about due to the result of your actions. Look at what happened here. They tried to push too far, and now they're paying for it. You Earthlings seem to be quite obsessed with protecting people, but another way of protecting people is to stay out of trouble. Those words hit Syl harder than he thought. He had seen a future where radiant beings had attacked Earth, as well as one where all of the blades died. He wasn't able to stop the blades from dying, but what if the future was leading him trying to meddle in the first place? It was something that he always had to try and live with, and was why he never tried to look so far into the future. The sound of wind moving again entered Syl's ears. When he looked up, he noticed that he was gone. Will Layla and me climb once more down the threat zone? They all stood there in silence for a bit, still stunned at everything that was happening.
I think that's my first natural Ventners drop.
The fight was bad. Collecting the lost the lives of those they care about that were right next to them moments ago. They also have the old place, and with it,
A rare
treasure. So said, I haven't stopped it before. Jack usually used me to change everyone's memories. So if I go back into that device, I can use it to change everyone's memories. It sounded a bit strange, after rescuing Syl, that they would have to go back to the place where they started, but it was the original plan. But don't worry, it will stop the fighting, not just here, but everywhere, and they will all know the truth. How to feel that happened. It's down. But I think one problem for us all of them were destroyed. Teleporting to their side, another group of people, Logan, Mickey, Jake, and Shiro. There was a lot Syl wanted to say to them, looking at them, but now wasn't the time for words. Jake and I were dealing with the Alki that are still on this planet, Shiro said. We heard from the fight. There is still a lot we can do. And I can't do a shit to get you back. Logan said, we just need the materials. But once we're up there, we can end this war.
Sun, take you!
The war had spanned a lot longer than originally. And it was that side who was winning or what was going on. In Alliance, they all felt like they were defending.
Not yet.
Close to losing everything. Or perhaps they had already lost it all. There would be next to no communication from the other planets, making them believe the worst case scenario. Still, they clung to the hope that until they heard the news of a loss or heard the word to surrender, they would keep on fighting. This made it harder for the Dalki human vampire forces to fight back. The whole battle was far harder than they had ever imagined. In the end, though, composed of many Dalkian humans that managed to finish off another planet. It meant that of the 3 battles they had taken part in on the 3 separate planets, they had now won against 2 of them. We'll make sure to take out every single one of these on here that is alive. Every single one of them is hiding. About to fight Dalki but then down to the others. The Dalki go to the
What foul energy gives life
Sir,
to you?
a young human came over with a large device on his back. It looked like a bat. It was made completely of electronic components. After approaching the Dalki command, he swung the bang around his back and tossed it on the floor. I didn't fast. I contacted the Barbo.
Go now!
Current situation, asking whether we should go aid the other forces or just head back. But the news, just spit it out, the Dalki said, already impatient and fearing that he would be blamed for the current mess they were in. They had struggled greatly, and a lot of blame would be put on them. Instead of explaining the situation, the human thought it was best if he just played the messages that he received. This is an urgent message. Jack Drew needs to send you. Jack Drew is swimming into them. All forces are to search for him on board the Marbo cruise. All those on the ground are to look for him on the current planets you are. Find Drew at all costs. When the message ended, there was a concerned look on the commander's face, and he didn't have a good feeling about what he had heard. Their battle had ended a while ago, and most of them were recovering, just doing simple searches in the area. Placing his hand out, the Dalki pointed it towards some rubble of a broken building in the distance. His hand started to shake, his eyebrows furrowed. Something must have happened to Jack Drew. The emergency message had been played out loud in the air. That news had also spread to the other Marbo crews that belonged to Jim Eno. Most of the vampires on board had already been sent down below, at least those taking part in the fight.
Hello.
There was a small skeleton crew that had received the message, and they were panicking even more than before.
Until
as they
next
held
time.
the heads in their hands. What's going on? How on board? They don't seem to be working properly, so I can't get a read on what's happening below. One of the vampires panically said, "We need to move. There's an energy source coming off from the planet. It's swirling and hitting the bottom of the ship. The ship's systems are detecting it as a threat." That's crazy. There are no energy blasts or anything that can be seen outside. Are you saying that just pure energy coming off from the planet is harming us? From all the way down there, it doesn't even look like any fighting is going on. We can't get in contact with Jim either. He's down below. What are we to do? Down below, where the capital of the Hammer resided, the scene was vastly different from what it was moments ago. The demon-tier shadow beasts were fending off the strong vampire forces. Vampires had groups, using their powers and weapons just to push them back. While the fight was going on, it was declared for all of the Hammer to enter into the tower. Shadow beasts, rather than attacking at that moment, concentrated on defending. Little by little, all of the Hammer forces headed right back into the tower. Hio took one last look at the scene outside before deciding to head in, and the 2 vampires, Droke and Ronan, who had inside Gino as well. The defensive shadow beasts continued to defend, but noticing that all of the Hammer had disappeared, the vampires decided to push, getting closer to the tower. "Stop!" Pickle shouted, the 4th original leader. "There is no need for us to fight and kill each other." "Right, think that you fear that you will lose," Magnus replied. Pickle, Edvar, Renlet, and Bianca had all in front of the tower. They didn't head inside because although they were helping win, they weren't part of the alien forces. The rest of the vampires were still out there on the battlefield. "This is ridiculous," Pickle shouted. "You are following someone that you have to no connection with. Holding spikes, and the people staying in their room, so you decided to go out. But after you always stopped for
Victory is mine!
well, maybe the one named Queen was telling the truth. Magnus, as well as the other originals, had stopped for a second. They continued to gather blood aura around their bodies, ready to fight at any moment. You certainly seem to have changed your own.
A rare
Magnus said,
treasure.
"Why is that? Is it because the vampire that you are going against has the powers of the shadow? I guess you plan to be trained for and leader with the Punishers, just like you did for me back then." Pickle grunted.
I can't do that yet.
The Punisher's evidence was created in the first place when Magnus was the king of the vampires. When war broke out, there were those on the Punisher side and those on the King's side, and the king in question was Magnus himself. To him, it seemed like history was repeating itself. Look, whether Magnus and I see the same goal as inherently also, Hegel stated, we both, no, we all know what happens to the vampires. We all care about the future of the vampires, and that's why we strongly fight for it. In the end, the vampires taking from us, so their lives are our responsibility.
Not
But
yet.
this, look at all the dead, and even us fighting against each other. Why are we fighting alien races when we don't even have a proper reason for fighting them? The vampires we know won't stick. One person. So just have to stop and question what's going on for a moment. Just didn't say anything, and the other originals that stood inside to make a decision. But especially Magnus, one of the stronger originals, then the fight would be pointless. The aura around Magnus disappeared as it looked like we come to an end. Even though I am because the outcome of this whole thing won't be decided by us, and you know it. Magnus stated, the energy coming from behind us. There are those who will be the one that determines what happens here. As for me, I will choose my own path. The wind blew, and Magnus disappeared from all of their sight, off in the distance. Where he went, they weren't quite sure, nor was he to from now on. To a lot of the originals, though, when they had been woken up by Jim, they were going with the flow of this new world. Some of them even wished to go back to slumber after all of this was done, but there were others like Magnus who had goals of their own to achieve. With Magnus gone, the other originals stood down, and maybe Edward stared from the distance. You could feel that Edward was, yeah, but Jim's protectors going up against the one named Quinn, Hegel answered. Although I would like to admit that Magnus is right, in the situation I think he is, this whole war won't be determined by Jim, or the leader of the aliens. It will be through those two. It's Magnus that suddenly let the scenes do one more go.
Forgotten.
Before the match between them, probably along. They respected Hegel a lot, but were somewhat confused by the sudden change of heart, that they weren't part of the Punisher's covenant, like Jim's. What should we do now? Do we stay here or what? It seems like Shadow Beast went off and disappeared somewhere, Edward commented. In the middle of the earth, close to the wall, Shadow Beast a shadow of very high, and suddenly disappeared.
None have you.
No to fight. The Emperor were no longer there, so the vampires were just left confused, but on high alert. And why all of the aliens returned to this tower. For now, let's just make sure nobody's there. Tower, Hegel replied. It was also curious about the tower, and it walked up to the outer edge. She reached out with her hand, and when it was close to touching the walls, small sparks of energy came out from it. It certainly was an interesting thing, and it didn't look
There
like
is
one.
power in this object. I can feel it.
The other vampires to stay in the area. The last thing we want is them getting swept up in whatever is coming, Hegel said. He was ready to jump from his position, and suddenly he felt extremely weak. So weak that he had fallen on one knee for a moment. The energy was draining from his legs, the power of his arms, and all things. There was a pain in his head that trembled deeper into the What is this? What has overcome me? Is it a type of poison, or is someone using some type of skill on me? Remlet thought. Who is it? Is it one of the leaders? Thinking this, Remlet turned his head, soon noticed that it wasn't only him that was being affected. It was all
Not
of the
yet.
leaders. Although they weren't on their knees, there was a look of discomfort on their faces. Sweat seemed on their knees running down their faces. Eventually, Remlet was getting used to the feeling, and was able to stand up again, but noticed that he was sweating quite as well, starting to feel quite hot. These feelings, it's unusual, and what could be affecting the other leaders as well? Is everyone feeling the same thing right now? Edward asked, and he could see everyone replying with a nod. Look at the others, Bianca said, pointing. If one thought the leaders were struggling with whatever this was, they could now see that the rest of the vampires had collapsed and were on the floor. Hegel jumped from his position. He was still relatively strong, but he could tell he had lost half of his power. When looking at the vampires on the floor, Hegel could see that they were experiencing similar symptoms, and that's when he noticed something else, a slight burn on the face. This can't be, Hegel thought, and he immediately looked at the vampire's hand, noticing he was wearing a ring. What is it? Edvard said, landing by his side. It seems you have figured something out. Then tilted the vampire's face, so Edvard could see the same thing. Wait, these symptoms.
Sam,
Is this
thank
the effect of the
you.
sun? But how did that be? Thanks, and it's been a long time since we were affected by the sun. It's been so long that we forgot what it even feels like, but I'm sure of it, Hegel replied. For whatever reason, everyone is experiencing symptoms as if they were being hit by the sun. We have no choice. We need to evacuate every vampire from this planet as soon as possible. It might have been a rash decision, but there were only a few vampires who could stand, and it was consistent and building up. Staying in it for too long, eventually some vampires would possibly die. The evacuation of the vampires was underway. The vampire leaders also had the ability to communicate with those on board the Marco cruise. Ships were being sent down to their location. At first, Hegel was a little worried that he would be attacked on the way, but there were no such attacks. Meanwhile, as all of this was going on, Gio and Dover were making sure the rest of the Amra were being treated, while they tried to calm down those who were unable to see their loved ones. They were now the rest of the Amra, after all, but they didn't complain for long. They just held in their tears because they knew it was a tough situation for them all, especially those who had managed to survive and head back. The Amra were staying in a village that had been established in the tower on one of the floors. After everyone was settled in a vast field where most of the wounded Amra were being treated, Gilbert decided to bring out a strange, square-looking device. He placed it on the ground in the middle of the field, away from the others, and a creature appeared in the air. What's that? It's our planet. What? It's a device connected to the tower that allows us to see what is going on outside. It's a secret from Gwyn, as I didn't want him to feel distracted when making his equipment.
Go on.
Controlling the strange
Hello.
device, permeated through the entire city, or what was left of it,
Yes.
and eventually could see Gwyn and Ray standing opposite each other, both in their full suits of armor. Looked at Ray intently. Ray stood there, looking part algae and part human. More human than the last time Gwyn had seen him. His red dragon scale like armor. I meet each other, and Ray said with a smile, and it looks like you got enough since the last time I saw you. I could say the same to you, Gwyn replied. You didn't listen to me last time, so I guess you're committed to fighting? Ray's smile said it all. There was no changing his mind, not unless they could completely alter his memories. Don't you think we should change the this planet? I would like to have no part in this to have you. That would make sense, since you are a vampire after all, Ray replied. You still have some positive feelings towards them, but as to clear the area, come on, shout for the cloud. Don't worry, that's going, Gwyn said. Still, vampire burn. Phoenix markings on Gwyn's armor lit up, and a light red power emanated from his armor. It could only be seen for a moment, but there was a slightly dark orange mist that dissipated. In the air, standing, there was an intense heat that could be felt.
Die
Spread
forgotten.
throughout the entire planet. Active damage is being dealt within a certain area.
Garukan
The power of the Phoenix
failed.
spread out. That's what fancy art down there. But this only tickles my skin, Ray commented. The two of them waited for a bit and could see the ships coming back and forth from the planet. With this, Gwyn felt satisfied. This is good. Now I can fight without any distractions. The Sunfire burn skill had been activated. It was powerful, and the range was a lot further than Gwyn expected. To the point where any vampire that was in the city, and perhaps even further on, was able to feel the effects of the armor. The scary fact was that there was no resistance to it. Just like when Gwyn fought against the Phoenix, even though he had long grown resistant to the sun, Phoenix still affected him, and in this case, it still affected the vampires as well. If a person was to wear this piece of armor and was to use this skill and walk into the vampire settlement, he had a devastating advantage. This was the first skill that Gwyn had used in the fight with Ray. Of course, Gwyn himself, while wearing the armor, was unaffected, and it didn't come as much of a surprise that Ray seemed completely fine, even though he was the one closest to him. Sure, Ray wasn't a vampire, but there was still a burning effect and acid damage that would be felt from non-vampires as well. It just affected vampires a bit more. He stared straight at Ray, his eyes glowing red, shifting his feet slightly. The mask could be seen over his mouth. At the side of the old mask, where the two dials like his feet were, the red mist was being sucked into the mask. Even now, the mask's power was being used, storing blood power from all around. Then finally, the last ship could be seen leaving the planet. You said that there are no distractions for you, right? So I assume you won't be holding them, because you're not alive. Rick put up the swoop, and a strong energy gathered around it. It looked almost like flames, but the color was darker red, not quite the same as blood orange, not quite the same as fire. Stomping the ground, he dispersed outward in all directions. A wave of energy blasted out and hit him. The energy had blinded him for a second, but passed through him. He didn't feel any pain or discomfort. Whether it was due to his own power or the armor protecting him, he wasn't sure. When he could see again, the entire scene in front of him looked vastly different. The rubble of the broken down buildings, the rocks that still stood strong while the fighting had gone on. All of it was gone. It had disappeared, and all that could be seen now was the planet's surface. Somehow, Ray had turned all of it into nothing. The strange thing was, only the structures had disappeared, apart from the tower that could be seen in the distance. All the bodies from the battle still lay there on the ground, the blood still present. Even Jim's, Peter's, and Chris's bodies were still outside on the planet. I just thought we should have a nicer area to fight, that's all, Ray said, as he grinned, and out from the back, piercing through a slit in his armor, two large red wings popped out. Not wasting any time, Ray kicked off with his feet, flapped his wings. When he did, with a boost in speed, he came out right at Gwyn. His wings then gathered close to his body as he spun. The same energy that gathered around Ray's foot now gathered around his whole body. Gwyn. He was waiting for Ray's move, and he had moved at the same time. Running off from the ground, the arc set was activating with its full power, giving him the same speed as he would have if he used nitro accelerator. The whole armor was glowing a light blue as the limitless skill was activating. Pure power was running through Gwyn, but he wasn't going to let the armor do all the work. Following from behind his fist, blood aura lingered in a huge wave that filled the entire area behind him. The image of a dragon was being made, and to top it off, Gwyn poured his key into a pinpoint area. The fist slammed right into Ray's aura, and the two powers clashed. A large wave spread out immediately from the blow, throwing the dead bodies, and those still alive that were close to it,
Yes.
off in the distance. The ground beneath their feet moved up and started to disintegrate due to the force. Gwyn looked at his hand. He had done the Dragon Pulse Blood Strike. It was the most powerful version of the attack he had ever done. Yet Ray's hand could be seen gripping his completely. Of all the things you chose to do, you create the image of a dragon out of your blood strike? Let me show you the strength of a real dragon. Ray gripped tightly onto Gwyn's hand, making sure he was unable to let go. Opening up his mouth, the aura could be seen building up. His mouth spread wide, and a condensed fireball blast came out, hitting Gwyn right in the chest and at close range. What the? Ray was more than surprised. Taking his chance, Gwyn twisted his foot and threw out his other hand right in Ray. I know using the blood aura in weapon form, or as blood swipes and so on, is useless against someone like this. That armor on his body will just protect him from it all, so the only way I can do damage is to put all of my power into my fists, and with the gauntlet's added strength, try to do some real damage. Throwing out his hand, Ray had his hand. Another fireball. It clashed with the hand and stopped Quinn's fist dead in its tracks. Fireball was strong enough to do that. Soon, condensed fireball cracked into Quinn's chest, hitting him one after the other. The attacks weren't enough to harm the armor, but the sheer power still vibrated through Quinn, damaging him on the inside. In a desperate attempt, Quinn went out to throw another blood-powered fist. It missed, and the attack continued outward, going far across the land. Ray then grabbed his arm,
Victory is mine.
slammed him right into the floor. Fireballs continued to hit Quinn, forcing him deeper and deeper into the ground. Then grabbing Quinn, he threw him up in the air slightly, before giving a powerful strike with his fist. Quinn was pounded and sent further up into the air, and fell right side, leaking through the Oni mass. I guess that new the armor is just for show, Ray said, as he opened his mouth wide. The dark orange energy was building inside him. The veins around his face were glowing with the energy, and it spread throughout his wings as well. Leading meters later, Ray let out an eruption of dark orange power. The was recovering, but was still up in the air. His attack. This is what my shadow was unable to block last time. The armor can be faster than him, or stronger. Still stronger. I just need to utilize everything I have. The flame continued to spew from Ray's mouth, and it covered the entire sky. For a few seconds, before Ray eventually closed his mouth shut. When the flames stopped, he could see nothing in the sky.
Not yet.
Or it go out like that. A shadow. The sky. And Quinn was seen appearing from it. He had avoided the attack. With his boots' active skill, he started to push off the air and went toward Ray. In the middle of his run, a cloud of smoke popped right in front of Quinn, continuing to run forward. Ray could see him right ahead. All of a sudden, Ray focused on Quinn coming toward him. He soon heard footsteps to his side, and he immediately grabbed him, holding it in place. I used the clouds to create clones, and then using my shadow cover, transformed them to Ray's side. And now, with them holding him still, Quinn crashed like a blind sword, hitting Ray right in the chest, and pushing him across the ground, tearing him up left, right, and center. Lifting his hands, Quinn's blood aura started to spark around his gauntlets. Energy converter has been used. Special treatment for lightning. Lightning blood. The two dials on the side of Quinn's map, and the rhythms are sparks of red lightning. Maybe this will do more than just tickle you. Clutch shot. The surrounding Quinn's gauntlet set it being following behind with a punch, and suddenly changed. It now started to spark all around his fists. While on top of Ray, opening up his hands, he slammed them right against Ray, one towards his chest and the other on top of his head. It was gripping tightly, but no matter how hard he gripped, he was unable to break through the skull of Ray. There was surging through it that was protecting him, but then, because Quinn was aiming for something else anyway. Left shot. His fists, all of Quinn's blood aura heading, and streaks of red lightning appeared from his hands. It encased all over his body. The lightning strike looked like a storm above the two, as lightning fired off in all directions, and high up in the air. The blood hit both Quinn's clones in the process, taking them up to a cloud of smoke.
There is power in this
Screamed
object.
at the top of his
I
lungs,
can
putting
feel
more of
it.
his forehead into the attack, aiming to take out his enemy right here. Then the back and forth against Peter, so he was hoping would do the same here. Bloodshot was a move that was able to be created thanks to the Godslayer mask that he was wearing. The blood aura from the people around him as well as its own. He stored her hands. To have a somewhat unlimited blood bank, as well as a way to use extra blood aura when needed. But there was another skill of the mask. At first, Quinn thought it would just give him some sort of lightning to his attacks, but it was far better than that. He was mixing in with his blood to create a new spectral type of attack. This not only had the power of a lightning strike like the Great Ladder, but was also able to strike internally. The lightning went through the body, reacting with the user's blood inside. The sharp shots of power were going through the entirety of Ray's body, and what would normally be an excruciating pain.
I'm carrying enough
So close to
already.
me, Ray said, gritting his teeth and moving his arms, grabbing both of Quinn's wrists, the one on his head and the one on his chest.
Speak.
Ray was covered in the same
What
energy as the
can I
initial
do
attack
for
that he had used to clear the area. His knee all the way down to his toes. Lifting his leg up, he pulled on Quinn's arm and with the bottom of his foot slammed right into Quinn's stomach. A loud pop was heard as Quinn's arms had been dislocated from his shoulders. The energy had also gone right through Quinn's body, exploding on the other side. Gritting his teeth, shadows started to wrap around Quinn's arms and eventually created a layer over his gauntlets. He was pushing away, trying to break the strong grip that Ray had, but it seemed useless as Ray got up from the floor and swung Quinn's broken arms, slamming him onto the ground on one side. Then, lifting up Quinn's body again, he slammed his entire body on the other side. Quinn was trying to break free, but his arms were damaged, making it harder for him to pull away. The crazy thing was, Quinn's armor and his own blood supply that was coming to him. His body was healing his shoulders, replacing all the muscle fibers, and popping his shoulder back in place. However, each time Ray swung his body and slammed into the ground, he would break the muscle fibers, pop his shoulders out once again. To break free from this, energy converter used, fiber selected. He gathered all of his power in the palm of his hands. Blood aura that was viscous and growing in size as it came out all at once, like an explosion. Some of the scales on his skin and forcing him to let go. While Quinn was flying through the air, he had safely landed on the ground, only to see that Ray's face was healing up. Are you dying? Ray seemed to be using nearly all of each attack. Quinn was attacked all with his armor, even all his strength into every hit. Quinn asked as he puffed into a cloud of smoke. Once more, two clones had come out of the shadows right next to Ray, but he was ready as he picked one in himself, making it disappear and wrapped up with. call came out. The strike was
Darukan
spot.
favors me.
When the smoke settled, though, Quinn was there once again. Swung his hand back like a sword. The blood over sharp and stuff. That different from what it was before. Energy convert. Water selected. With water mixed in with his blood aura, he was able to make it incredibly sharp and struck right across the chest. Following him. Right toward the side, and the momentum seemed to be in Quinn's upper. Let me show you the strike of a dragon, Ray shouted back. The claws on his hand extended, and through the sharp claws, the dark orange energy was condensed in his nails. He swung up, continuing to flood water, causing the ring. Then, with his other hand, he went to strike at Quinn. Blocking the attacks with his aura, and pick blades up one after the other. But with such force behind him, he could feel that each of the strikes was heavy. To try and find it, can't keep blocking these strikes, otherwise he'll be able to get the other. He gathered shadow over his arm, through the wall. It was his chance. But Ray struck through the wall, and his sharp nails went right through the shadow break on the spot. Quinn blocked another attack, but he did the same, and the attack hadn't come. Instead, Ray had jumped back, and he pushed off the ground. He clapped in flames, giving him more power, and slammed him into Quinn's stomach. Straight after, Ray slammed into his claw. Once in a while, Ray aimed for the head, but he lifted his arms up just in time to block. That's all he could do against the flurry of punches. Quinn, what are you doing? A voice was heard in his head. Am I 15 days at a time like this? Hurt, not having injured. Hell, I'm losing this fight. This isn't even Ray's original body. How would one person be so strong? If Ray had gone against those God Slayers, like, he'll beat them all as well. Tell him. I know, you know, in the armor. Sure, so much good about Quinn. The voice Quinn said again. Give up, like, I give my own soul into those weapons for nothing. Fucking wake up and show this stupid dragon. This voice wasn't just any voice. It was one that Quinn thought he had lost. The one that had created the armor in the first place. He wasn't sure if he was imagining the voice or not, but whatever the case was, he was right. All of those that died at the end of this point, they did everything in their power to stop you, so I'll do the same. Both Quinn's gauntlets started to glow gold with power.
Didn't break a
Each hit of
sweat.
Ray's was blocked, and rather than swinging his body from side to side, Quinn was getting a better footing. Both his gauntlets glowing, Quinn threw out a desperate punch. Right now, he also had them converted to a fire of blood energy, allowing the blood fire aura to spew out behind his fists. Seeing this, Ray threw out a fist of his own, and the two of them collided. Immediately after, Quinn threw out another fist, and Ray matched that as well. The two of them were looking for hands to hit each other, but instead, both of them were hitting out a flurry of power that were just hitting the ball on the ball. For the first time, it looked like the traded blows were equal in strength. Each blow that was blocked were exchanged by Quinn and Ray, but devastating to the planet. The two of them realized it themselves, but they had already destroyed a few layers of the ground beneath them. Not just where they stood, but almost for the entire planet. This was because Quinn had his spectral boots that allowed him to hover and fight, just as if he was on the floor, while Ray had his wings. When the two eventually touched the ground, they were too focused on the fight, believing they were touching the ground. But their powers were destroying the planet in the fight, even without any of the attacks landing on the planet. Nearly all of the victims had already gone off the planet. But there were some that were too injured to move, being swept up into the
There is
most likely
power
falling
in this
from the effects of the fight.
I can
That's how
feel it.
devastating the energy that was radiating off the two. However, few decided to stay behind. The last of the ships from the Marpo crews had left a while ago, attempting to avoid the fight, and not be caught up whatever was happening. But three originals had decided to stay behind. Hegel, the fourth original leader, along with Edvard and Bianca. These were all part of the Punisher's covenant. Only Reynolds had decided to leave, stating that there was no reason for them to stay there. Their presence wasn't going to change anything. He was right, but there was no reason why he was staying here. Well, you've been so strong, Bianca, watching. In fact, all three decided to stay behind the tower that was still standing. The energy that was swirling about was hitting the tower. A strange defense mechanism seemed to protect it. The distance between the tower and the fight was incredibly far. With their eyes alone, one wouldn't even be able to see the three of them. That was if they were a regular being. The original mechanisms had enhanced vision and were watching the fight from afar, too afraid to get close and get swept up. Although it was now easier for them to move, the great tower from before had disappeared with the last ship left. This was because Quinn had canceled the skill.
Get back here,
Effect on Ray,
creature.
and even in the middle of the fight, Quinn was worried about others. What if there were those badly injured on the ground, unable to move? It was quite possible that they had died due to the skill they used. I understand what you need, Edward replied, to Bianca's comment from before.
Enough of
When I
this.
wore that dragon first, I thought that I would be afraid to went back to with the armor. But now I see that I hardly drew out any of his help. The armor didn't last against the two of them.
Right.
Bianca looked at me. They were, and times were running with
Just did.
as if he was a bad.
Oh, got any more mana?
He smiled in response to that question. Two of you, same question. It was stated, throughout our time, there have been a lot that has happened. Yet even for as long as we have lived, no fight, nothing quite on the scale of this has happened before. When you mentioned the fight means that we are a part of it, whether it is small or big.
What can I do for
What
you?
you want to know, though, is how all of this ends. The decision I made was the right
And
one.
do you make-
I want to see the outcome of everything that is to take place. There were more eyes on the fight than Quinn thought, because even in the tower itself, the Amps were able to get a closer look at everything that was happening. On the floor, the projector laid, showing the fight that was taking place. Come on, Brian. as the punches were thrown at each other. Large, destructive blows. We all put our sweat into making that armor. You have to win. Originally, the projector was set a bit away from the village because it was placed among the injured animals that were receiving treatment. Eventually, though, due to all the cheering and noise that was going on, those that were in the village until now had decided to come out. They were the animals, the children, and those that felt too weak to take part in the fight. Some had gathered to help the injured while news had spread of the big fight taking place. All of them knew of Quinn, and while watching the fight, it felt like once again he was fighting for their fate. Quinn, you have to win this fight, Ronan shouted. His memories were still fresh with everything Quinn had done. I didn't even know the consequences of what would happen if he were to lose, Shoke stated. On top of those in the tower that were watching, there were also those in the celestial spaces as well. The fight wasn't quite what they had expected, as it was closer than they thought. Still, all of them who were watching one way or another had played a big part. The focus on the battle was so much on Quinn that there was something else going on the planet that no one had realized. Due to the shockwaves and power released from the battle between the two strong foes, a particular body that was originally near the fight scene had been moved away. It continued to be pushed back more and more with every attack. The body in question was Jim. Jim's body lay there flat on the ground, parts of its skin and flesh burned. And that's when something strange started to occur. All the crystals that were embedded into Jim's body started to light up. They shone so bright, all at once, that the glow could even be seen through the clothes. Suddenly, the glow of power started to beat, just like a heart. The whole body was pulsing like a heartbeat, as it was lifted off the ground. The skin on Jim's body, the wounds, internal and external, were all healing by the strange power until it suddenly vanished. Jim opened up his eyes, and one of the crystals had popped out of his arm. It fell to the floor, black in color. It was no longer like the other crystals on Jim's body, that were filled with a mystic space-like color swirling around. Damn, did I fucking die? Jim said to himself. The next moment, another large wave of energy hit Jim, hitting him across the floor. It was so powerful. He lifted his arm to cover his head, and eventually was able to see what was going on between his arms. It was him. It was Quinn. I'll rip him to shreds, Jim said. On another member planet, a particular group that also was taking place at this moment at the time. All they knew was that the war was still going on. Fighting was still erupting in different places, and they needed to stop it. It wasn't about one side winning the war. It was about stopping it completely, so neither side would suffer more losses. Because in the first place, although the humans and vampires weren't aware of it, they were fighting for no reason. Shiro, Jake, and Vicky, as well, had split off all over the planet to help the surviving aliens fight against the Delhi. Jake and Shiro had hardly been hurt in their fights, and Vicky had recovered rather quickly due to her meditation. She wouldn't be as strong as she was before, but it still would be enough for her to at least...
Time to consume.
It was the least she could do, now that the tough ones were out of the way. But she did give a warning to the others before splitting with Logan. If he's dead, and any of you come back alive, you will be seeing him very soon. Those words were ingrained in the back of everyone's mind as they went off. Logan, Layla, Bruce, Minnie, and Syl, they were planning to head back to the Marbo cruise. At the moment, they were running around in search of something salvageable to fly back to the Marbo cruise. All of the ships had been destroyed, but with Logan's sole weapon, he could quickly make a new one, as long as he found some materials to do it with. It feels so empty, Minnie blurted out as she followed the others. Since no one was saying anything and focusing on the task ahead, everyone heard Minnie and knew exactly what she meant. For one, the streets were emptier than before. This was because they were mostly filled with the dead, or the buildings had been crushed, and so sign of life at all. Although the fighting did continue, it was only in secluded places rather than all over. Lastly, there was another reason Minnie had made the comment. It was because she was talking about the group they were in. They had once set off to travel to the Marbo cruise. That wasn't too long ago, but back then, there were far more of them than there were now. Sweetheart, Logan said, we need to stop it all, so none of it ever happens again. Eventually, Logan found the destroyed ship. It had a few lacking parts, so the group quickly gathered some more materials until Logan felt like it was enough. Placing his hand on the random parts of metal and such, it all started to move, and started to form what looked like a ship. When the ship was finally done, Logan was sweating quite badly. His face was scrunched up, and he had stayed in a knelt-down position. Are you okay? Layla said. Yeah, Logan replied, lifting his head up. I haven't recovered as much as I thought I had. If you were to be hurt, I'm a little frightened at what Vicky would do to us. After getting on board the ship, they were off for the Marbo cruise. It grew a lot longer than they thought to make a ship, and they couldn't help but think that as more time passed, more would. While on the ship, Russ was away from everyone, staring out the window. Why not even on here? I kind of just ended up getting swept with the flow going along with everything. I can't even have that strange feeling in my head anymore, which means I no longer need to protect that damn family. It's because of that I had to go through all of this in the first place. Russ was thinking back to the somewhat peaceful life he had been living, but soon remembered when the Celestial had turned up and ruined it all. Soon his mind started to wander to other things, one of them being Syl. Seeing Syl's power to clone himself as Quinn, and yet at the same time still use his own powers of himself. That Syl had been fighting for a while as well. It made me wonder what a fresh Syl with max MC cells would be able to do. What Russ thought. Although this was already a working thought for Russ, for some reason, looking at Syl, the same strong feelings he had before were gone. This anger inside him that he thought would never disappear, it had vanished, and he didn't know why. I still don't know what happened, Syl said out loud. It looked like he was busy in his mind with his own thoughts as well. Why did his final ability not set off? Syl said. I saw it. I saw it in my vision. It definitely was that ability, yet it didn't work. If Syl didn't have the answer, the rest of them certainly didn't. The ship continued to head towards the Marbo cruise, and Logan was preparing himself again. using its powers to create some defenses if the ship attacked them. He knew that his androids inside were no longer working. As they got closer to the ship, nothing happened whatsoever. They weren't even a concern. Syl still placed his hand on the floor of the ship and cloaked it in an invisibility ability. When they got close, just like before, he teleported them all inside. Alright, before anything, what we need to do is disable the sleeping agent that Jack placed in the device. Otherwise, as soon as Syl goes back into that machine, they'll fall asleep again. The device works via Jack's fingerprint. On top of that, I think it would be best if we got rid of Jack while we are here. There should be no one else that can stop us from doing so. The others agreed, and finally, they would take down one of the two that were responsible for all of this. This place before I left, and I have an idea where he will be. Logan could see that there was a private viewing room, and he had even seen Jack go in a few times when fighting had started on other planets before. The one thing they did need to be ready for, though, was if Jack had any tricks up his sleeve. The group was moving around the ship carefully. There were still multiple people running around all over the place, but with Syl, it was easier for them to move to any rooms at those times. But at other times, they would have to wait until other patrolling groups moved. Is this Jack strong? Minnie asked, wondering if she would have to use her ring again. Not really, Logan replied. He has always been one to use others to do his dirty work, but his ability along with others is what makes him strong. So let's be ready for anything. Finally, Syl teleported them to the hallway, and straight ahead, they could see a large hole through the door that they were meant to enter. What happened here? Was there some type of fight? Layla asked. The group carefully headed toward the door and took a peek in. The first one to enter was Minnie, who was fast, had the gun, and with perhaps the one with the most strength out of all of them for now. They were expecting Minnie to say something, but she was silent. Minnie, is everything okay in there? Layla shouted. It's Uncle Stark! Minnie shouted back. Layla thought she must have misheard Minnie, because the name that came out, Stark, was one that she didn't expect. He shouldn't have even been on the ship, and if he was, of all places, why would he then be in this room? Wouldn't it make any sense? Mommy, hurry! Uncle Stark is not answering me! Minnie shouted. This time her voice was a bit shaky. After hearing that, they all entered the room and you could see blood inside, but rather than letting their eyes follow the blood, they looked at Minnie instead. All of them paused for a second. The room was quite large, yet closed off. There were several monitors showing what was going on down below and on the ship. The people on board looked like they were in a state of trance in the ship itself. But below the monitors was a large seat, a swivel chair that faced toward them, and in there was a man. A purple one. In the large one's body that fell to his side. The body was slumped in the chair, and his eyes were closed. Uncle Stark! Uncle Stark! And he called him, holding with one hand and shaking it. She continued to call out his name, expecting him to reply, but the words came out. No, not you too, Uncle Stark. And she's there on the next Wednesday already died. He shouted. You can't die. Why? 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 Part of her blood was led out of the room, passing through everyone. The sight of watching the little girl upset was truly a sad one for them all. In truth, Minnie already knew Stark was. She could tell when she had the room and saw him. It was why she was silent, because Minnie wasn't unable to hear a heartbeat present. She just didn't want to believe that another one was taken away. Most of them didn't know Stark well. He was a quirky alien that introduced himself through wind, always claiming that he was the fastest in the universe. They truly got to see that when they had managed to save Syl. What was that? Alien Syl? Syl hadn't even thought much of it. The alien had dropped him off at the planet where each was, and it quickly left the place. Syl assumed he had gone not with you. When he continued his off, and then her aura was more stronger than the last time, and in doing so, they heard the aura move something in the room. Layla was the one who went to check it out, and behind the desk with the monitors, that's when she could see it. The body that was on the floor with a hole through its head.
I can create
Layla. It's Jack Ruby. It's Jack Ruby. She said the name twice, as if she didn't believe it herself. The others would rush over, and seeing the body and face, they had confirmed it themselves. This was one of them before, the man who had past and present, had caused them so much trouble. And there he was, on the floor, lifeless. It was hard to think. Someone who gave them so much trouble could look so weak on the floor. Taking a closer look, Layla noticed the hole mark through his hip. She fought side by side, and was the wound into the flint. It looked just into him, but it was all over Jack's body. She looked at Stark, and then looked at Jack as well. Stark said, before Layla said anything. Looking at Russ, Layla noticed that there was a bit of dark fog above Stark. It was a burst after seeing
another
Stark die.
corpse to serve.
You're right, Layla answered. The marking's on Jack's body. The state this room is in. The state that Stark is in as well. He must have gone aboard and helped Jack himself. He knew he was one of the leaders behind the attack. That's what Stark had proved. How he had taken it upon himself to deal with the threat. He certainly had the name as a hero of the century. Russ said. Came here and just quitting his death. While the others were talking, Logan went up to the terminal, and on one of the screens he was playing back, and eventually found footage of Stark and Jack's battle. And started to watch the screen. The audio played off everything that was going on, and not a single one of them said a word. During the fight, see Stark go beyond his needs, going beyond what he was capable of. But when watching the footage, they soon learned
I
what Stark was
need
himself.
more mana.
Conversation they had.
Not
What
yet.
Stark was trying to do. And they saw that Stark was finally able to achieve it. I think what he said. Instead of being dominated, Syl was left in silence. He looked at the field and continued to walk, and start to eject, and even here. The fight continued. The last moments of Stark saying his final words. It was hard for them all to watch. Even Russ had his hand held down. They wondered what happened. Sybil walked up to Stark's body and fell to his knees. I'm sorry. Syl said. You looked over me while I was in a bad state. For long, and you risked your life to save me. You then risked your life to protect me. Then after that, you finally had your life taken away. It wasn't taken away in vain, though. It saved me, and it saved me for
Well, you really notice the difference between Rarity and this guy.
About what you did, of how you were a true hero of the sword, even by force of their injuries. I will never Syl shouted. After his words were done, Syl bowed down a few more times. If you buys for 10, like the constructed to put Stark in her shadow, so they could give him a proper burial later. Because for now, they had one left. Biden and Brady continued to punch fist with fist. They weren't using anything else to fight, and both of them seemed to be putting their all into just throwing in the front with all their strength, all their power, with the aim of taking the other. The whole planet started to vibrate with each hit, and the two of them had long stopped fighting on the ground. Ray was trying to strengthen his punches by using his wings as a boost. From time to time, he would fly backward and then dive in, but Win would equally run in the air, picking up speed and throw out his fist. He didn't bother to try and use tricks with the cloud clones or anything else, because he was aiming for something else. The gold glow on the gauntlets continued, and the energy surrounding the gauntlets themselves was growing ever so slightly. Floating on more level. Which will get through, Coach thought. His fists again and again. Something the two were just desperately fighting, with no plan at all, without means for a win. As there is rage, with each hit successfully landed on the same opponent, the energy will continue to grow. If a different target is hit, or the same target is not hit within 10 seconds, then the gauntlet's energy will reset. Right now, depending on the active skill of the gauntlet. Its effect was the same as one of the vampire leaders, but with the boost in strength and speed the gauntlets gave one already. It was amazing that an item could have such an effect. But because of the active skill, Wit wasn't using anything else, and just continued to punch, increasing the strength of his weapons bit by bit. The good thing was, Ray didn't seem to notice, as he had allowed the two to fight like this. This is exactly what I like. A goal after all. Let's see which one of us tires out or slips up first. Ray shouted. The two of them continued like this for a while. Time continued to pass, but the punches not letting up. A few minutes had turned into several, and it was when Quinn started to notice that something had me up. Something wasn't right. How is this happening? I feel the energy in the Godslayer gauntlet's rising. It's even rising now as our fists hit. So how? How is he able to actually power? Is his power increasing as well in area? He's no match, he punch for punch, even now.
All part of my
It's
plan.
hard for Quinn to believe, but it had to be the only option. Regardless, he continued. If Ray was able to match his power, then he wouldn't tire out eventually, right? As a few minutes passed again, he quickly realized he was wrong about this as well. Do you think you could figure out? Fought even the stage he was in for several days without tiring. It was even 100% into every hit, and it was all because of the other selection that was inside him. When Ray had held out fighting against the chain, Ray had come across an old celestial, one that allowed somewhat unlimited amounts of energy, which was why he could go on all day. What was wrong was that it was the same for Quinn. Due to the rules set effect, however, Quinn wasn't tiring up. The only thing the two were doing was chipping away and trying to beat them to strengthen their strikes. If it's not enough to know, then I can say you have already begun the war. Turning his head to the side, himself, and firing on several fireballs, Quinn and counted 10 of them. At that moment, Quinn continued with his hits, thinking that if he was distracted with doing something else, it was his chance to get a hit. But Ray continued to open his mouth, firing fireballs in all of the areas in the air and all around them, not having a single one of them aiming for Quinn. That was until he opened his mouth, aiming for one right at Quinn. Spinning his body, Quinn managed to avoid the fireball, but there was another one that went straight at him, hitting him on his back and exploded. At the same time, Ray came out from the side, throwing a punch and hitting him right on the side of his face. His body moved and crashed directly into another fireball. At that moment, all of the fireballs were right next to Quinn and started hitting his body one after another again. Ray had been setting up the fireballs, leaving the energy floating in the air all around. They were like small bombs that he could set off whenever he needed them, and then all of them were exploding at once, right on. Bracing himself, he placed his arms up and took hits. He could feel it damaging his skin and bones, and his body was trying to heal from the wounds. I can't go in my shadow right now. It will waste too much time. I have to get another hit in before it's too late. He eventually recovered, moving in shadow. First, spinning his body from the shadow through the work to block most of the fireball explosions. Opening up a shadow portal in front of him, he went right upwards and directly up to the side. Same trick he had done alone. This time it was him. The fist was thrown by him. The blade blown up in the air, going for it. Do you think the same trick would keep working on you? Ray asked. As soon as rage has been reset. When it managed to hit Ray in time, and the golden glow around his gauntlets had subsided from its position, Ray dived in. He had no idea about the gauntlets and just threw out his fists like normal. Seeing this, due to what he had been doing this whole time, Quinn had decided to do the same. When the fists collided, there was a clear error in terms of power. Quinn's fist was chucked back along with his body. Ray had even stopped punching for a second due to how surprised he was. confirms it. He must have been getting stronger with every hit as well. But it's not an effect. It's just getting better. And now his hits are a lot stronger than mine, Wynn thought. So, man, otherwise I'll lose this fight. You were right, Wynn said. Well, trying to bring you up. I thought that I had the advantage in that for me, but it's clear not otherwise. So, use all that I have. The shadow exited from Wynn's body and soon spread out, bruising a mist in the air, covering all of it. So, let me in. After shadow covered his gauntlets, but Ray had noticed there was something different in the shadow's color. It's like red stuff. Ignoring what was forward and threw out his fist. And it was the same pattern as before, as fist collided with his fist. Ray's power overpowered Wynn, causing his arms to jerk back slightly, and when it ended up the same. But when he wanted to throw out another punch, he felt that blade strike, pushing the back slightly. Both Wynn's balls struck out, hitting Ray
None
in the
can
stomach.
oppose
And which was a glowing image of fire red blood fragments, made of blood aura, going right through Ray's body.
No.
Twin Ray and blood bomb strike. For the first time in the fight, blood spat out of Ray's mouth, and the strike wasn't over yet, because thanks to the blood shadow, Ray now had to deal with it for a second time. A liquid substance could be felt coming out of Ray's mouth. He had to admit that the blow was an impressive one, causing to spit out saliva. But his mouth, the black blood on his hands made him aware that it wasn't saliva, but it was indeed blood. It's one. He managed to hurt me through my armor. It wasn't body. The fight might have seemed even or going back and forth, but when one observed the fight closely, Ray had hurt Wynn several times. It was only due to his vampire healing abilities and the blood stored in his mask that he would regenerate back to the way he was. For Ray, he felt like this was the first true wound of the fight. Let's give him something back. Ray opened his mouth, and the orange energy bubbled in his mouth. In the middle of preparing his attack, a large pain could be felt right in his stomach once again. A pulse of red aura, the same as the last time, from his stomach. Ray was forced to close his mouth shut as the force of an attack sent him backwards. Opening his mouth, part of its dark orange aura escaped everywhere, while bits of blood were mixed in as well. This attack had done more damage than the first one, and Ray was unprepared for it. He didn't touch me. It didn't look like he moved either, Ray thought, gritting his teeth. He flapped his wings, recovering fast, and opened his mouth, firing out fireballs once again. He didn't want to get hit so fast, not until he discovered what had occurred. Wynn quickly moved out of the way of the two fireballs and gave chase towards Ray. Flapping his wings, he continued to move, firing fireballs, and it almost looked like Ray was on the back foot running away. The attack, it must have hurt him, Wynn realized. Its reaction has completely changed now. The flow of the fight is in my court. The red shadow, a combination of the shadow and blood aura, something Quinn had spent time creating, had a delayed effect, where the original attack would repeat itself. It was how Quinn was able to push back the fist, even though he was weaker in power than Ray. And it was how he was able to get a second attack on Ray. This was the skill that allowed him to overcome Asura in battle, and it might be the winning factor in the fight with Ray. I have to do as much damage to him before he figures out what's happening. Ray was constantly running away, and Quinn could see he was doing the same trick as last time. While firing some of the energy blasts toward him, he was allowing for some of them to linger in the air, which was why Quinn decided to somewhat return the favor, moving around with his hands. He was opening up shadow portals almost everywhere, and activating the effect on his beats, giving a total of 4 clones of himself. Finally, Quinn also used the shadow to make a further 5th clone, and now there were 5 clones. Each of them split off, in search of Ray, trying to come at him from different directions. This is nothing compared to what Syl can do, but it's still something that I can do to win this fight, Quinn thought. Ray had no idea which of Quinn's was the real one, so with all the flames in the area, he decided the best thing to do was attack them all. The problem was, Quinn had made the first move. Each of the clones, including the original, gathered their aura, they got blood shadow as well, and started to produce the most powerful blood swipes they could create. The attacks went through the shadow portals that were placed everywhere, and the attacks were now coming at Ray from all different directions. When the blood swipes hit Ray, they dispersed in the air, turning into nothing but particles. The attacks did next to nothing. His armor was too strong, and the power was too weak. Quinn knew this. He could have gathered more of his aura to create a large blood sword, or a blood spear that might have done something. That wasn't his intention. Soon, as the blood swipes continued to hit Ray, he was feeling the effect of the blood shadow. Now it felt like he was being hit with twice as many blood swipes. None of the attacks were getting through, but even if one wore a complete bulletproof vest, the raining down of swipes would distract them, and that's exactly what Quinn was aiming for. In the middle of all the attacks, popping out from one of the shadows right from behind, Quinn gathered both of his hands. The fire effect from the mask continued to power his blood, and it was thrown forward right into Ray's back. The 2 giant blood fire dragons covered in the blood shadow were seen in the air as it smashed against Ray's back and went right through again. His wings crumbled in pain as he crashed into the floor. Ray had been hurt, but he was quick to get up. He wouldn't be gone for long, but the second attack had taken its effect. It hit him once again, breaking the ground and causing him to grit his teeth until he had eventually stopped. Ray had lifted his hands while his head was down and spread them out. All of the fireballs in the air continued to move and crashed into the shadow. When they did, all of the shadow portals that were around the place had disappeared. I should have aimed for the shadow from the beginning rather than the stupid clones, Ray said, looking up. Seeing the 5 Quinns in the air. Ray also noticed that even if Quinn had gotten a jump on him, he should have been able to stop the last attack, but his movements were slightly slower. The mist that was all over in the air, with a close inspection, it was the shadow. I know the shadow power very well. Mine wouldn't even get rid of it, Ray said. His raw energy had been shown multiple times to break through the shadow. That was why Quinn was unable to use it to block, and just now, it was how Ray was able to destroy the shadow portals. But these uses of the shadow, and the dark red shadow, is something I've never seen before. How's it possible? How long have you had the shadow for? Ray asked. saw a moment here, a moment that he could perhaps convince Ray. You are starting to realize that something doesn't feel right, Quinn said. I have technically had the shadow power for over 1,000 years. You were the one that told me the shadow power came from someone who knew. How would I know this unless you told me? You said you placed all your powers into the tablet to protect humans from threats in the future. I know you, person Ray. You're just fighting for the wrong side. The wrong side, Ray said. The humans are the ones behind me, while you teamed up with them. His quite simple out. No, but you have a point about having the shadow for so long that he doesn't know about it. It doesn't fit. But here's one thing I do know. The shadow has come back, and it's stronger than ever. Then I have to get rid of it once again. Great chest piece of his armor. In between the lines of the carefully crafted scales, it all started to light up red with power. In doing so, Ray's appearance also started to change. Rather than the black scales that were on his face, the few features he had, they started to turn a dark red, including the spikes that were on his back, and his wings as well. You are impressive enough to force me to use the power of the dragon armor.
All part of my plan.
From far away behind the tower, the original leaders were continuing to keep up with what was going on. They were unable to keep their eyes off the fight, only missing things occasionally as they hid behind the tower when a wave or pulse of energy came out toward them. They were witnessing the transformation take place, the lighting up of special armor, and the changes in Ray's appearance. This led to all of the leaders turning to Edvard, taking a long look at him. Since he was the previous owner of the armor, he would have to have an answer for this. His mouth was left a bit open, as he saw the same thing as everyone else, though. I know you guys are looking at me, waiting for a type of answer, but I don't think you're going to believe what I'm about to say, Edvard said, and took a go soon after. It appears that all along, for the duration of this fight, Ray hasn't been using the power of the armor at all. He has simply just been wearing it, and it wasn't until now that he has activated the power of the armor. The mistake had been made due to the energy that was coming off from Ray during the fight. Edvard, having used the armor in the past, knew what the energy felt like, and he could feel the same energy resonating off of Ray. The thing was, the armor was originally a part of Ray's body in the first place, which was why they had the same energy, and now it's being used. How can he be so confident to even do such a thing? Bianca said. He's been fighting with a handicap this whole time. Is this just a game to him? If Quinn was easily able to overpower Ray, then this holding back wouldn't be a bad move. These two were fighting at such a level that one could finish the fight in one move, and then the other would have no chance to bring out their full power. Quinn had been fighting with his full power from the get-go. He was just utilizing all his different skills of the armor, shadow, and blood to try to find the best way to combat Ray, who seemed to be dealing with everything using just his strength, and now he was even stronger. Using the power of the armor, a surge of power rushed out from him. It was a ripple that went out through the entire land. It didn't look to disrupt or destroy anything, but just passed through everything as far as the eye could see. There was a resonating sound like the silent roar of the dragon in the wind when the pulsing energy passed, and while it was passing through the land, it had managed to pass through two people in particular, who had been knocked back far from their original position. Their bodies lay there on the floor, face down, and slowly the two of them started to get up, as they had feeling in their bodies again. Peter, you okay? Chris asked, standing on his 2 feet first. Peter was still struggling to get up. The tingling sensation was felt through his body. That damn vampire demon, I'll kill. Kill! Peter was stumbling at the last word, and looked at the two in the distance. I don't think that's something we should get involved in, not unless we want to die, Chris commented, somewhat surprised that they weren't dead right now. The transformation of Ray had finished, but his armor was still glowing brightly. He no longer looked the same as before. His eyes were narrower, his facial structure changed, and his hair was now red on top of his head. He still had scales on his body, spikes on his back, and a set of wings, but they no longer looked like that when healthy. If one was to guess, he now looked more like a humanoid dragon hybrid. The energy, internally, I can feel that it has increased for him, Gwen thought, and it's spilling out of him as well. It was hard to see with the naked eye, but all around Ray now there were parts of his energy, his aura. It was dark yellow and small in size, but the reason why Quinn was able to see it so clearly was due to this energy completely getting rid of the shadowness. Any part of the shadow that was inside him would have completely disappeared, and any part of the shadow that was around him would no longer get near him or touch him. The shadow, will it even work now? Will the blood shadow even work on him now? Or will that just disappear as it touches the armor? Quinn thought. He wanted to know the answer. He wanted to try it out, but doing so would be at risk, leaving that close to Ray. For now, Quinn had stopped his soul weapon. The shadow mist that was spread out in the area completely disappeared. There was no point using it anymore. If there was no effect, there would be better ways to utilize the shadow. Then Quinn once again went through the same tactic. His clones all spread out in different directions and started to throw out blood swipes. Shadow portals were being opened everywhere, allowing for all the strikes to hit Ray. As the strikes got closer to Ray, though, the power was so overwhelming from him and his armor that the blood swipes would begin to disappear. The shadow around it had completely disappeared, and finally, only a regular blood strike hit Ray's armor, doing next to nothing.
What can I do for
Ray bent his knees slightly. His wings were brought in closer to give him a more aerodynamic form, and he looked carefully and locked eyes on one of the twins. Locked on. The ground beneath Ray's feet exploded, and a fist was right next to one of the twins. It went right through one of the twins' heads, exploding it into a cloud of smoke. It wasn't just one puff of smoke, though. Ray went from one right on to the next twin, and crashed his whole body through theirs, creating another cloud of smoke. He's gotten faster, a lot faster, and although I don't know about his strength yet, I'm sure he's gotten a lot stronger as well, but I want to find out. It was beginning to look like Quinn had no choice. He couldn't think, he couldn't act, as Ray destroyed clone after clone until there were no more. After defeating the last clone, Ray flapped his wings, hovering in the air, and turned to Quinn. What are the chances that the real one is the last one? Ray smiled. You have done well, and your powers are strong. It's just a shame that you went up against me. I always would think of ways to combat the shadow if it ever came back again. I might be the only person in the universe that can completely get rid of your shadow in a way like this. If you have a good fight, I will end you properly. Ray lifted one hand into the air. From the tip of his fingers, the strong, dark orange aura started to gather like flames around his gauntlet hand. He then pointed it towards Quinn, bending it back. The dark orange aura continued to gather around the gauntlet hand, to the point where the hand could no longer be seen, and another image was forming. Of all things, it was forming the image of a sword. The dragon sword fist. Well, that's how I expect you. Ray burst through the air, just like he had done with all the other clones. Quinn didn't even want to test if his armor would be able to withstand the attack. He feared he would still die anyway, so there was only one thing left to do. Shadow space. Started to set in, because the skill Shadow Space wasn't working. For a long time, the Shadow Space had been Quinn's safety net. It was a power that was unique even for the Shadow itself. He was able to store living things in there, both the space himself, and those that were in the space reacted differently to the current time and passed outside. One of Quinn's big uses for it, which he had used in battle more than once, was to avoid large-scale attacks. At the last moment, he could enter the Shadow Space. He would disappear from the enemy sight, and they would know no better as to where he was. In most cases, they wouldn't have a way to access the space either, when an enemy used a large-scale attack just like Ray would use now. Redundant, and the opponent would just waste their energy. There were problems with it, though. For one, sometimes when Shadow Space, so in a lot of cases, if the opponent was fast enough, he was meant to just avoid the attack, rather than risk getting more entering the space. Also, if he wanted to deal damage, it was incredibly difficult to time it so he could enter and leave the space in that way. Regardless, he saw the best opportunity to use it now, and for some reason, it wasn't working at all. None of my shadow abilities have been working well. Ever since Ray started to use that armor, even my blood shadow seems to have been affected. Quinn felt like he should have realized sooner that there was a possibility that his shadow space didn't work. What its ultimate was an other escape like skills such as Shadow Link in this situation either. The fist was coming toward him. Everything seemed to be playing in slow motion for Quinn. He could feel the power of the attack. The second Ray started to gather the energy. Now it was coming towards him. Quinn's mind was going through all the options, all of the possibilities, and he was starting to think that this would be the end. This is how I end up dying, right here, all in mighty relative. Quinn shouted at himself, clenching his fists. No, there's still a lot I can do. For a second, Quinn tapped the side of his mask. During the entirety of the fight, particles of blood energy were drawn in from the area. For the entire battle, it continued to build up inside the mask. He'd used the additional energy and a converter here and there, but it stopped once he found out that it wasn't doing much against Ray. Still, his blood attacks. He did use the fire attribute to get more devastating effects. Ray's fist was chucked right toward Quinn's chest, and the ancient sword nearly as large as fire. He no longer had the shadow, and Ray was far stronger than before. Without the effect of the blood shadow, it seemed impossible for him to win in a one-on-one fight. The only saving grace was that since he had stopped Ray's ultimate attack, Ray thought he might have a way to stop the attack again, but he was getting a beatdown instead. Ray reached Quinn, who had yet to recover, and picked him up by his foot. He then threw him across the land until he had reached a large rocky mountain. Quinn's body crashed right through the mountain, creating a large hole. But through that hole, Ray wasn't too far behind trying to strike again. Quinn's hands, Quinn created two large blood swords and held them towards Ray. Not slowing down, Ray spun, and with his fists, he punched, breaking the blood sword, and then punched the other in succession, destroying the swords completely. Picking up speed, Ray then grabbed Quinn right by the neck and was holding on tight. You have this strong armor, you have the power of the shadow. What do you do for yourself? What own powers do you can use? Ray asked. Quinn was already putting everything he had into every attempt, using all of his ki and blood power. So what else could he do? The demon form? Quinn thought. Demon form, he still had no idea what he did. It wasn't something he could control ever. So it wasn't guaranteed that he could be saved by it, but if he was going to die anyway. No, Quinn, the voice said in his head again. You don't need to do that. You still have one more thing you can try. It's ready. The voice, now in the short of it, was Alex, and unlike before, Alex was directly talking to him. Why? Why was Quinn unable to hear Alex before? The answer was something that Quinn was unaware of, and unaware of what was happening. The power from the mask, part of it was going into the gauntlets, and all of the blood energy that was being used was also going to the gauntlets, because it was yet to be fully awakened. Alex said a brief moment where he was able to talk to him, but he had yet to reach his full self. Now that the blood from the mask had gathered enough power and shared enough with it to awaken Alex, it meant one more thing. A new skill had been unlocked, as the red platform. Star's body had been stored in shadow space. They wished to give him a proper mirror and at least take back his body to his home planet where it belonged. On top of that, there was also the armor that Quinn and Lone Star were still on his body. Everyone was getting ready to leave the monitoring room, but before that, there were some couple of things Logan needed to do. Even by Jack's body, several pieces of even attached to Logan were scanning them all over. What was surprising was how Logan had picked up Jack's hand. His finger transformed into a sharp tool-like knife and sliced Jack's finger with it. What are you doing? Layla asked. I'm being scanned, Jack, so we can find all of his symptoms. He had a lock on that system that I was unable to override. One need a face scan or his finger. I forwarded his face enough to input it as a kind of password into the system, but I could never get Jack to stay still long enough. Now he has no choice, really. Layla wanted to ask. If he couldn't do all that by just scanning the device, then why did he need to chop off his finger like so? But she thought it was just best to avoid the subject for now. Otherwise, she would have to hear some more of Logan's crude jokes. Done. Standing up, Logan went to the large bundle of monitors and placed both his hands on the console underneath. What are you doing now, Logan? Perfect. As I said before, I'm disabling part of the large machine that still needs to use, Logan explained. But there's a lot more than that needs to be done. The Marble Cruise is a business that was set up by Jack and Jim. They started on another planet, and they have more ships than just these. We need to make sure that no one can take over their goal. We need to find every single facility they have that helps them create the Downkeep. We need to look into each facility they have at all, and any secrets that Jim was hiding as well. These facilities are just as much a threat as Jack and Jim themselves. Anyone with their knowledge would be able to replicate the results. We need to be sure to get to every single one of them. Yeah, I thought about that. What would happen beyond the war? They were happy that they had Logan on their side. There's only so much information I can give on my side, and I'm sure the type of person Jim is. He was a strict said for multiple things that Jack did not have access to, which is why I'm sitting they didn't know someone on the other side, on the other Marble cruise ship. Layla raised an eyebrow, wondering who it would be. The person on the other side was quite trusted by Jim. He was sure he had him so under control and on his side that he took him nearly everywhere with him, and that person was Vincent. In his lab, Vincent was receiving all of the information he needed from Logan, but there was also something else he needed to do. Jack has been as well as H. Vincent was surprised upon hearing the news. He had seen H's power, and Jack, he was always someone in hiding, never letting anyone get too close. Not like someone like him would have a trick or two up his sleeve to survive him, but if the news was coming from Logan, it most certainly was true. Jim is no longer on board the ship, and neither is Ray. The Marble Cruise has been forced to move away due to the rapid flow of energies coming off from this planet. This is a chance. I need to find the leak and do my part in all of this as well. As Logan said, we need to make sure something like this never happens again. After getting everything they needed, the rest of the group was on the move. Logan attached part of the ship's monitoring system to his own device. He could project the image of the cameras out from his forearm. Using this, he was able to help the group move through the area without running into the people on board. Fighting them only slowed them down. Since he would have teleported them all there, but he was focusing on recovering his powers. Using the device was quite tiring, and if he was to change the memories of everyone on the Amber planets and the Marble cruises, it would be quite a new task. Eventually, the group stopped down one long hallway. Layla, Minnie, and Russ were starting to notice where they were. He isn't here, Logan said, but I warned you. I can see that they have put a lot of personnel by the entrance. Most likely Jack figured out our plan, and it was an order of his. What do you mean by a lot of people? Layla asked. There are around 50 of them. But you remember that they are not the ones that fought for this. They believe they are doing the right thing. It would be best if we could find some way to get rid of them without hurting them. Russ and Syl felt like they could have done the task, and they were at full strength. But with Syl trying to restore his power, and Russ still extremely drained, there was only a couple of them that could fight. I'll deal with it, Layla said. I've recovered most of my power. Layla, waiting for the others. She walked out down the hallway and pulled the bow from her back. There were no arrows in the bow, but that was because she had long surpassed the beacon. As she walked forward, she started to pull the string and let go. Suddenly, the three men felt extreme pain, and something went right through their knees, and they fell to the floor. One of them was using his key arrows. We're under attack, they shouted, and soon all of them turned to the woman coming towards them. Layla pulled at the string several times, and as the arrows went out, they hit several of the attackers in the knee, one by one. One single attack the demons, and quite they started to fire bows from their hands, but Layla's fast speed allowed her to jump to the side, pull the bowstring more, hitting more and more of them. They were falling one by one.
All part
You know,
of my
I
plan.
saw you couldn't do anything with that sword, and even with the sword, she seemed pretty useless, Russ commented. But with the bow, you don't see to that. Eventually, people started to reach Layla, and when they were close, she used the bow itself, whacked one in the face, and then pulling out the sword, she slashed another. Bending her knees slightly, she got ready, as she went from one person to the next, slashing them one after the other. A few seconds later, Layla stood there with a sword in her hand, and all of them needed her. Not that the point were but he just about to come back. You're so cool, Minnie said, running over. I thought maybe Mommy would need my help, but it was like you had eyes in the back of your head. Mommy and Dad are really strong, so that means Minnie and Galen will grow up to be the strongest. Layla smiled as she rubbed her daughter's head, but truthfully, she was due never have to come down to that. Syl and the rest followed, running towards Layla, and they had finally returned back to the room where they first retrieved Syl from. Ray was flying at a great speed toward Quinn. He just had his energy gathered in his fist, and it was glowing a dark orange. There was nothing fancy about the attack. There was no large display of features, only Ray himself and his raw strength and power. In some ways, that was frightening in itself. Impressive that he was able to do such things with next to no ability. People thought the Donkey were frightening due to this fact. So, then, what was this? This was a complete nightmare. I just have to break myself out of this nightmare. A new skill has been unlocked. That's the red blood form. Thanks to Alex's awakening, it looked like the new active skill had appeared in the armor. The problem was, what exactly was this skill? Without knowing basic information, it would be hard to use it in a fight, and it would be helpful in the situation. A cloud of smoke appeared, and running through the cloud were 3 winds. All 3 of them gathered the blood orb straight for Ray, and threw its heads out. The winged dragon spun its body, going right through all 3 like a spear. When the flames were destroyed, more smoke appeared, but Ray went right through it without any
What the
He continued with
fuck,
his field,
man? This
going
one shot shit.
stopped in his tracks, and a large mist of wind followed from behind Ray. He had stopped. He
Failed.
had seen that it had been grabbed, but not just by one hand, not by 2 hands, but 4 hands held onto Ray's, that it didn't exactly look normal. There was the normal hand holding onto Ray that Quinn would use, covered in the special gauntlet that lit up in a golden color. Then Ray looked at the other hands, all of them. They looked nearly identical to Quinn's hands, but they were solid dark red color. They felt just as solid as Quinn's other hands.
I should have just finished it off and come back.
This was something clearly different. In total, Quinn stood there with his 2 real arms and his 4 blood arms. This was Asura's blood form. Just like the Asura that Quinn had fought, Quinn himself was able to do the same, and the strength was not lacking in these arms, compared to his real arms. Quinn lifted both his hands covered in the blood aura and threw them out, punching Ray. His body and his arms went flying back as a rush of blood aura went toward him. Ray was quick to shake off the hit, one that went to the body and the other to his face, but that's when he could see several other orbs of energy flying through the air. All of them were around the size of a fist. Seeing them, Ray went ahead and punched it with his own fist. It exploded on the spot, but not without some difficulty. He could feel the strength that was behind each of these attacks, and soon went to stop the next hit as well. This energy ball was slightly different in color when it hit Ray's fist this time, and it felt different as well. These strange energy balls were coming one after the other, and he was doing his best to hit them all away. There were more than he expected, and it caused Ray to be at a standstill. He was unable to move, as all he could do was to hit these energy blasts away. He attempted to move to the right and to the left, but if he did, he would get hit, and he could tell from the strength of the attacks that these would do at least some damage. As for where all these energy blasts were coming from, it was all from Quinn's new Asura's blood form. With all 6 of his arms, Quinn was able to create blood energy from his fists that would be just as powerful as a strike at full force. He could even add his own power of ki behind these attacks. With 6 arms, he was sending out multiple fifth waves of energy, and that wasn't the only feature that the fists of energy had. Just like the celestial gun, Quinn was able to produce different types of energy fists, making each arm specialize in one. It was like having the gun, but with more power in the attacks, and he could fire off different bullets at the same time. Quinn wasn't really thinking, but he was just throwing out different types of fists, not caring about what was working and what wasn't. He was just giving it everything he had. I can't stop moving my hands. I'll just keep attacking. Out of frustration, Ray decided to try something else. He allowed the fists of energy to hit him. They were clashing against his armor, and raising his hands, he started to gather the power of the dragon sword attack. The aura surrounded his hands, and he threw it out straight to where Quinn was. Quinn jumped, avoiding the large-scale attack. It took out most of his fists of energy, but while moving, Quinn didn't stop moving his hands at a fast speed, firing out the energy blast towards Ray. He did this again and again, moving, not stopping his legs or his arms when going from place to place. Then, it gave Quinn another idea. The shadow power wasn't completely unusable. Just when he was right next to Ray, it wouldn't take effect. Just using one of his free hands, Quinn started to create the shadow portals all over the battlefield, but did so a little further away from Ray, so it wouldn't be affected by its armor. Ray continued to take the hits head on, allowing them to hit him. Marks were appearing on his face now, but he created another dragon sword with his fist and threw it toward Quinn. Before it reached him, he had hopped into one of the shadows, avoiding the attack. Knocking Ray out of the portal, he was swinging all 6 of his arms continually, hitting Ray again and again. I will wear him down. I will continue to wear him down until he can no longer move, Quinn thought. Ray looked at where Quinn was, with his head, and soon he could see that the attacks were coming from all sorts of different directions. Just like with the blood swipes from before, all of the fists were coming out of each of the portals, one after the other. Unlike the blood swipes, though, these had the force of Quinn's punch, the special trait of each of the fists hitting Ray from all angles. This wasn't something that he could just withstand. Ray's body was chucking with each hit, from each side, one after the other. He tried to hit some away, and he did a good job of blocking most of the attacks, but one would get through every once in a while. This is so annoying, Ray thought. If only I was like the old me, and had my powers from before, I would be able to deal with this guy. Am I really going to lose like this? The fist marks were unable to create a serious injury on Ray, but the damage was building up. With the limitless armor effect as well, Quinn would continue this until he took care of Ray. This is the only thing that will work, then I will do this to the end. On the sideline, there was one person that had been getting closer and closer to the fight, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. That damn person is losing. How's that possible? Jim thought. I can't let this happen. I need to come up with something. I need to get rid of Quinn. After receiving instructions from Logan, Vincent knew he needed to do his part. Just like Logan, he too had his memories changed, but he had second guesses as to what the truth was. There were a lot of things that just didn't make sense in his head. As a person that naturally had a lot of curiosity, he wondered why things became this way, and Logan had answers for him. Answers that in his mind made a lot of sense. In the first place, there was a lot that Jim didn't know about Vincent. The fact that he had worked with Eno, or the legacy that he had left behind in the vampire book. Those memories were not tampered with, because Jim didn't really know about them, which was why things didn't make sense. Walking around the facility, Vincent was looking for something as he twisted and turned his head. He could see some regular vampires running around, but not one of them questioned Vincent. On his face, he wore the black mask. the mask that was only given to those that were close to and by Jim's side. Eventually, Vincent's eyes widened. He began to walk towards another, following them a few steps behind. Turning his head, he took a peek behind him and looked ahead before rushing forward with all his strength. The person he had been following heard the loud footsteps and turned his head, only to see a hand grab him by his throat and chuck him to the side. The man was stumbling backward from the throw, heading toward the door. But with his speed, Vincent managed to reach the door button, pressing it. The door slid open, and the man fell through. Entering after the fallen man, Vincent closed the door behind him and stared at the other masked man and the floor. Before he could get up, with his foot, Vincent stomped on the individual's arms, crushing all of the bones in the wrists. After that, Vincent went quickly and tore the mask right off of the person's face, while placing his hand on top of his mouth.
I continue to
Perhaps
say,
here,
Barbala,
Vincent said.
we can both
Nearly all of
be
those apart from
redeemed.
Vincent himself that wore the strange masks around the facility were other Jims. The clones worked for him to do important tasks that he only trusted himself with. There's another problem with using clones to do all your work. Even if they set up a system that requires the face of Jim or Jim's fingerprints, then there are plenty to choose from to use to get what I need. Now, I know the Jim that is running things has decided to keep things away from the other clones. It's quite amazing how you can all choose to work for one person that is the same as you. Now you can all be selfless when you are the same person, but you are at the end of the day the same person with the same mind. So I have two questions to ask you. One, where would you decide to keep the one named Malik? It was a semi-tough art of negotiation that followed, with Vincent delivering a bit of pain here and there. He had a feeling, though, someone like him would speak quite easily, but whether that was the truth or not, it was hard to tell. Vincent took the clone with him, and the first area of action wasn't to where the clone of Jim had claimed Malik would be, but was to a large database-like room. Using the clone's hand, access was easy into the facility, and now it was to get the information that Logan needed. The clone of Jim had broken limbs and arms. He was unable to walk, and was placed on the floor while Vincent went to work. It looks like you found your memories, Jim said. You know, I'm doing all of this for us. The clones of Jim were unable to pass information to one another, but they were fully aware of what was happening. Everyone on the Marco cruise was. Things weren't going well for them so far. They even had received information from one of theirs on Jack's cruise ship, and from the report, they were struggling as well. Jim didn't even know the full story that H had been defeated. They knew there was something big going on, though, because the last bit of information they had received was that Jack had been kidnapped, and now the Jim clone being in the situation he was in, he felt like the tides were turning. For your information, I have not had my memories back, Vincent commented. I just never believed in the current situation. Everything we did to make things better, it's all going to go to waste because of all of your meddling, Jim shouted back. Can't you see how things are? Can't you see that the vampire settlement of the past was broken? How much better things are now? How are things so much better? Vincent replied. The settlement was at peace due to everything that this person did. Vincent pointed to himself. Then you changed everyone's memories. You took their credit, which means none of this was because of you. You're right, I believe the settlement was broken in many ways. The vampires were never able to work together, and even though we tried to come up with a system that would stop ourselves from killing each other, trouble still brewed again.
Need
But none of
something?
that was fixed because of you. It was fixed because of him. Did you ever solve anything? Solve any problem for the vampires? Did you ever make anyone's lives easier? Even now, when the vampires were at peace,
What is
you
it?
decided to drag them into a war. Many lost their lives. You haven't made anything better, and have just been making them worse. Vincent continued to type away, while Jim thought about the two's past. There was at one point when the two of them were close. Vincent tried to help his uncle, protected him, and even gave him a task as his right-hand person. At least I'm trying to fix things, Jim exclaimed. What did you do? You decided to run away, to chase after a human woman. You let the entire settlement, the entire 10th family suffer because you chose to be selfish and live your own life. What I'm doing now, you may think of it as selfish, but it's just the same as you, and at least I'm doing it for everyone. All of it will change. Vincent stopped typing, got all of the information he needed, and turned to Jim. People make mistakes. Everyone has always made mistakes. It's part of human nature, you have to remember. Even the creation of the vampire was the mistake of a single human. It's what we do after those mistakes, how you move on from them, for the better and not for the worse. I'm sorry to see you have decided to go this way. With that, Vincent picked up Jim and headed straight for Malik. Surprisingly, the information that Vincent had received from the clone was the same as the information he had accessed from the database. The reason why Vincent had decided to make a stop here before going to see Malik was because he thought that the clone might lie to him. In some cases, because they knew there would be another clone that would replace them with their same memories, they would just end their own life and not even care about it. However, seeing Vincent, perhaps it had caused the clone to have some of its natural instincts come back. All of the information that they could gather had been gathered from the system. Location of bases where the Marco crews were being made, and even to the point where they ranked the number of bounties that had been made. All of the information was being passed back to Logan, just in case anything would happen to Vincent. What he had said before, it was true as well. Most likely they would keep on the alive until they were sure they got every bit of information they needed. To
Interesting.
get rid of everything that Jim had created. Whether the clone of Jim would be compliant or not, they wouldn't know, but maybe with someone like Quinn using his influence skill, they could force out all the information they needed. While traveling around the Marble cruise, the clone of Jim didn't say a word, even when there were chances for him to scream at the top of his lungs at those going past. Is he mulling over what he has done after everything we talked about? Vincent was ready to act, to silence the clone, but there was never any need. They had finally reached the living quarters of all the vampires, and on a separate floor in the Marco cruise, that was where Malik was located. One had to enter a lift and get to the floor where Malik was on. You needed special access, one that could only be accessed by Jim, and thankfully, he had what he needed right here. Jim's finger was used on the lift, and it didn't take long for them to reach the floor where Malik was located. When the lift door opened, they were met with another door down the hallway. Heading straight ahead, this one, instead of a finger, required facial recognition to access. You really did a lot to keep this guy hidden, huh? Vincent commented. How afraid were you that everyone would find out the truth? Are you still afraid even now? How everyone will feel anger after you learn that you forced them into a war for no reason? What? What are you planning to do with Malik? Jim asked. The answer was obvious, although Vincent didn't want to, but he needed to get rid of Malik, so that way no one would ever use it in this way again. Whether Malik was forced into it or not, it was his power that had caused all this mess, and could easily be used again. Vincent just wondered, what if someone got their hands on the
Die!
instead?
Forgotten!
They had managed to get their hands on Ray. They had changed the memories of Ray and Quinn. Then perhaps there would be no
A
one that could
rare
have stopped them.
treasure.
Lifting up Tim's head, the door was heard unlocking. It slowly moved open using a heavy mechanism. The door was tightly sealed to the point where not even air could escape, and the right amount of oxygen was supplied to the room in a different way. Entering the room, Vincent pressed a button closing the door behind him, while placing Jim on the side of the floor. I have no idea what's inside here, or what to
Relish
expect.
your
I might have to fight for my life,
mortality.
Vincent thought. The room they were in looked like a large apartment building. There were marble floors, high ceilings, a chandelier dangling from the top, a large open kitchen that could be seen to the left, and a living room to the right. There was even a second floor and more to the apartment building. It's clear that Malik was living a life of luxury here. Using his sharp ears, Vincent could hear the sounds of footsteps coming from the corner. Blood pouring around both his hands. Vincent, and one of Jim's. Malik was just in regular clothing, standing there, having taken a
Not
corner from his
yet.
bedroom. He wore no beast gear and looked surprised to see the two. Seeing how defenseless Malik
A
was,
moment
it was hard for Vincent to
of
act,
rest.
but he had to grit his teeth and bear it. I've done a lot worse things in the past. There are a lot of sins that I have to bear. Adding one more to that list is not a problem. At least that's what Vincent thought. As he swung his arm, he released a blood swipe. Rather than going for his head or chest, it went towards Malik's legs. A deep cut was made, and the blood aura sliced through his knees, causing him to fall to the ground. He fell on his back and couldn't even feel his legs as blood poured out of him. I'm sorry, Malik cried. I don't know what I did wrong, but I'm sorry. Please don't get rid of me. Vincent was unable to get close to Malik, for fear that he would have his own memories change. He needed to attack from afar. If he had hit his blood swipe on the men, Malik would have died there and then. From his observations, Malik was never anyone special. He had never learned to fight properly or have any type of strong ki. Even now, Jim hadn't given him any beast gear to use, but Vincent had read its file and knew what had happened to him. From it, he was abandoned by his family. He lived through the Dalki War, being moved from place to place. He was treated as useless and abandoned by everyone. He eventually used his powers to create a better life for himself, creating a fake mother, a father, a sister, and a brother, changing their memories so he could live with them. However, the real family members of those that he had changed
I need
had
more
gone on.
time.
They reported Malik, and his powers became known as well as his crimes, and he was locked up. He was meant to go on trial, but once again it felt like he was the one that had been forgotten about, as that day seemed to never come. Little did Malik know that the location he was at was being attacked by the Dalki. Eventually, it was the Dalki who found him, and Graham who had taken him in, most likely for his power. The problem was, it wasn't easy for them to force Malik to do his bidding. They didn't have influence, skill, or abilities like Malik, and getting close would be dangerous. For Malik, meeting Jim and Jack was a blessing. It was the first time he felt needed, felt like someone needed him, and because of that, he was happy to do whatever they asked of him. Right, seeing the Jim clone and Vincent here and attacking him, he thought he must have done something wrong. All this time, he had done everything they had asked, and never once had they been angry with him thinking of leaving him. They provided him with a place to live. They gave him a nest crystal to prolong his life, because they had a need for him, to use him forever, and that was all that
Ritual
Malik
has
ever
been
wanted.
disrupted.
You cruel bastard, Jim shouted. You should have killed him in one hit. Why make him suffer? Vincent didn't want to, and pulling back at the last second, he had made another mistake. With a handful of blood aura, Vincent stood to the side. You did nothing wrong, Malik. You were pushed into this. Vincent swung his arm, and the blood swipe went right through his neck, killing him instantly. His body soon started to turn to dust, and left behind in Malik's place was a crystal. Quinn wasn't letting up with his new form. He continued to travel through his shadow while swinging his arms, firing away all different types of energy punches. The energy punches had the same strength, as if Quinn was to directly hit with his own fist, but it was affecting Ray in more ways than one. Ray was able to deflect and break most of the energy fists with his own power, as he punched them directly head on. When hitting the ki-filled type punch, though, it would scatter into multiple particles of energy, rather than get rid of it, and the hit would continue hitting his armor and parts of his face. One of the energy fists that was thrown out by Quinn, and had directly hit Ray, was the Blood Forest fist. Similar to the effects of the blood bullets, when it managed to hit Ray, the blood particles started to spread on the armor. The effects of Ray's power were strong, though, and most of the armor was able to disintegrate the blood. But with the sheer amount of blood forest fists hitting Ray, and aside from them being a lot bigger, the effects managed to work out. Small particles of the blood hardened, stabbing into the skin of Ray. Beast blood has been absorbed through blood forest punch. No effects have been added. The blood forest bullet and punch allowed Quinn to absorb blood through their hits. One of the advantages of this, when fighting the Dalki, was the strength and healing properties he would get from the hit. Ray was currently using the body of the demon tier beast that created the Dalki. However, the demon tier DNA had been mixed with humans to create a substitute that allowed the vampires to gain more strength through their blood. This wasn't the case if they were just a beast. Vampires gain next to nothing consuming beast blood, and it seemed to be the same case here. Thanks to Alex mixing in the blood celestial gods, there are more variations to the Asura blood form fists. He kept nearly all of the different types of bullets as fists now instead, including the Blood Fairy bullet, as well as others, but all of these were useless against Ray. Apart from one more type of fist, and that was the Shadow Fist. Although nearly all uses of the Shadow seemed to disappear when Quinn got close to Ray, this wasn't the case for the Shadow Fist. In the first place, Quinn was using the skill from far away, so he could gather the Shadow just fine. The other thing was, just like the bullet, it's for the condensed form of the Shadow. But like the Shadow, it took a bit longer for Ray's powers to take effect and influence it. When hit with the Shadow Punch, Ray could feel something a little strange. His senses dulled a little, his hearing, his eyesight, sense of smell even. Eventually, his power would evaporate the Shadow Punch, but it was still affecting him. It was because of all these things, all of these rapid punches and effects building up on Ray, that he was having such a difficult time dealing with them all. Screw you! Do you think these levels of attacks will ever be able to beat me? Ray shouted. Both of Ray's hands were covered in his orange aura, creating swords. They covered both of his hands, and looked like blades at the end. Swinging them, it slashed through each of the fists of energy. I figured out the troublesome fists of attack if I strike them down first and then ignore the rest. Ray did as he thought, striking down the fists that troubled him, and then flew right towards the shadow portals. With a single stroke, he ripped through the portal, and before it could completely disappear, Ray was already going toward the next set of shadow portals. Quinn, seeing what he was doing, continued to jump from his position, and soon created 3 more clones through his boots' active skills. The clones that were made had the same weapons as Quinn, meaning all of them had 6 arms as well. Every single one of them, from slightly different angles, started to throw out their fists. The attacks from the clones were at 50% of his strength, but it was impossible for Ray to tell the difference between the real attacks and the fake ones. While Ray swept at the shadow portals with one dragon sword, he opened his mouth up, and instead of the balls of fire, fired out a large constant stream of flames. It covered the whole sky, to the point where a large shadow was cast underneath. Wasting no time, Ray was seen flying right through his flames, and coming straight toward Quinn. Lifting his gauntlet, Quinn stopped one of the dragon sword strikes. It was powerful, knocking his hand down, but his 2 clones by his side punched Ray on his chest, head, and body. This wasn't through the normal fists of energy, but a direct hit. With the clones being close to Ray, they were able to hammer at him with all 6 of their arms, throwing them constantly out. Ray was getting hurt, but by carrying the brunt of the force of the attack, he swung his dragon sword, cutting through one of the arms. A cloud of smoke puffed out. Opening his mouth, he fired out at another, destroying it, and that one too had popped into a cloud of smoke. When Ray closed his mouth, a fist had come out from the reach of it, slamming him on the side of his face. Ray skidded across the floor, and following up were several spheres of blood that had been hurled at him. Quinn also placed his hands on the floor, and blood electric currents were being sent out right to where Ray was. The ground electrified with red blood around where Ray was, hitting him as hard as he could, and the attacks still didn't let up, as Quinn continued to throw out all of his fists toward Ray. It hit him constantly, his armor glowing with power, and pain could be seen over his face. Reaching out, he moved toward Quinn, jumping from one side to the next. A slash of the dragon sword came down, and a blood arm was lifted. It went right through the blood arm, causing it to fall to the floor, but with Quinn's many limbs, he was able to hit Ray right in the chin. I'm going to take you out here. Ray forced his head down with a sheer will, and threw a punch back on top of Quinn's head. His knees buckled slightly, but Quinn stood strong. Tackling Ray with 2 of his arms, he grabbed him at his wings before slamming him into the ground and bashing him on top of his head with his other 2 arms. It was a constant back and forth, and blood was spilling from each side's mouth. The shockwaves continued to vibrate through the whole planet as the power continued to increase to levels that the planet was unable to handle. The 2 of them were now fighting in close quarter combat. For every move, they needed to concentrate to avoid or strike back, and there were small movements in one place. Neither one of them wanted to take a step back as they continued to pound into each other. On the side, though, Jim was preparing something. The nest crystals all along his arms lit up, and the power was combining in the palm of his hands. Well, that hurts. There's no telling who will win this fight, and that's just too much of a risk for me, Jim stated. Using the power of this many crystals, it will be around 2/3 of the amount I have. It will draw out all of their energy in one blast. It's a lot. Nearly all the work I have built up over these years is in these crystals, but to take them 2 out, it's worth it. The energy of a large number of Nest crystals blasted out of Jim's hands, and went out straight toward Quinn and Ray. The blast was so large, it looked like it would consume both of them. Of course, Quinn knew this was going to be a tough battle. It was why he had done so much preparation beforehand. Why he had stayed in the tower for as long as possible, making the best equipment he could possibly make. There was a chance that he would regret the decision, as many lives would be lost, when he was busy making all of the equipment, but now he knew he definitely had no regrets. If he didn't even have one of the pieces of armor, then he was sure that he would have lost the fight. This was easily Quinn's toughest fight as of yet. It took everything he had. Everything he had learned from his experience in various fights, against the vampire settlements, against the Big Four, the demons, and the Celestials. He had used all of those experiences in this match. On top of that, he was using all of the skills of the armor and all of the experience he had gained in his previous fights during this fight. It was clear that he was giving it everything he had. Even in this fight, like class, he felt like he had unlocked new levels, new strengths, but it still didn't seem to be enough. There was only one thing that Quinn had yet to use, and that was his demon form. But with some others still being on the planet, and even the tower itself still standing, he was a little afraid to use it. For Ray, on the other side, this match wasn't a walk in the park either, not like he would have expected. He also felt like this was the most difficult and hardest fight. Even when going up against Crad, the original owner of the shadow ability, he hadn't struggled this much. His opponent was learning on the go, growing in the middle of the fight. At first, Ray wouldn't have claimed it was the toughest fight in his long life. In fact, there was even a time when he had suffered a defeat in the past, but as the fight went on, now he was sure that this was by far his hardest fight. 2 of the 4 Blood Azura form's arms had been destroyed by Ray. He had held on tight, using his pure power to crush them, while Quinn continued to hammer his body, head, and every part of Ray. Out of the exchange, Quinn had managed to do quite a bit of damage to Ray, while Ray was able to weaken Quinn one step at a time. The fight was still fierce, but each of them continuing toward each other. Off to the side of the fight, there were still all of those that were watching, but one person in particular, as they watched the fight, they were inching closer and closer towards it, even though the shockwaves of power damaged the top of their skin. Their body would heal and even push through. "What are you doing, Peter?" Chris called out. Peter ignored Chris and continued to get closer and closer. Chris was already quite a bit behind Peter. He didn't want to get caught up or involved, and knowing Ray's personality, as little as he did know it, if they were to get involved and try to help,
Didn't break
it would be
a
them
sweat.
that would suffer more. Close to the battle between Quinn and Ray, it was almost impossible to miss. Peter and Chris turned their heads. A rising energy, a bright glow that had a cosmic color to it. There was a person. That's Jim. Chris could see that he was gathering some type of large power, with his eyes fixated on the fight. With that much energy, he won't just hurt Quinn, he'll hurt Ray as well. Could it be his next plan? It was too late to stop Jim now. He was too far, and Jim was already in the middle of his motion, throwing both of his hands out. The large cosmic power went right out from his hands. As the power left, the nest of crystals on his body started to empty one by one and fall to the ground. For Ray and Quinn, the 2 of them were concentrating on each other, watching each other's every move, their arms, their legs, what gestures they made, and any weird habits that they could pick up to see the next move. They were totally focused on each other. Yet with how powerful and skillful the 2 of them were, they did notice a large amount of energy to their right. When they turned their heads though, they were too late. That was because another person was already standing in front of the large amount of energy. His whole body was covered in a dark red aura, and his head bent and split into 2, wrapping around his arms. When the energy went to his, he gave it his all as he threw both of his fists first into the energy.
That was
The
close.
mysterious net energy was powerful, and it started to consume both of his fists, taking it in. "Peter!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs as he rushed in towards him, charging all of his energy and power to fight back against the energy, disregarding and forgetting the fight with Ray. Quinn threw out his fist, trying to create as much energy as he could. He was punching as fast as he could to try and not lose Peter. He had lost too much in this war, and Peter was one that had always been by his side, even to the point where he stood there protecting him for 1,000 years. With his back turned to Ray, it was easy for Ray to finish off the fight. Quinn could even hear the sounds of the footsteps of Ray moving toward him, but he couldn't focus on that. "I'm sorry, everybody. This might be selfish of me, but I can't watch Peter die."
A rare treasure.
The footsteps stopped, and rather than getting struck from behind or beheaded like he thought would happen, Ray was standing by his side. The energy was being pushed back. It wasn't surrounding Quinn, but it was still moving around Peter, creeping in. His arms could no longer be seen, and it was starting to touch his body. Peter was doing his best to lean back, to avoid it touching his head, as he poured every fiber of the power of ki he had into his body. "I hate when people get involved in my fights," Ray said. Both of his arms were covered in his aura, and it was brewing in his mouth as well. He lifted both of his arms and threw it out. 2 large dragon sword fists came out, and opening up his mouth, a long continuous breath of energy hit back. With all their powers, it pushed back the net energy, completely destroying it.
A moment of respite.
Ray and Quinn both didn't know where the large amount of energy had come from. They were far too focused on their own match. What they did know was the energy was powerful. They had both felt something similar to it before, just never at this large of a scale. It was quite possible that if they had seen it beforehand, then Quinn would have been able to suppress the attack with just his own energy. But it was so sudden, he could only put so much energy into stopping the attack. At the same time, he was unable to use the shadow powers due to how close he was with Ray, since he had been fighting hand-to-hand at a close quarter range. But with all 3 of their powers, they were able to suppress the attack. It dispersed into the air into small particles, shaping the air around it. It was a mystic mist, like glitter, filled with all sorts of colors. For a moment, it almost looked the same as the familiar world. Through the other end of the attack, both Quinn and Ray could see who was responsible. His hands were still held out together at one point, staying in place, his face scrunched up, his lips shaking. Because just like them, even he was surprised at the fact that the 2 of them were still alive, that they had managed to survive the attack. That damned undead, he came out of nowhere. He bought them a fraction of a second that allowed him to act. Why did he act? Jim thought, his legs still shaking. He was debating what to do. He still had some nest crystals left, but attempting to use them against these 2 would be suicide. Quinn didn't have time to deal with Jim though, because Peter, who was by his side, his body didn't look the same as it was before. All of the skin was a dark black, as if it was burnt and turning into nothing but ashes. Only his head looked fine. Right in front of Quinn's eyes, on the spot, Peter's body burst into ashes and fell to the floor, leaving nothing to support his head. Before it fell to the floor, Quinn slid across the ground on his knees and caught Peter's head looking down at him. All Peter had was his head. There was nothing else from the neck down. It had all been destroyed, and the look in his eyes didn't look great to Quinn. "Peter, are you alive? Speak to me. Stay with me," Quinn shouted, and aura seeped out from his body. He was quick to control it, not wishing to hurt Peter any more than he already was. "You seem to care an awful lot about me for a stranger," Peter said in a weak voice. For a moment, Quinn thought that maybe Peter had gotten his memories back, That's why he would even attempt to do such a stupid thing. Did you remember? Do you have your memories back? Quinn asked. I don't know who the fuck you are, Peter said in a deep voice. This stupid body, every time it saw you getting hurt, it started to move on its own. I don't know why, and now look at me. This is what I get. I'm just a useless nobody who can't even control his body. You're a nobody, Peter! Quinn shouted. Peter called himself a nobody, after everything he had done, not just for Quinn himself, but for the whole world. He had been there all the time fighting, and fighting again. The scared and afraid Peter, who didn't want to get involved and just live a peaceful life, ended up doing everything he could to fight for everyone else, and this was the result. Was this the result of everyone who decided to be selfless? It had been a long time. Seeing Peter in this state was bringing tears to Quinn's eyes, and they were dropping down onto Peter's own face. Why would someone like you cry for me? Peter said in a soft voice. Protect the head, Quinn said. I be protected, so that means you will live, right? The sobbing from Quinn wouldn't stop. The tears continued to flow. Quinn always kept a lot in, because there was a large weight on him all the time. If he broke down in front of the others, then what would they think? He needed to be a symbol of strength for everyone, and he needed to stay positive. But the truth was that he was just like the rest. He always had other thoughts lingering in his mind. What if he wasn't strong enough to be brave? What if he wasn't able to protect everyone? What if he just wasn't good enough? Right now, he felt all those worries, because one thing he was scared of the most was each time he went into battle, each time he chose to fight with others by his side. It was the thought, what if this is the last time I'll see this person? There were multiple times in fights where Quinn would lose someone, and wouldn't even be able to say any last words to them. At times, these things kept him up at night. There were those that he wanted to speak to again, but never could, and no matter how much stronger he got, for some reason, these things kept happening, and even now it seemed to be the case. Protect the head. How do you know that? Peter said. From the side, Chris started to run in, after noticing that Peter had gone to defend the attack. Chris wasn't standing too far from where everyone was, but they were all ignoring him. Still, with his enhanced hearing, he was able to hear the conversation between Quinn and Peter. I knew something felt strange. This whole thing feels strange. Would a person really wasn't involved with us like that? Would he shed tears for his enemy? Chris was angry with himself as he clenched his fist. He felt tricked, but why in his head? No matter how hard he looked, did he not know the person in front of him? If he was our enemy, he would have killed us, but he let us live. And then there is Jim, who doesn't care for us at all. Meanwhile, before Jim could even put his arms down by his side, immediately Ray was right next to him. Jim had only just twitched a muscle, and immediately Ray placed his hand around Jim's throat and lifted him in the air. What do you think you are doing? Ray asked. 1, that attack you just did would have struck the both of us. 2, you shouldn't get involved in my fights. Do you think your shitty attack could actually do something? Ray was squeezing hard, too hard, to the point where Jim was unable to breathe. Out of desperation, he started to strike Ray on his arm, hitting his armor, but it was like a toddler against a giant. The attacks had no effect whatsoever. There is a limit to my patience. Even if you did save my life, there's only so much you I can take. Taking a deep breath, Ray
Two
was ready to
ancient
let it go
guardians
until...
await you ahead.
A few moments before, Sil and the others had returned to the large room in the Marble Cruise. The large ball-shaped object was up in the air, but they needed to wait a few moments. Because Sil was still gathering as many MC cells as possible in order to use the machine to its full capability. Many enemies started to gather in the area, and Layla along with Vinny
quickly
to defend. Eventually, Sil regained enough MC cells, got into the machine, and it closed. Let's end this war, Sil shouted. The machine activated, and a pulse was sent out far on up the other planet they were on. Using the device, Sil could feel his energy being drained. It was a painful procedure, but one that he bore as he bit down on his teeth. A pulse was sent out from the device. At first, it spread out through the ship. All those on board the Marbo cruise started to feel a ringing pain in the back of their heads. A strong headache started to come over them. Some even fell to their knees. It wasn't just 1 or 2 experiencing this. Everyone on board the ship was. The pulse continued to go out of the ship, past all the planets in the area. They were having the same experience as those on the Marbo cruise. This continued, reaching the other ship, changing back all of the memories of the vampires of what really happened. Although the pulse had gone out far, it was only in this area. They were far away from Earth or the Beast planets. That would have to be changed another time. The sphere opened up, and immediately, Layla leaped up to pull Sil out from the machine and brought him back down to the ground. Is it all done? Russ asked. The group looked at the people that were attacking them not too long ago. They stood there, eyes open wide, confused. They looked at their hands shaking, dropping their weapons. Many fell to their knees. What have we done?
I shall aid you.
Some of them were heard speaking to themselves. It's done. I got rid of any altered memories, so now all of their memories are real ones they have experienced. Unfortunately, it also means they will remember everything they have done until this point. They will have to live with the sins they committed while doing someone else's bidding. On the other planets, what Sil said was true. The fighting immediately stopped. The explosions that were going off, the small skirmishes here and there, even Jake, who was in the middle of battle, everything had come back to him. Shit, Jake said to himself. We were all tricked, and not even a little bit later. Jake was fighting for the right side, but he felt guilty for forgetting everything Quinn had done, and even thinking about going against him for a second. The others, they looked around at the dead bodies of the alien race that they had been attacking and their own allies. Some of the surviving Pensme, Amra, and Romerios, as soon as they saw the humans stop attacking, did as well. For the humans, they looked at the injured, cut, and bruised aliens, fighting with everything they had. Seconds ago, they saw them as the enemy. They were fighting to the death. Now everything was just replaced with guilt. Nearly all humans at that point got on their knees, faces full of tears, and started to beg for forgiveness. We're sorry. We're so sorry. For them, though, they didn't care about revenge. Instead, they were just happy that everything had worked. They had won the war and managed to survive. Prince had stopped in his tracks. All of the strange thoughts he had moments before now made sense, and just like everyone else, he felt guilty for everything he did. There was an anger that him that was unbearable. How could he for such scum and do everything he said? What this also meant was that a certain man, who right now only had a head, had gotten memory back. He could see his friend holding him, still crying uncontrollably.
That was
Hey, don't
close.
waste those tears on me, Peter commented. Do you remember when I pushed you into that portal? After that, I risked my life trying to protect you from the Tauki. There was no way for me to come back, so you ended up turning me. Of course, Quinn remembered. He would never forget a memory like this. Wait a second. If Peter is talking about this, doesn't this mean you ended up saving my life, even though I'd already thrown it away? And that's why I decided to dedicate this already thrown away life to you. So me helping you out again, I guess that finally makes us even. Quinn was unable to speak.
I
He was
shall
stunned
aid you.
for words. If Peter's memories were back, then it meant the other group was successful, and most likely alive as well.
It's right
Shadow,
there.
he could still connect to Minnie, so that was a big load off his mind.
We will
Meanwhile, Ray too
succeed.
had received his memories back to what they originally were, and instantly he threw Jim right to the ground, just hard enough to cause his body to bounce, and some of the bones in his back to crack. You tricked me, Ray shouted, and his aura came out of his mouth, touching Jim. It started to burn the outside of his skin slowly. Parts of his flesh could be seen underneath. Jim was
That's the
screaming
way.
in pain, but was unable to move due to the broken bone in his spine.
Picked one up.
I forgot to
I
add
picked one
another
up.
thing to the list before. I
Yeah, we
ain't
used
used,
one.
Ray said,
That's
as they
awesome.
were getting to merge him. All
That's
the rays
awesome. I
ran
know.
above
I got to try
faint
that.
red.
You will. May that serve you.
Crystals on your body, Ray said to the dead Jim on the floor. Soon, one of the crystals on his body started to light up. As it did, he was healing the skin on the outside, restoring the broken bones in his body. It looked like I wasn't listening to your random bullcrap, but I was paying attention the whole time. There was always something about you that rubbed me the wrong way, Jim. Jim started to breathe again, but when he could see through his eyes, the sight of Ray and the anger of the all the cells in his body were shaking. Wait, we can change everything together. There's this thing that go. Jim started to reach for his neck, and he could feel blood seeping out of it. He didn't even see Ray's hands, but it had been used to slice right at his neck, killing him again. He fell to the floor. I'm going to enjoy this, Ray said, killing you over and over again until you no longer get up. Ray was dead serious about it, and Quinn, taking a peek over, knew he had nothing to worry about. He had just fought against Ray. It was quite clear that he would have no problems, making sure Jim was dead. I've already killed that guy a few times. I don't need to kill him more, Quinn thought.
Relish your
He stood up with Peter's
mortality.
head still in his hand. Are you feeling weak at all? Is everything okay? I'm feeling weak, Peter replied. I don't think I'm going to die, but I'm not so sure eating flesh will be able to bring my body back. We'll just have to work something out. Ray continued to kill Jim in excruciating ways, the most painful ways he could imagine. He even held back his strength, just so Jim would suffer more. Finally, only one dead crystal was left. It seemed like a waste of best crystals. Maybe they could have just ripped them from Jim's body and used them in other ways. But at the same time, allowing Jim to experience a different death multiple times seemed somewhat worth it. For the last crystal, Ray chucked Jim's body in the air. Then, opening up his mouth, he let out a stream of flames, burning Jim's body. He continued to burn it until there was nothing left of Jim. There was no crystal and no body to bring back. It was the end of Jimmy No. Ray turned around and looked at Quinn. He didn't know what to say, but wanted to comfort him and started to walk away.
Impressive
In turn,
endurance.
Quinn smiled back. But in the middle of the two of them, a beam of white light shot down from the sky, and standing there in its place was one Quinn didn't want to meet. Mundus, Quinn said in his
Rest
breath.
a while.
Why is
Use
he here?
that
Is he
way.
planning to go back on his deal? Is he going to force me to give back my armor? Quinn thought. He shifted his foot, getting ready to fight at any moment. Usually after a long and hard battle, Quinn would be somewhat worn out. However, thanks to the limitless armor set, he was ready to go full strength against Mundus if need be. There were also plenty of active and passive skills on the armor that related to going against the Celestials. Even if Mundus was to use his power or try to escape, Quinn could even force him to stay here. Rick, who could see the concerned look in Quinn's eyes, was ready himself. He had no idea who this was. Throughout his life, he had never really encountered many of the Celestials, only hearing about them through Bliss. She often guided Ray in a way where he would cause no conflict for the Celestials, but it was only the recent events and his exploration that had caught their attention. I'll be ready to back you up any second, Quinn. If you go in, I'll go in as well. Mundus lifted both his hands and then brought them together. He was
Didn't
flattered.
break a sweat.
Congratulations, Mundus said. Quinn, you have managed to do a task that has been a pain in our backside for a long time now. I can safely say, as an agent of the Celestials, you have completed your first task. Hearing this, Quinn decided to let down his guard. He didn't deactivate all of the armor skills, but had done so allowing Mundus to still teleport away. Although it was a passive skill, he could still suppress it from working. In the armor's case, the passive skills meant that it could always be on, and kept permanently on without a cooldown and such. He didn't want him to get suspicious of his powers if he tried, and it failed. But if he tried to use the time stop ability, it wouldn't work on Quinn so much. As you said, I completed your task, and you will keep your promise not to get involved in the Earth's affairs anymore, Quinn said. While everyone was fighting against each other, they were unaware of the much bigger threat that was going on. The Celestials were keeping an eye on what was going on with Jim and Jack. If the two of them continued to go ahead the way they were going, then it was quite possible that in order to stay a part of the universe, the ancient ones would have just eliminated the human race altogether, and all of Earth. Correct, but Mundus turned his head to look at Ray, to which the dragon human smiled back, gathering aura around his fists. Those eyes, you're making it look like you want to fight? Ray asked. This one is one that's been left alone for a while. They were the ones that told me to leave him alone, and then they ordered to take him out, and now it's they didn't even me, again. It makes me wonder, why have they been given this God Slayer special treatment? I admit he has strong power, perhaps powers that could outmatch my own, but he is getting too involved to leave him be. Maybe I should. Mundus took a step forward, but when he did, two large white lights came out from above, directly in front of Ray. And a moment later, two figures could be seen. The white light was a clear sign that the ones that had arrived were Celestials as well. One of them was wearing a cloak and wielding a staff, although it was hard to see the face based on the figure it was a woman. The other was a man with multiple weapons on his back. Ray and Quinn knew both of these Celestials. Bliss, Sarah, Quinn and Ray both said at the same time. It will do no good for you to continue with your actions, Bliss said. You are here, and Ray is part of all that belongs to Earth. You must leave everything in Quinn's hands, and if he wishes for Ray to stay, then he is to stay. Bliss held out her free hand that wasn't holding on to the staff. Soon, a crystal started to appear in it that was a murky brown color. For Quinn, he had seen many God Slayer crystals before, and he knew this was one. He just had no idea whose crystal it was. She then threw the crystal over to Mundus, over the air with his long twirling ears, and looked at it. That crystal is the God Slayer crystal of the one that caused this death. Honestly, I shouldn't even be handing you that, but it is a power that can cause great problems no matter what it is. I suggest this time you keep it sealed away and don't recite it again. Mundus had nothing else to say, and with that, he turned to Quinn as his body was starting to cover in white light. Remember, Quinn, we will ask for you if we need you. You are now an official agent of the gods. Those were the last words of Mundus before he was sent up in the air. You two are very confident to appear in front of me after all this time, Ray said. Please, Bliss replied. Me and you have worked together many times before, and I've just saved you from even more trouble. Yet every time you get involved, things seem to worsen. It would be better if you remembered my life to begin with. Quinn soon rushed towards the two with Peter still under his arm. What are you two doing here? Quinn asked. No, where were you this whole time? You always come and say you were trying to help, but disappear when it's important. Bliss looked a little nervous. She'd been attacked by Quinn in the past before, or as she knew how to somewhat control Ray. She didn't know too much about Quinn. I'm with you on this one, Sarah said. I did help in the war, by the way. I saw my friend here, and the other werewolf one over there, for killing the giant stone friends. It was then that Quinn realized that Prince was behind him. He looked to be in good condition, so he was nothing to worry about. First, tell me about the others. If you've been watching everything, how's my family? Quinn asked. Your family are all safe and alive, Bliss answered. You did well, Quinn. You made the right decision in becoming an agent for the Celestials, and because of your actions, you saved a lot of lives. Anyway, Mundus will keep his word, so it's safe to say that those from Earth, the vampires and humans, have nothing to worry about getting into trouble from the Celestials. I can guarantee you that. His heart started to settle, hearing his family was fine. But Quinn couldn't shake what Mundus had said about Galen. It might have been something that Bliss didn't even know. While Quinn was even gone, Bliss and Sarah took this as an opportunity to escape. The white light started to surround their bodies. Suddenly, the white light started to fade away, until it was no longer around to. Bliss tried to activate it again, and tried to enter the Celestial space, but she was unable to. What do you think you two are trying to run off to? I still have things I need you to do, Quinn said. Having turned the passive skill back on, Bliss was beyond shocked. She had no clue what was going on, or why her celestial powers weren't working. It wasn't just her. It seemed like Sarah wasn't able to do anything about it either. In all of her time, for as long as she had existed, something like this had never occurred before.
This was the end
She
of
had never heard anything like this.
the
When looking at Quinn and his tone of voice, it sounded like he had something to do with it.
being resides
What's going
here.
on with Quinn? Do the other Celestials know about this? Bliss thought.
You can
No, that's
find
impossible.
them.
Knowing them, if they knew he had this type of power, then they would do everything they could to get rid of him. What do you want? Bliss asked. There isn't much I can do.
I'm lost.
Everything is already over, is it not? Quinn took Peter's head from under his shoulder and thrust it forward, right in front of her. I was going to ask Mundus to help out with Peter's state, but he left it early, Quinn said. But I imagine someone like you, who knows magic and can do a lot of different things, might have a way to return Peter's body back to the way it was. Before answering, she looked at Peter and could see his eyelids moving up and down. As long as he is not dead, then there is something I can do.
Let's
Place his head on
plan.
the ground for me. Quinn did what Bliss said. He was a little reluctant to trust her, even though he had been the one that had asked her for help. But he felt that now that she knew that she was unable to escape, that she wouldn't attempt to try
Nature
anything.
boom.
He was sure that she didn't want to experience a reincarnation. At the moment, using the bottom of her staff, Bliss was drawing a large circle, and after that, she started to draw multiple symbols inside. It looked like those special magic
Always
circles that Quinn had seen a
onwards.
few times, and the same one that was used to open a door to the other world.
The choice
While she was
is
busy drawing the circle, Quinn took this as an opportunity to ask a few things he was curious about. That crystal that you gave to Mundus, it was
Ancient
a God Slayer
power.
crystal, right? You said it belonged to the one that caused all of this mess. What did you mean? Quinn asked. Bliss sighed as she continued to work away at the magic circle. She somewhat never expected this, so she was a little unprepared. I suppose you won't let me go until I answer those questions either, right? Bliss replied. Although events like this, where one race causes so much trouble, are rare, it has happened before. I'm sure you already know that when one is considered a godslayer, they leave a crystal behind, which allows its powers to be passed on to another. Now, when someone consumes that crystal, they obtain the power, and it might not mean they become a godslayer immediately, but they will still have a crystal. You yourself are a prime example of that. You had the power of a godslayer, but at first, you didn't have the original source power. Now you do, but you weren't always considered a godslayer. What your power was, even if you were to die before you became a godslayer, the crystal would have been left behind. Now, it's safe to say that if one obtains a godslayer power, they have a higher chance to become a godslayer themselves. So when orphans saw this, the godslayer crystals are locked away. The crystal I gave to Munus was the godslayer crystal, the one belonging to the human named Malik, the one that was able to change memories. Gwyn knew of Malik's existence, but according to the information he had, he wasn't much of a threat. Other than his power, it was hard to see him as a godslayer, but now it made sense if he had obtained his godslayer power through other means, just like that time Bryce Kane had used his shadow powers. Something else you mentioned, based on what you just said, how did Malik get the power in the first place? Was it stolen from this vault? Gwyn asked. Bliss was checking the finer details of her magic circle, leaning forward. She didn't answer straight away, and instead another crystal appeared in her hand. This time it was a nest crystal. It made Gwyn wonder. For him, these things were incredibly hard to find, but the Celestials, at least the older ones, had a number of them. Was there some way to create them, or did they just have a way of finding them? She placed the crystal down at the bottom of the magic circle and banged her staff on the ground. The crystal, along with all the lines she had drawn, started to light up, and she began to go straight into Peter's head. You were paying quite a bit of attention to what I said, but you are correct. The Godslayer crystal was stolen by someone and fell into the hands of Malik. As to who it was, we have no idea. But the crystal would have had to have been stolen by someone in a high position, or someone close, most likely another Celestial themselves. Then you have to ask why they would do such a thing, and what their goal was in the first place. Unlike Bliss, this wasn't Gwyn's worry. Did he really care about what happened to the Celestials? No, it was more about how it affected Earth and his position. If someone was able to steal these Godslayer crystals once, then there was a chance that they would be able to steal them again. He was starting to imagine what would happen if all of the Godslayer crystals were stolen and used. It was a frightening thought. Looking at Peter, his body was starting to be restored. It was back to the way it used to be, and the shock was strong. The nest crystals were amazing things. If they were able to create pieces just out of its own energy, then the least they could do was bring back an undead body.
Do not venture.
Now that I've done as you asked,
My
and
eyes
answered all
are
of your
as
questions,
dry
am I
as
free
the
to go now?
sands in
Bliss
the
asked.
shores.
Sure, and I truly
I
hope that I
am
can never see you
shivering
again,
my
Gwyn said.
bones.
Same for me, Ray nodded.
He has
Bliss
robbed
didn't say anything
me
else, and
of
gathered what
everything.
energy around her and Sarah.
He and I
In
shall
a moment,
remain
they were
bound
gone
in
up
this
in the white, bright
eternal
light.
torment.
In the middle of space,
Must not
there was one that
continue.
was flying away from all of the planets. A particular vampire original who had managed to get away. Magnus. Magnus was not just any vampire original, but was one of the previous kings of the settlement. While flying away, he felt the pulse of energy and a slight twinge in his hand.
break a
It looks like they were successful in changing everything back to the way it was, Magnus said. A marking on his forehead started to glow, the marking of a single eye with wings. I was afraid I was unable to get a hold of any of the things then, and in the end, he has gotten even stronger. It will be hard to get close to them at this rate, Magnus said. There was a pause after he talked. There is another way, you say? Well, of course. I will be up for the task. I have been waiting a long time for your return. It's time you came to this world and make the vampires remember their existence in this world. Magnus punched in the coordinates on his ship and the location set for Earth.
A great challenge. Overcome.
And in one piece, he moved his limbs about as if they were foreign to him, swinging them about in the air and jumping a few times several feet in the air. I hate to say it, but I think that was a close call, Peter said. It's a good thing that one memory wasn't removed from you. Tapped the side of his head. Yes, always protect the head. Although I feel like even though I would have protected my head, the rest of my body wouldn't have come back. Gwyn had to agree. Perhaps this time he would have to owe it to Blitz for bringing Peter's body back. But then again, would she have done anything if he didn't force her? Regardless, both Jim and Blitz were able to do things with a nest crystal that I never knew about. A nest crystal even managed to save my life, and it was only because of Syl. I learned how to increase my MC cells. Looks like I'm the one with the least knowledge about these things. Footsteps came over toward Gwyn, armor rattling with each step. For a second, Gwyn turned his head, was about to go into fight mode with Ray, but he realized that there was no need anymore. I was fighting him for so long, it was almost just natural instinct. You've grown a lot stronger since last time, Ray said. I know in the past we never fought toe-to-toe, but I always had an idea of your strength, and I have to say I'm beyond impressed. I thought that maybe no one would ever surpass me in strength, but if someone did, it'd be someone that was close to my family line. I think I would be happy about that. And hey, maybe you will be able to do it. Able to do it. Does that mean Ray still thinks he's stronger than me, even in that fight? I guess I should just see it as a compliment. But you managed to stop me from doing far worse than what I'm capable of. If it wasn't for you, maybe all three of the enemy races involved would have been dead.
Didn't break a
Although I
sweat.
have long passed beyond the point where I feel guilty of these types of actions, I still feel like
Swift
there is anything you need in the
magnificence.
future you can turn in this favor. After having a battle with Ray, Gwyn knew
Daru
he would be a
can't
valuable
favor
asset in the future. Whether he would need him or not was another thing, but it was always good to have. Do you know why Mungus went away when the others showed up? It seems like the Celestials don't bother you too much. Gwyn, Mungus, Ray replied back, having no idea who that was. You mean that alien-looking person? I don't know much about him, or the Celestials, like I said. I figured I was just too strong for them to deal with. They probably decided long ago that it was better
in
to
the
meet me
desert.
rather than try to take me on. It's better for both of us, but don't feel jealous. Bliss and Sarah have both gone against me before. Well, in Bliss's case, she made me go through a re-education. A little of Ray Flora crept out. Speaking of his past with Bliss seemed to put Ray in a sour mood. Anyway, there's no use talking to me. You should use your shadow thing to go ahead, meet with your family and friends. I'm sure there's a lot for you to do. Changing everyone's memories, including those back on Earth for one. You should let me deal with everything else. Everything else, Quinn replied. I spent quite a bit of time in Jim, Ray explained. I know where the Marble cruises were made. I know all of the bases that you built and went to. I won't rest until I get rid of every single one of them. And before I go, I'll stop by and see Logan, just to make sure he has the device ready that you can use to contact him. He can update me on information on anything to do with Jim, and for you to call in that favor whenever you need it. Quinn nodded. It was Ray, and he was sure he could deal with whatever surprises Jim had, even if it was a 10-spike down. Ray could take it up. Not the expected trouble that hammer brought up. One more thing. Your shadow count. You've done well to make it your own, but I do have to warn you. Ray thought back to the battle, to the infected shadow beasts he saw. Be careful with the shadow. It's a power that has always had a will of its own. In my time, one of the shadows infected me and broke off from the original host, making its power its own. I'm sure you've seen it. The shadow adapting to each person it has. Just make sure that you're always the one in control, not the other way around. It was the last piece of advice from Ray, and Quinn would take it seriously. With that, shadow it wasn't long until he was able to lay it up for me. The shadow behind me started to extend, creating a pool of shadow behind me.
The ritual has been disrupted.
The shadow, and it caught the attention of everyone there. Quinn! Layla shouted. We hugged. She held on to him tight, but it was hard to do so properly with all the armor on his body. My. You have changed a lot since I last saw you. That armor is certainly impressive, Logan commented. Quinn didn't say much. He just looked at everyone with a big smile on his face. He was taking in the moment of everyone recognizing everyone. His eyes would fall on the Freya's soul, and it angered him a little, but realized there was no need for him to be angry anymore. Look at him, Russ said.
Victory is mine.
The reason why the war stopped was because of us anyway. He didn't even do anything. To Russ, it would look like that, since his armor was healed already from the marks that were on him, and Quinn looked completely fine, not even tired from his fight. What happened? Where's the armor? The armor, a lot of them died. I didn't make the armor as quickly as I thought I could, but quite a few of them managed to survive. At the moment, they were still held up in their tower. I was planning to get Wins and Stark to come with us and head back to the tower. That way the three can talk. Quinn looked around. They were still on the Marble cruise, at the main console. It was slowly descending toward the planet they were on board. The plan was to get anyone who needed emergency help, and they needed it as soon as possible, to try and save as many lives as they could from this war. I didn't see them here. I guess they must be down on one of the planets below, Quinn said. The faces of the others were scrunched up and looking away from him.
I need more time.
She was unable to stop sobbing as she thought about them. What happened? What happened to them? Quinn asked. The others had given the terrible news to Quinn, stating how they had died and what they had all gone through. Fighting Pine, and straight afterward, needing to deal with H as well. When telling their tales, they didn't diminish any of their feats. How the Blades, Cyril, and Vince had fought against the Five Spike Army, doing their best and doing everything they could to hold them back in order to protect the people. They had no Stark. His tale was a large one. They explained how he had helped rescue Syl in the first place, then went on to detail how he had helped Syl in protecting him on one of the planets, and finally, his sacrifice in taking Jack out, and how it had an impact on the war, and on what H was trying to do at the last moment. Quinn was more than upset hearing all of this. All he could do was think about them, and their thoughts as they went through everything. He had expected losses in a fight with the scale. Of course, it wouldn't be good if no one had to lose their lives. But what troubled him the most was the fact that it was outsiders who had lost their lives in this war. People who Quinn had come to, and
I'm
after
carrying
if he had
enough
never gone to
already.
Wins and Cyril, if he had never gone to the Pensby planet, then would they all have lived through this war? You can't think like that, Alex said, speaking into Quinn's mind, still present in the armor. Due to the connection the two had this way, there were times when Alex could hear Quinn's thoughts. Thinking like that diminishes their sacrifices. Without Cyril, would you have ever been able to find the information you needed? Without Wins on your side and the Murmurials, would they have been able to fight back as long as they did? And without Stark, any of this would have worked out. In the end, if none of them did these things, then there's a good chance we would have never won this war, and then both the Pensby and the Murmurial planets would be gone. So you think that it's your fault for dragging them into this? That's just disrespectful to them. Alex's words gave him some comfort, but it was still not enough for Quinn. He had a big question on his mind. Was there ever a time or a way he could stop losing the people he cared about? Conflict seemed to continue to rise one after the other, and what was the cause of it all? Quinn and the others still had a lot to do, even though the war had ended. The Arrow, along with Geo and Wilbur, safely left the
I have
valley.
no
They
space
were
for
satisfied
that.
with the destruction of the city and all of their plans.
There's no room for
Everything would have
that.
to be rebuilt from scratch, although they would have helped in doing so. The Murmurials and the Pensby all agreed to send aid and help. On top of that, the Earthlings would help as well. After Syl made a full recovery, eating and looking like his former self once again. The book that news on her and all the local planets, changing everyone's memories back to the way it was. This continued on the Beast planets, which the Grey Lash faction controlled, and the Vampire settlements as well. When people learned what really happened, there was a lot of anger, and they wanted that anger to lash out at someone to blame. At first, a lot of it was pointed toward Lord, even though he wasn't to blame. The ones to blame were dead, but the people needed to push their anger out somewhere. In the end, Quinn needed to make a speech. He was the one that was able to calm everyone down. Because, in all of this, Quinn was the biggest victim, and they listened to his words. The anger had turned into guilt, and in order to get rid of some of that guilt, the humans and vampires needed to act. They were to help with the restoration of the Amber planets, and not only those planets, but the Darks and every other planet that they had attacked. They would help others with technology, passing on knowledge, and so on. This wasn't a one-time handout either. Quinn wanted to make it a longer commitment. They had done so much damage to the other planets, and they
An
needed to repay that.
oasis in
There
the
was also a special
desert.
ceremony that had been decided to be held on the Amber planets. It was to honor all of those that had fallen in the war. All three races had agreed on a date to meet and honor all of those that died. Quinn had also been invited,
This
along with the
battle
others that had fallen.
is our
A large stage
sacred
and a special
duty.
large monument, a thick large pillar that had names written down of every single person who died. Right at the very top, there were 4 names displayed of those who had contributed most in the war, names that were never to be forgotten. Speeches were made of each person's story, sacrifices they had made. To some, it might sound like it's words written upon no deeds. Many of them knew that it truly wasn't the case. After the ceremony was over, Quinn decided to head back to the Vampire settlement and live there with his family once more. There was still a competing resentment between vampires and humans.
Your fate finds you. Who are you to overthrow your fate?
Yeah. Shit.
And I didn't even know it. Said, it's so strange every time I think about it. I want to kick myself. How did one's memories be affected so much? You know, we used to just go around patrolling.
There is power in this object. I can
Joe
feel it.
thought long, as he heard this for the 10th time already. I knew he was special even without memories of him. Ever since I saw him on that ship, training everyone in hand-to-hand combat. It's why I never went
He
to
didn't come back from
what he's
this.
going to do now, and how he's going to change this place. Well, one thing's for sure, his family will definitely be treated completely different. Imagine the look on all of the kids' faces when Minnie goes back to school. Behind the castle, in the large garden around the round table, a meeting was taking place.
This has a
All of the
history
originals,
of
as well
its
as the old
own.
family leaders that had been appointed, and those like Muka were there, both went and sat at the head of the table. There were a lot of times when he would just push the duty off to someone else, but somehow he had become somewhat in charge of the vampire settlement. It felt natural to all of the others. Rather than running away, Quinn just went with the flow this time. It was a lot easier compared to the past, and everyone felt like they were more inclined to listen to him. There's still been no news about where Magnus currently is, and no one has seen him, Ed Barge stated. Is he really someone that we should be worrying about so much? Bianca replied. He is just one vampire, and can't do much on his own. You're not just any vampire. It's one of the originals, and a former king who had ignited a war. His beliefs are still the same as they were in the past. The fact that he hasn't given himself up and gone into eternal slumber means he must be planning something. A lot of the originals wanted to go back into eternal slumber, leaving everything to the newer generation. But they felt like Magnus was their problem to deal with, and until that was dealt with, then they would go back to sleep. There is one connection we can try, Reba. Magnus had a student, no? Perhaps he knows something, or what Magnus was planning. Honestly, Quinn was considering leaving this whole thing alone. Jim and Jack had been dealt with. There were no more petty threats, so why go chasing after one? The Celestials had kept work and hadn't gotten involved at all. Yet, there was a sick feeling in his stomach about all of this. One of the things that were the most normal in the vampire settlement was the vampire school, Roland's Academy, as it was called. Even during the war, the students never really stopped going to school. After all, basic education was important, and Jim was also putting pressure on the new generation of vampires to fight as well. However, it had been a long time since Minnie had gone to school. Having left in the middle of everything, her family being accused of being these grand villains and more, it was safe to say she was nervous as she walked down the settlement streets. The big difference from before, though, was that nearly every vampire was stopping to look at the two of them. Some smiled, others waited, and there were even those that whispered. What would also occur once in a while was some of them stopping to give Layla and Minnie gifts. Mom, this is so strange. Everyone is treating us so differently, Minnie said, holding Mother's hand. You're right, it is a bit strange, but they are just being grateful for what we've done. Now that they have their memories back, they know about your father's good deeds in the past, and don't forget about yourself. You're a hero as well now, and you should be proud. It's just easier to smile back and accept the gifts, Layla explained. Layla was sure that it would all calm down at some point. It was just that the events were very recent, and the people, they needed something to celebrate, because with the war now being over, the settlement was looking a lot quiet. It was around 1/3 of the size of the settlement before they had left. The vampires had suffered a lot in the war. You're a hero too, Mom. Remember, you helped out as well. And with that cool sword, you and Uncle Russ did a good job beating the pointy donkey. Minnie excitedly did a little hop. Mommy, where is Uncle Russ? I haven't seen him since the war. Wasn't he meant to stay and protect us? He's a hero as well, right? Layla wasn't too sure how to answer this question, because she wasn't sure where Russ was either. He didn't really care for others' lives and had a huge drive for revenge. But soon after the war, he was never seen again. According to Quinn, he must have figured out some way to remove the key control from his mind. Although Layla felt like she might have had something to do with that. Still, Russ did save them. Whether he would have done so without the key command, or if his own life wasn't in danger, was another thing. But as long as he wasn't causing trouble, then that was fine with her. Somewhere on one of the Green Latch planets. That'll be 4,000 credits per night for the resort, sir. Russ wiped his nose. Someone must be talking about it because I'm pretty popular now. Eventually, he arrived at school, and the stares from the other parents and kids didn't stop there. But there was nothing Layla could do but give me a hug and wish her good luck. You have to grow up strong. In the future, your brother is going to attend school as well, and we need someone to
Let's
protect him, Laura.
plan.
Minnie nodded her head. She was quite the family person, so whenever Layla wanted her to do something, she had to say it was for the family. It was technically true, but Layla did feel somewhat bad saying these things. When Minnie entered her classroom, unlike most of the adults that would smile and wave, nearly all of the kids would just whisper about her. And it was why she
I
was
shall
here any other.
aid you.
Minnie's dad was Quinn Taylor. He's king of the vampire race, and I hear he's basically running things now. Wait, does that mean
Here we
anyone's
go.
some type of
Let's see.
princess?
Use that
What happens if we
there.
do something wrong? Will we be
6
punished? Will our
copper,
family get
4
kicked out of the center?
silver, 3 gold. Soil.
Smile back.
Oil, man, mysterious. I like mysterious. Mysterious.
Abby was happy as well. She wanted to continue being friends with Minnie, but was unsure if she would still want to be friends with her. She was sure that Minnie would be trying to get close to Minnie now. Unlike before, she might just get in the way. For Minnie, though, all of those would just be fake friendships. Abby, who was her friend when she knew no one, that was her real friend. Princess? A voice called out, entering the classroom door. Where's the princess? Immediately, Toby's eyes lashed onto Minnie and he started to run over, bowing his head. Minnie, I always knew you were amazing, but to think that you were a long-lost princess, this is just like those TV shows. The princess always rejects the prince and decides to go for someone more common. And Minnie, stop it, Abby said. Minnie doesn't like to be called princess. Just call her Minnie. Seeing Toby and Abby again really warmed her. She could just be herself again and not worry about her and war or having to fight. This was one of her favorite memories, being in school together with them. She didn't realize how much she missed it until she was unable to attend. The rest of the day continued like normal. There were some differences for Minnie. For example, when she put her hand up, the others put their hand down, allowing her to answer. She noticed this after a few times and then stopped putting her hand up after. Other than that, it really had gone back to normal, but there was a strange mood in the air. When listening to others' conversations, Minnie could hear the others talking about some of their parents having been killed in the war. Luckily, Abby's parents were fine. Her father was on the research side, and her mother was a designated parent. For Toby, it was the same. Only his father was in the settlement since his mother was vanished.
Ass.
Finally, though, it was time for a grade, and Minnie could try to forget about all of that. When the break came, there were still many interested in Minnie. For one, now all those in the higher grades were giving her more attention. If she's Quinn's daughter, then she must be super strong. She wasn't held back in that assessment that happened a while ago. Just because one is strong doesn't mean the other is, and besides, having her, I think she was adopted. Damn, I was adopted into the Taylor family. Could you imagine it? Rumors were spreading all over the place, and she didn't like it one bit. Still, no one was approaching the three, almost too scared. I was into one student, an older one, walked toward them.
Interesting.
Sit here, Minnie called out. Sure, she had kept her secret about her powers and her mother's at the time, and was one of the students selected to be taught by
A
one of the original
storied
leaders.
artifact.
Minnie, I hate to ask you this, but I need your help, Evie said. It's about Jared. Do you remember him?
Cool.
Evie and Jared were the two that kept Minnie's secrets and were always nice to her. She'd even fought against him in the assessment. In the end, Jared had Magnus as his mentor teacher. Jared has been taken away by the leaders. I think he's under investigation for something, which is why I need your help. I need you to speak to your father. I think Jared is in trouble. Celestial space was originally created by one of the ancient ones. Celestials could create their own celestial space.
That's pretty fucking cool.
For example, travel to other planets and areas. This was something unique to the ancient.
Alright, 3
when creating
gold.
spaces.
I don't really know about the forces.
All these things would make the strength of the space created. Using this power, the Celestial was also able to create prison cells for the Celestials that caused too much trouble. Killing them would result in their rebirth at some point, so it was best to put them in their own space with no way of escaping. Finn had been subjected to this before. The rules were simple, making it nearly impossible to break out using his powers alone, but he had found a way around them by giving up his celestial title and turning into a god slayer. It was something unique to Quinn that had never happened before. But the celestial space was just that, a space. It was used as a tool to make their jobs far easier, a way for all of the gods to work together and accomplish the bidding that the universe wished for them more easily.
Shit.
The person the ancient ones put in charge of the celestial space was Clunas, and that was how he became known as the messenger. There were very few celestials who had seen what the ancient ones looked like. Moreover, they rarely observed things themselves and simply received the information passed on by monks.
Press the wild.
With his information, they would make decisions on what to do, rarely getting involved unless it was of utmost importance. What this meant was that the ancient ones didn't live in the celestial space, they lived in the grand universe outside it, in a strange solar system where there was one planet that orbited the sun. There was almost nothing in this space, no asteroids or other
I'll
planets.
search for
Whether
more.
it had always been this way or had become so, only those who lived on the planet would know. The planet resembled Earth to a large extent, with vast blue seas and greenery spread all over. It mostly looked like a wild jungle
Use
that had been
that
spread across
well.
the surface. However, there was one
I hope we get another gold key.
Instead of being high up in the sky, they were low, close to the ground. And as they passed through objects,
No
they would
mysterious right there.
Instead
And
of
the
the other.
images. Let's do the images.
It was a castle, a large castle with rectangular-shaped walls and only one gate, one entrance. The place was surrounded by clouds as if it was floating on top of them, and it was hard to find if one tried to look for it from the surface. This was because, like a giant flying object, it constantly moved around the planet. Walking atop the clouds, heading towards the gate, was none other than a messenger. Reaching the front gate, 2 guards stood by the side of the door, dressed in identical armor. The armor was covered in red, blue, and white stripes, giving the impression that they were wearing some kind of crown uniform. Hey, so you guys are still here like always. This place never changes, Mundus commented, but none of them said a word. Holding out his hand, celestial energy was released, hitting both of the doors. The doors lit up, and on the other side, a mechanism started to turn as celestial energy continued to move it. These were the castle-made doors, and the only way to open them was by using celestial energy. But not just any celestial energy, it had to be registered. When the doors were created, they were infused with celestial energy. After that, only the person who created the doors could open them, or register new energy for them
What
to be
can I
opened.
do for you?
Mundus was one of those registered. So the doors
Large.
There was a simple reason for this. The place, the planet where Mundus
Red,
currently
but
was,
it's
where
still
the ancient was.
large.
Once the doors opened, one could see inside the castle. It was large and filled with ornaments and paintings. The ornaments and paintings seemed to be from long ago, but the strange thing was that each item appeared to be from a different time period. Some items looked much different than others, and it was difficult to see them displayed together. As Mundus continued to walk through the hallways, there were items that seemed to be from entirely different planets. This collection changes every time I walk through these halls, but I suppose when one has the ability to do absolutely anything, they must have some
Plus
sort of hobby.
podcast, though.
Eventually, Mundus found a staircase leading down below. Once again, he was met with a door with a peculiar locking mechanism in front. Just like the last door, he held out his hand and blasted it with celestial energy. The lock twisted and turned until the door eventually opened, and steam started to emanate from the bottom. Stepping inside, Mundus found himself in a completely silver room. It was long, stretching so far until the end was no longer visible, resembling a tunnel. The walls, at least in the first part, were filled with all sorts of weapons. They had various shapes and sizes, clearly crafted from the remains of powerful beasts. Just by looking at the weapons, one could tell that they held immense power. The wall was adorned with them, hanging in place. These were the Godslayer weapons that had been confiscated and locked up. Mundus had been walking for about an hour until the weapons finally ceased, but the tunnel continued. Instead of weapons on the walls, there were now crystals. First, Mundus went right to the end and placed H's crystal in an empty slot, with the rest of the slots ahead still unoccupied, indicating that there was room for many more. I hope I don't come across any more powerful Godslayer items, though. Otherwise, I'll have to go through that whole moving process again. This tunnel and system weren't very well thought out. After placing H's crystal down, Mundus searched for an empty gap. Finally, he found it, the spot where Malik's crystal was meant to be. He placed the murky-colored crystal in its original position. Locked down in here, you should never be allowed to roam freely and cause so much trouble again, Mundus said to himself proudly. Although should be is a very important question, it still perplexes me to this day how someone was able to get in here. The only ones with access are me and the ancient ones, but it couldn't possibly be any of them, and it wasn't me. Unless someone used memory alteration on me, I would have remembered something like that. Mundus continued to walk through the walls of crystals until he eventually came to another empty gap on the wall. That day, 2 crystals were stolen from this vault. One has now been returned, but the other has yet to come back. Jared's legs couldn't stop shaking. They were almost rattling as they bashed against each other. He looked around the room. It was dark, and there were only 1 or 2 light sources produced by the nest crystal torches. He could see well in the dark because he was a vampire, but even vampires still preferred to see more naturally if they could. The light sources shone on those in the room. There were vampires standing by the edge of the wall, completely still. There were 4 of them in total in the small room, each of them just standing there, not saying a word and just looking over at him. Why was I called in so suddenly, into a place like this? Jared thought. He even blindfolded me before taking me here. What could this even be about? I didn't do anything wrong. The whole situation was making him nervous, because usually a leader would just summon someone if they wanted to ask questions, but the lengths they had gone to bring him to wherever he was showed how serious the matter was. The sound of a sliding door was heard. It lifted a part of the wall, a hidden entrance. The person walking in, Jared recognized the person well, and everyone would notice what he looked like. He was the talk of all the vampires in the past and present. Sir Quinn, Jared said, standing up from his seat, and immediately bowing down with one hand across his chest. Sorry about this. You must be a little scared with everything that has happened, Quinn said. Entering the room behind Quinn was both Edvard and Nickel. The latter went ahead and talked to the guards, who all quickly left the room, and the door was shut behind them, leaving only them and Jared in the room. This case and the questions that we need to ask you is quite a sensitive matter, so it's important that we have no one else listening to the conversation, Edvard explained. The 3 of them went ahead and took a seat opposite Jared. They weren't afraid of him. They were all strong vampires, and Jared, although skilled for a child, wouldn't have the strength to defeat a single one of them, so he wasn't restrained either. However, just as Edvard had stated, this investigation was being run in secret. Magnus was capable of starting a war between vampires, so it was clear that there were those that would support his ideals, especially among the other leaders and possibly the other originals as well. It was why Nickel and Edvard, who were members of the Punisher's Covenant, were selected by Quinn to do this task. We want to ask you a few questions related to your mentor, Magnus. I'm sure you have already noticed that Magnus is missing, Quinn stated. Of course, Jared knew Magnus wasn't around, but he didn't know he was missing. This information wasn't made known to the public. He didn't want to scare them with anything, especially not until they knew what Magnus was doing. But the line of questioning would have made it obvious to Jared that they didn't know what had happened to him. I want you to answer the next set of questions honestly, and I would rather not use the influence skill on you to get the answers we are looking for. I trust that you are a good kid and understand what I'm asking, Quinn said. Quinn could reasonably guess if one was lying or not by the change in their aura and heartbeat. When trying to determine if a vampire was lying, it was a little more difficult, but the younger one was, the more honest their bodies were. The influence skill had its restrictions as well, only answering directly the questions asked, and they were hoping that acting in this way would expand their knowledge. I answer, I will help you the best I can, Jared stated. The questioning began, with Edvard and people taking turns to ask the questions they wanted. It was questions such as what Jared and Magnus would do in their mentoring sessions. Did Magnus leave the castle much, or did he ever say anything that seemed out of the ordinary? For the most part, it sounded like Magnus had treated Jared as an official student, doing well for him to learn his ways. What did come as a surprise, though, was Magnus asked a lot about Jared's power. He knew how to use the First Family's ability. Finally, though, it looked like they were able to make some sort of breakthrough. Jared was nervous. Sweat was running down the side of his face. But taking a big gulp, he spoke up. There was a way, me and my master used to be able to speak to each other. A few days ago, I tried to contact him, but there was no answer. Jared answered. A way you two used to contact, you mean like telepathy? Nickel asked. Then there are other vampires involved in this? Jared shook his head. It's like telepathy, and works the same way, but it's not. Using a writing crystal, I would draw a marking on the palm of my hand. It would last a few days, but with the marking, it would allow me and Sir Magnus to talk to each other. The leaders looked at each other. They had never heard of such a thing. Maybe Richard would have known what this was, or we could talk to Vincent, Edvard suggested. But he had other ideas, though. When Jared explained, drawing the symbol on his hand, he noticed the shapes that were drawn. Can you use blood aura on your fingertips? Quinn asked. Jared nodded, thinking it was a strange question to ask out of the blue, but he showed Quinn he was able to. Can you draw the symbol in the air? Jared did as instructed, and with his finger lit up, he drew the shapes of the symbol. The other leaders were still confused, but when Jared was done, he immediately drew the symbol with his blood aura in the air again. Now all the others could see the symbol that was drawn quite clearly. It was a round, large eye with bat-like wings. It was a symbol that Quinn had come to know and had seen a few times. Immortuity, Quinn said under his breath. You know that name? Edvard was stunned. The originals knew of Immortuity, but it was mostly through Richard Nino. Spending a long time together as the originals, they were quite aware of the one that had turned them all into vampires in the first place. So they also knew about the being that Richard had contacted that had turned them, but it was a name that was never brought up. Yes, I do. This symbol is one that belongs to Immortuity. It's his marking on those that follow him. I don't know if you're aware of this, but blacksmiths also had a marking as well. The more Quinn thought about it, there were other times where Quinn had seen the marking, or learned about it. Zero, the Black Sword, blacksmiths, and now it was possible that Magnus was linked to it as well. All of these things, and the people they have caused great conflict, and always someone with the marking is around during it. Is it a coincidence? Quinn thought. There had been a question on Quinn's mind for a while now. Why did conflict among the vampires, not just the vampires and the humans, keep on appearing? Sure, throughout history there had always been conflict, but not at this level. Maybe Quinn was starting to see an answer somewhere. The marking that you drew on your own body, is it a temporary one, or do you have a permanent one? Quinn asked. I always just drew the marking on my hand, and it would last a few days. I would then have to redraw it as well. But Magnus, I believe he always had a marking and never had to draw one. Going into this, they weren't sure whether or not Magnus was a threat, but now, Quinn was pretty sure that Magnus would be up to something. Quinn, sir, there is one more thing, something that I never understood, Jared said. Magnus gave me one last order, when I last saw him and when I last spoke to him. He told me, no matter what, to keep the Talon family alive. It became quite clear that, like blacksmiths, Magnus was also under the control of Immortuity. For whatever reason, these two were doing the bidding of the Celestial that even the Ancient Ones feared, so much so that they locked Immortuity away to another plane, one not directly linked to Earth. Without meaning to, Quinn and his friends had managed to kill nearly all of the dedicated followers of Immortuity that were causing great chaos. Quinn had even removed the marking that was originally on the Black Sword and replaced it with his own. Ultimately, the portal had been opened to the other plane, but once again it was closed by Quinn. So then why? Why did Magnus tell Jared to make sure the Talon family lived? Wouldn't it make more sense that he wanted them dead? Did Magnus ever give you a reason? Quinn asked. Jared shook his head. Not quite, but there were some strange things. He would often ask me questions about me, but when he found out that she was adopted and wasn't biologically related to you, he stopped. I have no clue why he asked to keep your family alive. The original leaders were amazed that Immortuity, the god that made them become vampires, was interested in Quinn, but they felt it was only right after knowing what power he had. Thinking about Quinn, a thought came to Nicole's mind. Weren't you the one that originally created that item, the red heart? Nicole asked. When we were under Chin's control, he updated us on the situation and talked about sealing off the portal. If we replaced the deeds he told us he did with you, then I assume you were the actual one that created what was known as the Red Heart. The originals were in eternal sleep, so when they were awoken, Jim informed them that he was the current leader of the vampire settlement, while explaining all of the feats he had achieved. This was backed up by Muka, who had her memory changed as well as everyone else, so the story fit them. Maybe it's not just you, but your family that is able to open up a portal to where he is. If you or your family died, then you would have no way of opening up a portal. This reminded Quinn of why Mundus had locked him up in the first place. He'd been told that he had a strong link to Immortuity, and while he was alive, there was a way for Immortuity to get out. What if he had figured out a way to do so without Quinn, with just members of his family? It would mean Galen was in danger, or at least a target. I thought the link was only the case while I was a Celestial like him, but if that's not the case, maybe it's still possible. Mundus is just honoring our deal. The three continued to ask Jared questions about Magnus, in hopes they might have known where he had gone. If his goal was Galen or Quinn, then he would still have to be close. They had received a list of locations, but they were all places that he had already checked over before even questioning Jared. Thank you for all your help so far. You've given us a lot of great information, Quinn said, his eyes starting to glow red. There are just 2 more questions I need to ask you. Did you answer all of the questions today to the full extent of your knowledge and truthfully? Yes, Jared answered clearly under the influence skill. This was a sigh of relief for Quinn. The last thing he wanted to do was to have someone a little bit older than me be an enemy of some sort. I'll need to do a full search of your body. I know you said the marks were temporary that you drew on yourself, but we just need to see if there are any permanent ones. The search was done and they were unable to find anything. As soon as the search was done, Pickle had an odd look on his face as he heard something being sent through his head. Quinn, apparently your daughter is outside asking for you, but she says it's urgent, Pickle said. Quinn, the words, urgent, placed everyone there in his shadow's face. After that, he used the shadow ring and appeared right behind me, letting everyone out of the shadow's face. What's the emergency, Minnie? Is everything okay? Quinn said, looking around. He noticed they were in the entranceway of the 10th castle. They were all standing on a red run that split off into 2 ways and went up a large staircase to reach the 2nd floor. There didn't seem to be any attack going on. There were just the guards of the castle near Minnie, and standing by her side, a slightly taller, older girl. It was Hebe. The 2 girls immediately spotted Jared at the back. His face was pale and a little red. He looked flustered, but it was mainly because he had just been searched naked in front of the other original leaders, which was somewhat embarrassing in itself. No, don't, Hebe shouted. You can't take Jared. You can't kill him. He did nothing wrong. And even if he did, he's a good vampire. He's a good person. He always even looked out for Minnie on the side. Daddy, please don't kill Jared. I don't know him very well, but he kept Minnie's secret, so I think he's a good person, Minnie said. Don't think. He is a good person, Hebe continued to shout. The leaders had to take a step back due to all of the shouting. They were confused at what was going on. Guys, relax, Jared spoke up. They're not here to kill me. They just wanted to ask me some questions, that was all. None of you should be talking to the leaders like this, especially Quinn. Hebe knew he was right, but how was she supposed to react? You mean they're not going to kill you? Then why did they suddenly put that bag and you away? Edvard slapped the top of his forehead loudly after muting that. Mine did that right in front of you. I'm sorry, they must have given you quite a scare. It was no wonder you thought they were going to kill your friend. It was a complete misunderstanding, and Edvard felt like it was his fault. Letting Jared come through, he ran over and gave Hebe a big hug. Thank you for always looking out for me, but you worry a bit too much, Jared said. Hebe was crying, and one would suspect that their relationship was more than just friends by the drastic reaction. After a long hug, the 2 let go, and Jared looked at Minnie. I can't believe that you even went through all the trouble to get Minnie to try and convince her father, and you... Jared went to about eye level, squatting down on his knees to look at Minnie. I can't believe you were ready to try to convince your father. Thank you, Jared said. His hands raised up, and a dark red glow filled his eyes. In an instant, his hand had conducted a strong condensed form of blood aura, all to one point in his finger, going right toward Minnie's head. What do you think you're doing? Quinn said, as he held onto Jared's hand, stopping the finger from hitting Minnie's head less than an inch away. Quinn immediately pulled Jared away from Minnie and held him by his throat as he slammed him against the wall. The wall cracked, but Quinn held back his strength so Jared wouldn't die, nor would he go through the wall. He glanced at his right hand, and in the palm, the symbol of Immortui could be seen. What are you doing? Hebe shouted. You just said he was fine. Both Edvard and Pickle stopped the 2 girls. Stop, your friend just attempted to take Minnie's life. The original leaders, Edvard and Pickle, both saw the same thing as Quinn. They witnessed what Jared had tried to do in his final moments. Condensing was not just a small amount of blood aura, but it was an extremely large amount. In fact, too large for someone who was just his age, unless they were some type of genius. The thing was, after all the investigation they had done, after seeing how Minnie and Hebe had welcomed him back, they never thought, right there and then in front of Quinn, that Jared would attempt to harm his daughter. What are you talking about? Jared would never try to hurt me, Hebe shouted. The leaders emitted a blood aura, creating a type of barrier, warning the 2 girls to stop. However, Minnie wasn't trying to push forward, and that was because she felt it as well, the great power that was coming toward her. It was a good thing Quinn was there, because then there was a chance that no one would have been able to stop it. At the moment, Quinn wasn't wearing his Godslayer armor. He never really had it on since the day he had fought against Ray. The armor was meant to be a secret from the Celestials, so it would be best that he kept it that way. He wouldn't want to be using it, and have some Celestial taking a peek finding out what he had. Regardless, without it, Quinn was still 20 strong. What is this? Quinn thought as he held up Jared. He was struggling, kicking his legs and swinging his arms. The energy around him was running wild, and just like with the strike before, the power behind him was far more than he was capable of. This was the power of a vampire knight, but of course, to Quinn, his head simply bounced off him. The look in his eyes, has he lost control? Doesn't feel like I'm looking at the same person I was talking to before. Able to hide it. Most likely all of this is Magnus or Immortui's doing. But why target Minnie? He already said she has nothing to do with all of this. Wait, so why would he try to kill her? If I wasn't here, if he had decided to just pretend to get along, leave the castle, he could have attacked her while I wasn't here.
I think it's time for me to cut loose. I'm hungry. Oh, well, I'm better though, so we're back. I'll see you guys either tonight or tomorrow. Have a good night, good day, whatever.